in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
Great things are happening in Pasco, and none of it is by accident. With nearly 800 new neighbors moving in between 2024 and 2025, and thousands more expected in the next 20 years, we're laying the groundwork that will keep this community thriving. That starts with space for homes and businesses. Pasco has issued more than 350 new residential permits this year, and we've seen more than 280 businesses open their doors, from one-person operations launched from the Pasco Specialty Kitchen all the way to economic giants like Dairy Gold and Amazon. From new homes and schools to growing businesses and innovative infrastructure, we're building not just for today, but for generations to come.
Our Department of Community and Economic Development is a key part of that future. Every action that we take now will impact our residents forever. And with that responsibility, our Community and Economic Development team works very diligently to make sure that we're not making any decisions that have adverse impact on our current and future residents. CED is transforming the permitting process to make it faster, easier, and more transparent. We've already removed permit requirements for some common property improvements to align with neighboring cities and the International Building Code. Soon, applicants will be able to submit permits, upload documents, make payments, and track timelines through one online portal. Pasco is experiencing and preparing for significant growth over the next 20 years, reaching just over 120,000 residents by 2046, along with housing, jobs, and infrastructure needed to support them. We're actively engaging with the Pasco community to find places to improve and to chart a path for the future with our comprehensive plan update. Guided by Washington State's Growth Management Act, we're planning responsibly to ensure balanced development, expanded services, and a high quality of life for current and future residents.
New businesses and new neighbors mean new infrastructure, and Pasco is building the framework that allows our city to grow. In 2025, we celebrated the Process Water Reuse Facility, both the addition of a groundbreaking collaboration with private business to turn food processing wastewater into fuel, fertilizer, and irrigation water, and the expansion of treatment ponds. Together, these updates provide vital support for agriculture in our region. We're investing in transportation, with new roads being built in the Broadmoor area as open land transforms into neighborhoods, schools, and shopping centers, keeping travel safe for drivers and pedestrians alike. A new roundabout at the intersection of Court Street and Road 68 keeps traffic flowing smoothly on two major arterials in our city. We've doubled capacity at the West Pasco Water Treatment Plant and built additional transmission mains and a storage tank to continue to distribute water to all customers. Still ahead, we're planning for significant upgrades to the Butterfield Water Treatment Plant as our team continues delivering on the projects outlined in our ambitious 6-year capital improvements plan. Low-interest loans were secured for several major utility projects supporting vital infrastructure with lesser burden on ratepayers. And we're using new state and federal grants to improve safety on roads and sidewalks across the city, making it easier for residents to stay active and connected.
We're working to protect Pasco residents at every level. To improve our emergency response, the fire department recently replaced 3 structure engines, updated several medic units, and added an additional wildland unit to our fleet. We're also investing in new technologies, such as outfitting every medic unit with cutting-edge cardiac defibrillators and laryngoscopes, all aimed at providing a higher level of care to the thousands of patients we provide EMS to on a yearly basis. One of our strengths is the strong working relationship we have with our law enforcement team. We are currently partnering on a new drone program which allows drones piloted by Pasco police officers to assist our crews on fires and during rescue operations. This type of collaboration significantly enhances our ability to serve our community.
The Pasco Police Department has expanded its drone program to help track suspects and enforce traffic laws more safely, reducing the risk of high-speed pursuits. But technology is only part of the story. Pasco Police are meeting with residents face-to-face, hosting district meetings, and partnering with business leaders to strengthen community trust and collaboration. The community feedback also helps us focus our attention on reducing hotspots, making more of our staff time and resources.
When police anywhere in the Tri-Cities get an animal call, they can partner with our animal control officers at Tri-Cities Animal Services. Our new building has dedicated spaces for handling sick or injured animals, plus an in-house vet's office and improved spaces where families looking to adopt can meet potential pets. But that's just one of the new facilities opened in Pasco this year. This summer, we celebrated a new sporting complex on A Street, giving more Pasco families access to athletic fields closer to home. Downtown at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen, we installed new equipment, a new vendor window, and an outdoor seating area, expanding opportunities for local entrepreneurs. We've invested in Giza Stadium improvements to ensure that the facility meets MLB requirements and continues providing a safe sports entertainment experience for fans and players alike. And of course, with over 300 days of sunshine each year, we make the most of our outdoor spaces. Thousands join us for events like Cinco de Mayo, the Grand Old 4th of July, the Fiery Foods Festival, Winterfest, and the Cable Bridge Run, celebrating our community all year long. Join us in 2026 for a once-in-a-generation watch party, where soccer fans from all over the region will be able to gather and cheer on their favorite teams as they compete in one of the world's biggest sporting events.
From community and infrastructure and safety to housing, business and recreation, Pasco continues to grow with purpose. Together, we're building a city that's stronger, smarter, and ready for the future.
We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
I think the biggest part is I am a police officer here at the school. I have duties here. I'm here to protect the school and keep everybody safe, but I am a normal person too.
Pasco Police Officer Eric Maddox is one of 3 school resource officers assigned to the Pasco School District high schools. He says finding ways to connect with students is a critical part of the job.
It is building those relationships to where they feel comfortable enough that they can come and talk to me about anything. When the kids feel comfortable being around me and coming to talk to me, and that happens a lot, they'll come into my door here in my office and, hey, can I talk to you? And that just doesn't happen. They just don't come up to an officer and randomly tell them their life story to you.
Many students in Pasco high schools will have already met Pasco police officers thanks to the School Resource Officer program in our middle schools.
I love doing this. It's something that I wanted to do as an extra thing that we do as officers.
Officer Ismael Cano has been a school resource officer for over a decade.
I always wanted to do the SRO thing and wanted to come and work at the schools and work with students.
He's hoping to build connections early and keep students on the right track.
There's some kids that probably already have a negative thing about us, but sometimes they do overcome that and they come and they start talking to me, or I'll talk to them, I'll start a conversation. Some kids get to the point where they come up and they play around with me. That's a great feeling to be able to do that with them sometimes.
It's a lot of work to build connections with teens and preteens, but it pays off.
You're going to have a lot of conversations, and sometimes there are going to be a lot of tough conversations. And just being mentally prepared to handle all of those on a daily basis. They're 10, 11 years old, 12 years old, and they're using social media sometimes for bad things like that. And I try to teach them not to get involved in that kind of stuff and social media. You have to have more patience and understanding when you're dealing with students. You gotta use incidents more of as a teaching moment, especially with middle schoolers because they're a lot younger.
Social media and home life can spill into school hours, and in those cases, having a school resource officer can make a big difference.
There are some difficult things that we have to deal with here, and sometimes we have to reach out to our outside resources, whether that be CPS or whatever else resources that we need to get a hold of, whatever the situation is. It might not always be law enforcement needed, but they might need a resource that is needed, and that I can help make that connection for them.
Tonight, we're having a listening session on the Shoreline Master Program. The project that we're working on, developing a user guide and permit tracking system, is funded through a state grant. Washington State Department of Ecology is funding this effort. So we are working for the state. Well, we're working for the city through a grant from the state. So tonight I'm going to talk a little bit about the Shoreline Management Act, just so that we're all on the same level of understanding, the Shoreline Master Program that the city has in place, the user guide that's a draft. It's a easier way to understand the Shoreline Master Program that the city has in place, how it works, what the requirements are, and then it points you to where you can get more details in the city code. We'll review the specific scope that the state's funded for the city to do. And again, most importantly, we want to answer your questions, listen to your input, and factor that in going forward. One thing I want to make clear is that the city is not modifying their Shoreline Master Program at this time. We went through a process a couple years ago with the Planning Commission and the City Council to do some very minor updates to that master program. And so what we're talking tonight is really more about how the program is implemented. And so the user guide focuses on that implementation, your comments, questions. We also want to hear what you think about implementation, where you think things are working well, where there's opportunities for improvement, that kind of thing. And then we'll conclude with next steps. So the Shoreline Management Act was passed in the early 70s, and it was put in place to have a more coordinated development of the shoreline, or to basically end piecemeal and uncoordinated development. And so there were several master programs that were developed in the early 70s, including the city of Pasco. And then in the early 2000s, the Washington State Department of Ecology updated their Shoreline Master Program guidelines. And then the city of Pasco went through a comprehensive update of their Shoreline Master Program from like 2013, 2014 to 2017. And that was a major rewrite. And again, I was the project manager for that effort, so we developed a kind of completely new program for the city that met all the latest requirements. And then the Shoreline Master Program that the city adopted in 2017 and then updated in 2023 is the program that governs development of the shorelines. And so where are the shoreline areas? It's really a very narrow strip of shoreline area within the city. So it's along the Columbia River and the Snake River, and it's just that 200-foot band. If you can see that band there in yellow, that represents 200 feet basically from where the vegetation starts on the shoreline, 200 feet out, or 200 feet upland, and that's where the program regulates and applies. Okay? You can see in the bottom there's a green polygon. That represents a wetland, and that it's bisecting that 200 feet. That is an associated wetland. In the case of a wetland like that, where it's bifurcated, shoreline jurisdiction bumps out. In the city, on the west corner of the Columbia River as it starts to head north, there's a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers property just past Chiawana Park. And in that area, there's a very extensive wetland. And so in that area, shoreline jurisdiction bumps out quite a ways and follows the edge of that wetland, and then it bumps back in once the slope gets a little steeper and heads up from there. There aren't any lakes in the city of Pasco that are in shoreline jurisdiction, so we're just looking at the Snake and the Columbia River. Floodways are also included, and then we talked about associated wetlands. So one of the things that is unique about the Shoreline Master Program is that in one set of regulations, you have to balance environmental protection, public access, and water-oriented uses. You think about like city zoning. City zoning is focused on development, right? How does development happen? Then they have a critical areas code that is how you protect the wetlands and steep slopes and fish and wildlife habitat. And Aaron and the other planning members, planning department staff, have to then take those regulations and kind of put them together so that it works, so that you comply with the zoning and you protect wetlands and other resources through the critical areas code. In the Shoreline Master Program, it's all blended together as one program. And so it can be a little challenging to try and meet all the different requirements and achieve that balance. We've tried to develop a balanced program. Hopefully it's working fairly well for the city. So what is included in a Shoreline Master Program? There's a goals and policies section. So what are we trying to accomplish with the program in a lot of different areas? So think about, the environmental protection, public access, and allowing for uses. There are goals related to each of those and policies as well. And then there's regulations. Regulations for specific areas. What we did is we took the whole shoreline for the city and we divided it up into reaches and then placed environment designations on those reaches. Some are industrial, some are residential, some are natural or open space conservation areas. And so we've applied those. And then there are specific regulations. There are general regulations. Critical areas also, our regulations are also incorporated in the Shoreline Master Program, the wetlands, the steep slopes. The SMP also has, like enforcement provisions and ways that you can appeal or get conditional uses allowed, that type of thing. So there's like administrative provisions as well as Shoreline Master Program. So one of the things that we're doing so that it's so you don't have to look through 170 pages of regulation and goals and policies information is developing this user guide. So this is what it looks like. You can go to the website. It's a nice web version. It's only about 40 pages or so, and there's lots of pictures and then narrative that goes along with it. I'm just showing you a few highlights out of the document. Please go to the website and see the details, and hopefully it answers many of your questions. All of the environment designations are an appendix in the back of this user guide. So you can see where you live or where your shoreline area is or the shoreline that you care about in the city and what the environment designation is. And then there's a use table also that shows you like what's allowed in those areas, what's not allowed, what might be allowed under a conditional use. All of that information is summarized in a couple appendices to this document. So if you have an existing property and that property was maybe built, early 80s or whatever, and you're closer to the shoreline area, the edge of the water, than maybe you would be able to be today. This shows you how you can still make modifications to your property. One thing that's important to understand, a term that is important to understand for the Shoreline Master Program is no net loss of ecological function. So when we have a development on the shoreline, the development has to comply with no net loss of ecological function. So if you take out, if you want to add to your property, like on the vegetation enhancement on the right side, you can see there that the house, which is representing the yellow, is closer than the shoreline buffer would normally allow. And they wanted to add on. Well, you can't go forward closer to the river, but you can go backwards. But you have to enhance vegetation to offset the loss of that buffer, right? That buffer is there for a function, to provide certain functions. Provides habitat, water quality benefits, etc. And so the enhancement would have to occur to be able to, so in other words, you have to mitigate for the impacts. And that achieves no net loss of ecological function. And so kind of any development in the shorelines, if there's going to be an impact to habitat or other functions, then there's going to be an offsetting mitigation. And you try to do it on your own property if you can. If you can't, then you try to work with the city. Maybe there's an offsite opportunity area as well. So anyway, that's kind of how existing uses and expansions of those existing uses work in just one example. There are buffers. So here are the different environment designations. So we have aquatic, which is from the vegetation waterward, right? So in the water. We have natural, which is just a few areas, including that Corps of Engineers. Urban Conservancy, public flood protection, which is like the rip-wrapped areas. Recreation, Chiawana, and the other parks, Sacagawea, etc. There is a high-intensity mixed use, and that may have some opportunity for commercial development in that area. And then high-intensity industrial, that's Big Pasco that we talked about, and then shoreline residential, the kind of the rest of the residential areas. So each of these, when there's a development proposal in that environment designation, has buffers anywhere from 5 to 75 feet. The 5 feet is because it's in an area that's already rip-wrapped and there's really no function, right? So it's really just kind of outside of that flood area, then, or that flood protection facility, then you could have commercial development or other types of development. And then you can see it goes up to 50, 75 feet. There's also, you know, if there's wetlands or other things, then there are more protections that get added on to that. And then there's an 8-foot minimum setback from the buffer for structures. So if you're in a shoreline residential and you're 50 feet away and you want to do something at 55 feet, you have to be 58 feet away to have a structure. And you have to build that structure in a way that doesn't impact the buffer. There are also vegetation standards. They don't necessarily apply retroactively to existing uses and developments, but you manage, again, to achieve no net loss of ecological functions. So if you have a property and it has a lot of trees along it, and you remove those trees or limbs or stuff so that you have a better view, that's changed the function. You had a canopy there and now you don't have the same canopy and you don't have the same kind of habitat. So the idea is to basically try to maintain. You can still trim. There's hazards and things that, you know, hazard limbs or property damage that could result. You can do reasonable trimming, but if you have any questions about that, you can check with the city staff on kind of what's the appropriate approach there to maintain those ecological functions. If you have native vegetation on your property and you want to do some landscaping, just check in with the city and talk to them about ways that you can do that in a way that provides additional function. There are lots of native plants that look nice that can be added into the landscaping to provide that function. And we want to see that native vegetation continue on because it's part of what the habitat, it's part of the habitat, it's part of what Fish and Wildlife use for this area. So I mentioned that we have this grant from the state. The grant funds the user guide that we've talked about. It's funding the time for this meeting tonight. And also, we're developing an ecological functions tracking system. So what we're doing is we're helping the city develop a way to track permit conditions through time to protect ecological functions along the shoreline. So I know Gary, I'm going to pick on him if that's all right, because we used to work together quite a bit. And so he comes in and he is going to do some development. He got approval and he has to do some vegetation plantings. So those are on his permit. The city, he agrees to those conditions, and it has to be done in like 3 years, and then he has to submit a performance report of how that's working. Right now, that gets transferred into a system, but it's hard to follow up on all these details from all these permits over time. And what we're trying to do is help develop for the city a more streamlined tracking so that requirements for his property or your property or improvements at Chiawana that might require some mitigation, that all of those kind of have reminders that automatically come up through the city's permit tracking system so that the city can now look at like all the provisions that they have related to shoreline development and all of the mitigation requirements or reporting requirements et cetera, and that information gets generated in a report that they can see, maybe quarterly or monthly, and see how the status is of being implemented. And it's a way to provide accountability for city staff. It's a way to provide accountability to landowners, follow through on what was committed. And it's also a way to provide accountability for the program, right? To show that we are implementing this program consistent with the requirements, and we're following up and ensuring that the compliance is being met. So we're doing that through the permitting system, and I'll show you a little more detail about that here in a second. We're also doing a more of a landscape evaluation of ecological functions. I mentioned we did a comprehensive update like 2013 to 2017-18 timeframe. And when we did that and we broke up the shoreline into all these reaches, we also characterized ecological functions for those reaches. So like where there's riprap, no function or very limited function, right? Where the Corps of Engineers wetland is, there's a lot of complexity, a lot of function, a lot of kind of interaction between the water and the in the wetland and the river. So we documented all of those things. We're now going back and looking at the shorelines and say, what do they look like in 2022, 23, 24, just kind of overall, kind of setting the development and the impacts from the development aside and the mitigation that's occurred. How is the landscape, working? Are we seeing more vegetation? Are we seeing less vegetation? Is there an area where maybe vegetation got removed accidentally or incidentally and affected things or intentionally? And so we're doing a landscape view as well so that we not only have kind of the permitting, tracking, and the requirements, but also on the landscape scale, how are we doing in achieving no net loss of ecological function? And I think what we'll see is that it's varied. Like in some reaches, things have gotten more complex, better habitat, and in other areas, maybe there's opportunity for improvement. So that information is more of like a pilot program. So there's not a specific tracking mechanism that we're going to recommend. We're just going to share our findings and we're using a variety of different aerial imagery and data sets to do that. And as we stitch that information together into kind of a picture of the shoreline, we'll share that to the city with some options that they can consider for using that tool or those sets of tools to better track implementation and no net loss of ecological function through time. So here's what the tracking tool looks like, just so you know a little bit more about it. So again, more complete record keeping with regard to compliance and the mitigation compliance. So the city uses this eTrackIt IT3 permit management software. They're just adopting this now. Like I mentioned earlier, the provisions are going to get incorporated into this system, and there's going to be some auto reports generated so that the city can receive the information regularly and see what they're doing, what they're required to follow up on. And so reminders for upcoming mitigation reports, outputs, the ecological function tool, which I'll tell you about here in a sec, and then better support for reporting on cumulative effects, kind of over time, through time, how's the shoreline performing. So here's what it might look like. So you would have a shoreline permit, you would have like what's being impacted, and so like this is like maybe trying to improve hydrologic functions, establish some coyote willows. So in year one, you're gonna just report on that and make sure those are established. So it just shows you like different removing invasive vegetation and then removing water debris. So if those were the requirements and you had to do some reporting and monitoring, all this gets captured in that system and then flagged to Aaron and other planning staff so that they can follow up on. Ecological function, this is really one slide. So considering, again, all the different reaches, and this is the Corps of Engineers property. If you see that green swath out there, that's where shoreline jurisdiction gets wider. And so we're looking at water flow, sediment transport, water quality, and habitat functions. And again, looking at the landscape scale, how that works, and then do we also see that when we get on the ground and do some visual verification. Maybe the last thing I'll say on the ecological kind of landscape tracking is that we're going to go back to those subreaches and how we characterize them, and then update and kind of compare that description to see, again, better, worse, same. We're not going to do it for the entire shoreline of the city. We're going to pick a few areas to just kind of test the method and see how it works, and then share those results with the city. And our report will be made available to the public. Everything that we prepare for this project will ultimately be posted on the city's website for people to look at. The plan is to complete everything by the end of June. So we're well underway on a lot of the technical work on the permit tracking system and the ecological functions look. But yeah, all of this work wraps up by the end of June. The reports will probably be available like sometime in July on the city's website. And then we can go from there.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
Great things are happening in Pasco, and none of it is by accident. With nearly 800 new neighbors moving in between 2024 and 2025, and thousands more expected in the next 20 years, we're laying the groundwork that will keep this community thriving. That starts with space for homes and businesses. Pasco has issued more than 350 new residential permits this year, and we've seen more than 280 businesses open their doors, from one-person operations launched from the Pasco Specialty Kitchen all the way to economic giants like Dairy Gold and Amazon. From new homes and schools to growing businesses and innovative infrastructure, we're building not just for today, but for generations to come.
Our Department of Community and Economic Development is a key part of that future. Every action that we take now will impact our residents forever. And with that responsibility, our Community and Economic Development team works very diligently to make sure that we're not making any decisions that have adverse impact on our current and future residents. CED is transforming the permitting process to make it faster, easier, and more transparent. We've already removed permit requirements for some common property improvements to align with neighboring cities and the International Building Code. Soon, applicants will be able to submit permits, upload documents, make payments, and track timelines through one online portal. Pasco is experiencing and preparing for significant growth over the next 20 years, reaching just over 120,000 residents by 2046, along with housing, jobs, and infrastructure needed to support them. We're actively engaging with the Pasco community to find places to improve and to chart a path for the future with our comprehensive plan update. Guided by Washington State's Growth Management Act, we're planning responsibly to ensure balanced development, expanded services, and a high quality of life for current and future residents.
New businesses and new neighbors mean new infrastructure, and Pasco is building the framework that allows our city to grow. In 2025, we celebrated the Process Water Reuse Facility, both the addition of a groundbreaking collaboration with private business to turn food processing wastewater into fuel, fertilizer, and irrigation water, and the expansion of treatment ponds. Together, these updates provide vital support for agriculture in our region. We're investing in transportation, with new roads being built in the Broadmoor area as open land transforms into neighborhoods, schools, and shopping centers, keeping travel safe for drivers and pedestrians alike. A new roundabout at the intersection of Court Street and Road 68 keeps traffic flowing smoothly on two major arterials in our city. We've doubled capacity at the West Pasco Water Treatment Plant and built additional transmission mains and a storage tank to continue to distribute water to all customers. Still ahead, we're planning for significant upgrades to the Butterfield Water Treatment Plant as our team continues delivering on the projects outlined in our ambitious 6-year capital improvements plan. Low-interest loans were secured for several major utility projects supporting vital infrastructure with lesser burden on ratepayers. And we're using new state and federal grants to improve safety on roads and sidewalks across the city, making it easier for residents to stay active and connected.
We're working to protect Pasco residents at every level. To improve our emergency response, the fire department recently replaced 3 structure engines, updated several medic units, and added an additional wildland unit to our fleet. We're also investing in new technologies, such as outfitting every medic unit with cutting-edge cardiac defibrillators and laryngoscopes, all aimed at providing a higher level of care to the thousands of patients we provide EMS to on a yearly basis. One of our strengths is the strong working relationship we have with our law enforcement team. We are currently partnering on a new drone program which allows drones piloted by Pasco police officers to assist our crews on fires and during rescue operations. This type of collaboration significantly enhances our ability to serve our community.
The Pasco Police Department has expanded its drone program to help track suspects and enforce traffic laws more safely, reducing the risk of high-speed pursuits. But technology is only part of the story. Pasco Police are meeting with residents face-to-face, hosting district meetings, and partnering with business leaders to strengthen community trust and collaboration. The community feedback also helps us focus our attention on reducing hotspots, making more of our staff time and resources.
When police anywhere in the Tri-Cities get an animal call, they can partner with our animal control officers at Tri-Cities Animal Services. Our new building has dedicated spaces for handling sick or injured animals, plus an in-house vet's office and improved spaces where families looking to adopt can meet potential pets. But that's just one of the new facilities opened in Pasco this year. This summer, we celebrated a new sporting complex on A Street, giving more Pasco families access to athletic fields closer to home. Downtown at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen, we installed new equipment, a new vendor window, and an outdoor seating area, expanding opportunities for local entrepreneurs. We've invested in Giza Stadium improvements to ensure that the facility meets MLB requirements and continues providing a safe sports entertainment experience for fans and players alike. And of course, with over 300 days of sunshine each year, we make the most of our outdoor spaces. Thousands join us for events like Cinco de Mayo, the Grand Old 4th of July, the Fiery Foods Festival, Winterfest, and the Cable Bridge Run, celebrating our community all year long. Join us in 2026 for a once-in-a-generation watch party, where soccer fans from all over the region will be able to gather and cheer on their favorite teams as they compete in one of the world's biggest sporting events.
From community and infrastructure and safety to housing, business and recreation, Pasco continues to grow with purpose. Together, we're building a city that's stronger, smarter, and ready for the future.
We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
I think the biggest part is I am a police officer here at the school. I have duties here. I'm here to protect the school and keep everybody safe, but I am a normal person too.
Pasco Police Officer Eric Maddox is one of 3 school resource officers assigned to the Pasco School District high schools. He says finding ways to connect with students is a critical part of the job.
It is building those relationships to where they feel comfortable enough that they can come and talk to me about anything. When the kids feel comfortable being around me and coming to talk to me, and that happens a lot, they'll come into my door here in my office and, hey, can I talk to you? And that just doesn't happen. They just don't come up to an officer and randomly tell them their life story to you.
Many students in Pasco high schools will have already met Pasco police officers thanks to the School Resource Officer program in our middle schools.
I love doing this. It's something that I wanted to do as an extra thing that we do as officers.
Officer Ismael Cano has been a school resource officer for over a decade.
I always wanted to do the SRO thing. I wanted to come and work at the schools and work with students.
He's hoping to build connections early and keep students on the right track.
There's some kids that probably already have a negative thing about us, but sometimes they do overcome that and they come and they start talking to me, or I'll talk to them, I'll start a conversation. Some kids get to the point where they come up and they play around with me. That's a great feeling to be able to do that with them sometimes.
It's a lot of work to build connections with teens and preteens, but it pays off.
You're going to have a lot of conversations, and sometimes there are going to be a lot of tough conversations. And just being mentally prepared to handle all of those on a daily basis. They're 10, 11 years old, 12 years old, and they're using social media sometimes for bad things like that. And I try to teach them not to get involved in that kind of stuff and social media. You have to have more patience and understanding when you're dealing with students. You gotta use incidents more of as a teaching moment, especially with middle schoolers because they're a lot younger.
Social media and home life can spill into school hours, and in those cases, having a school resource officer can make a big difference.
There are some difficult things that we have to deal with here, and sometimes we have to reach out to our outside resources, whether that be CPS or whatever else resources that we need to get a hold of, whatever the situation is. It might not always be law enforcement needed, but they might need a resource that is needed, and that I can help that make that connection for them.
Tonight, we're having a listening session on the Shoreline Master Program. The project that we're working on, developing a user guide and permit tracking system, is funded through a state grant. Washington State Department of Ecology is funding this effort. So we are working for the state, we're working for the city through a grant from the state. So tonight I'm going to talk a little bit about the Shoreline Management Act, just so that we're all on the same level of understanding, the Shoreline Master Program that the city has in place, the user guide that's a draft. It's a easier way to understand the Shoreline Master Program that the city has in place, how it works, what the requirements are, and then it points you to where you can get more details in the city code. We'll review the specific scope that the state's funded for the city to do. And again, most importantly, we want to answer your questions, listen to your input, and factor that in going forward. One thing I want to make clear is that the city is not modifying their Shoreline Master Program at this time. We went through a process a couple years ago with the Planning Commission and City Council to do some very minor updates to that master program. And so what we're talking tonight is really more about how the program is implemented. And so the user guide focuses on that implementation, your comments, questions. We also want to hear what you think about implementation, where you think things are working well, where there's opportunities for improvement, that kind of thing. And then we'll conclude with next steps. So the Shoreline Management Act was passed in the early 70s, and it was put in place to have a more coordinated development of the shoreline, or to basically end piecemeal and uncoordinated development. And so there were several master programs that were developed in the early 70s, including the city of Pasco. And then in the early 2000s, the Washington State Department of Ecology updated their Shoreline Master Program guidelines. And then the city of Pasco went through a comprehensive update of their Shoreline Master Program from like 2013, 2014 to 2017. And that was a major rewrite. And again, I was the project manager for that effort, so we developed a kind of completely new program for the city that met all the latest requirements. And then the Shoreline Master Program that the city adopted in 2017 and then updated in 2023 is the program that governs development of the shorelines. And so where are the shoreline areas? It's really a very narrow strip of shoreline area within the city. So it's along the Columbia River and the Snake River, and it's just that 200-foot band. If you can see that band there in yellow, that represents 200 feet basically from where the vegetation starts on the shoreline, 200 feet out, or 200 feet upland, and that's where the program regulates and applies. Okay? You can see in the bottom there's a green polygon. That represents a wetland, and that it's bisecting that 200 feet. That is an associated wetland. In the case of a wetland like that, where it's bifurcated, shoreline jurisdiction bumps out. In the city, on the west corner of the Columbia River as it starts to head north, there's a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers property just past Chiawana Park. And in that area, there's a very extensive wetland. And so in that area, shoreline jurisdiction bumps out quite a ways and follows the edge of that wetland, and then it bumps back in once the slope gets a little steeper and heads up from there. There aren't any lakes in the city of Pasco that are in shoreline jurisdiction, so we're just looking at the Snake and the Columbia River. Floodways are also included, and then we talked about associated wetlands. So one of the things that is unique about the Shoreline Master Program is that in one set of regulations, you have to balance environmental protection, public access, and water-oriented uses. You think about like city zoning. City zoning is focused on development, right? How does development happen? Then they have a critical areas code that is how you protect the wetlands and steep slopes and fish and wildlife habitat. And Aaron and the other planning members, planning department staff, have to then take those regulations and kind of put them together so that it works, so that you comply with the zoning and you protect wetlands and other resources through the critical areas code. In the Shoreline Master Program, it's all blended together as one program. And so it can be a little challenging to try and meet all the different requirements and achieve that balance. We've tried to develop a balanced program. Hopefully it's working fairly well for the city. So what is included in a shoreline master program? There's a goals and policies section. So what are we trying to accomplish with the program in a lot of different areas? So think about, the environmental protection, public access, and allowing for uses. There are goals related to each of those and policies as well. And then there's regulations. Regulations for specific areas. What we did is we took the whole shoreline for the city and we divided it up into reaches and then placed environment.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting. The council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At meetings, the city council takes formal action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available on the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and/or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Here.
Cotta.
Here.
Figueroa.
Present.
Hernandez.
Present.
Perales.
Here.
Milne.
Present.
Grimm.
Here.
7 members present.
Thank you. And as we do the pledge, I'd love all of these young people to come up. I'm going to come down there and join me to lead the Pledge of Allegiance, if everyone would rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, young people. Moving on to number 4, the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by a roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. Letter A, approval of meeting minutes for April 6. B, bills and communications approving claims in the total amount of $7,775,038.99 and write-off totaling, I need help there. Maybe I'm going to dig, $2,350,723.66. Letter C, resolution number 4728, professional services agreement, amendment number 1 with RH2 Engineering Incorporated for design services for the Foster Wells Lift Station Improvement Project. Would any members of council like to remove any of these from the consent agenda? Not seeing any. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second. Motion on the floor by the Mayor Pro Tem to approve the consent agenda as read, seconded by Councilmember Perales. Madam Clerk, if you'd take a roll call vote, please.
Campos.
Yes.
Cotta.
Yes.
Figueroa.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Perales.
Yes.
Milne.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Moving on quickly to number 6, the public may address council on any items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the posing of questions with the expectation of immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will be normally limited to 3 minutes each. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county of residency into the microphone before providing your comments. We'll now open up public comments. And again, thank you everybody in the chamber for your grace in our 30 minutes tardiness starting this meeting. If anybody would like to address the council, please step forward to the microphone. Thank you. Anybody want to address the council? Yep. Mr. Gonzalez, come on up. Name and city or county of residence for the record, please.
Mike Gonzalez, 7819 Cassiar Drive in Pasco. So thank you. Good evening, Mayor Grimm, council members, and City Manager Stewart. Thank you for the warm welcome. Really appreciate that. Staff and old colleagues, it's great to be back here. Mike Gonzalez, once worked in City Hall. So currently serving as a city manager, small little town just outside of Tri-City. So I really understand how difficult it can be to be in public service. I'm also a real estate agent in Tri-Cities, but tonight I'm here on behalf of the Latin Business Association, where I serve as the executive director in a volunteer role in a consultant capacity. I do it for free because I love Pasco. I really do. It's where I call home, and it's really where I want to be for a long time. Tonight is really about moving forward. It's about setting a path for downtown and the entire core of this city. So I want to thank Leo Perales, who's been a really big supporter of ours. He's outspoken, but I think everybody knows that for certain. Also want to recognize our founder, David Cortinez. David loves Pasco. He's always fought for the Latino people. At times we know David is a lightning rod, but when he's speaking on issues, he does it because he deeply cares. When he does it, he's not always the most popular person in the room, but his passion for the community you can never doubt. David knows LBA is bigger than him. It's why he understands it's time to pass the torch. LBA includes 114 businesses and an executive board made up of respected community members. I formerly served as Pasco's economic development manager for a couple of years. During that time, I helped remove the notorious Thunderbird Motel marketed Broadmoor. Also worked on the downtown master plan. I also served as a liaison for DPDA, and despite what you may have heard or watched a video that I hope you don't watch on YouTube, I was actually the one who reported financial controls were not being followed. As a result, we brought in Darcy Buckley, who helped stabilize the situation. With DPDA gone, there's a real void in Pasco right now. There is no centralized entity for downtown activation, cultural events, or small business support. That's where we believe we can fill that void through business support, helping the farmers market, the specialty kitchen, and by creating a stronger bilingual connection between small business and City Hall. We also plan to move away from the name Latin Business Association and to not really adopt a name that really reflects the vision, culture, and unity of Pasco. Once that transition is complete and our new flag is flying, we look forward to sharing our vision more publicly. So if you don't know, our office is in downtown, right in the post office. We're proud to be a part of Cinco de Mayo for the third year in a row. I've also already reached out to Mayor Grimm, Milne, and also Mr. Perales and Mr. Coda. So
Mr.
thank you so
Gonzalez,
much and really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Anybody else for public comment? Could step right on up. Is that you, Miss Mahoney? Come on up.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco regarding the Pasco Aquatic Center or Pasco officials retirement plan. Aquatic Director Matt Watkins is paid by our tax dollars nearly $11,000 per month plus expenses. Provide his passport and costs for his new house and an audit for Watkins Endeavor LLC. Provide the total tax dollars paid to Mr. Watkins' partners, Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and proxies. Phase 1 of the Aquatic Center exceeds $40 million, provide a total cost for all future aquatic phases to be paid by our tax dollars. Compare Yakima Aquatic Center's total cost at $11 million. Regarding animal control, provide the repayment of the $545,000 donated by our local veteran, Mr. Ashby, in his will to be used for homeless dogs and cats. Instead, Animal Control Julie Chambers ciphered off $300,000 of that donation and bought a house. Provide a total repayment of that donation. Provide a total repayment of the rainy day fund paid by our tax dollars, stolen or missing, with Animal Control rehire Angela Zeiler. Animal Control TCAS has no spay-neuter clinic. It would decrease the number of dogs and cats trafficked to WSU. See files. Provide the total tax dollars paid to Animal Control from WSU for our dogs and cats to be used for research at WSU, then they're killed. Provide the total tax dollars made by Animal Control TCAS with the usage pay system or pet owner fines. Provide results for the 48 counts of animal cruelty at Animal Control, and provide truthful, not false euthanasia training certificates at Animal Control. See the Washington State Attorney General file. Provide Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr's notice to or from the Washington State Bar regarding Mr. Kerr's authorization of no due process at Animal Control. Next, provide a floodplain permit number 404 with Flood and Clean Water Act reports and fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and eaglets and our floodplain migratory Canadian geese. Provide ULID designs for my property with start dates, cost, notice, harassment, and retaliation against me and my property. See Ike Meyer Roundy for Pasco's Playbook on YouTube 5/23/22 regarding indentured servitude plans for homeowners. Provide all investigations and audits for the above. All requests are for the record via RCW 42.56 with notice to Pasco.
Thank you, Ms. Mahoney. Anybody else in the chamber want to address council? Step right on up. Thank you. Name and city or county residence for the record, please.
Name is Bob Mangione, Franklin County. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As stated, I'm Bob Mangione. I'm joined by my wife, Marisol, our son, Matthew, and our friends and neighbors. As several in the council know, I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer back in 2023. Through the prayers of hundreds and our own deep faith, we're declaring healing. However, a spinal tumor compromised my ability to work in our contracting business established in 2009 as I once did. We hope the city will soon approve short-term rentals so we can generate a semi-passive income. We hope. At the height of our cancer battle, many beautiful people donated $60,000 to keep us from losing our home. To remain self-sufficient, a short-term rental is now critical for our family's future. Through our extensive research, our amenities and price point will likely attract discerning guests respecting our home and neighborhood. Our 4-bedroom home features 2 master king suites and a flex room offering a total of 3 king beds, very rare in the Columbia Basin, and highly attractive for multi-generational families. We have a beautiful gourmet kitchen with natural gas, a gas fireplace, massage chair, professional cinema suite, and a Queen Anne formal dining for 12. The home includes HVAC air purification and a water softener. We intend to add an RO system, a large hot tub, extra large gazebo, outdoor lighting, and speakers. We'll maintain the home impeccably with our commercial-grade vapor steam cleaner. With a 60-foot monitored driveway near the boat launch and 100% neighbor support, we're positioned for success. We intend to live in our shop at the back of our property. 21 contractors donated $31,000 to renovate this space for free community automotive care. With their blessing, we will complete the build-out to live on-site, providing hands-on oversight and maintain excellence for our guests. With 16 years' experience in hospitality and public relations, including organizing large, historic, and newsworthy events in Spokane, LeGrand, and here in the Tri-Cities, I'd be honored to volunteer as a liaison for Pasco. I'm ready to help implement implement an STR program potentially as a pilot as other cities have done successfully. Our goal is to elevate our STR standards to the point of pursuing regional and even national recognition. In closing, if nothing else lingers tonight, it's this. Despite the medical, emotional, and economic burden cancer has placed on our family, we're going to do this right. With true integrity, what it looks like for others, and especially for our son, and give God glory. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mangione. And yeah, as you referenced, this is it coming up in our upcoming meetings. So yeah, it is a topic we're going to tackle. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate it. Anybody else like to address council on this or any other issue? Good evening, Ms. Wade.
So, making sure. Okay, good evening. My name is Amber Wade, who moved here to Pasco in 2021. I remember standing in a council meeting when Richland was asking for support regarding fireworks, and I remember hearing council members saying something about not wanting to play in other people's backyards. I want to bring that back up today because this is exactly the moment where that thinking matters. Because when we focus on my backyard versus your backyard, we miss what is right in front of us. From October through December, my mobile home park went through without water from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. day after day after day. Over 100 people were affected. During that time, not one city council member helped us. No porta potties or toilets were provided. No bottled water was distributed by ownership or management. People were left to figure out on their own. But someone did show up. Someone, my name, Chandra. She did not even live here in Pasco, and she was battling cancer, just like this individual here. And she came and helped anyways. Her and her husband, Juan, brought water. They brought food. They helped my neighbors. They showed up when people needed it most. And even when this last month, she helped me out with food because I did not have any. This last Friday, I got a call from her husband letting me know that she had lost her battle to cancer. Excuse me. This is what community looks like. My friend Chandra was what helped us. She didn't live here in Pasco. She lived in Kennewick. And when I needed help, she came. You did not come. She came while she was dying. She brought my neighbors food. She helped transport. Her and her husband transported a refrigerator to those in need. Her funeral is tomorrow. The family does not have the funds to pay for it. I am trying to start a estate sale. My name is Amber Wade, W-A-I-D Carter. You can find more information on how to help this family. Because when Pasco needed help, she showed up. And you did not. And you can talk a big game, you can do whatever you want to do, and I know you have politics, but a lady dying of cancer came to help our community, our people, not you. So please, as Pasco, we need to remember to play in other people's backyards because they do help us. So we need to give back to those who came to help when we needed it most. And I believe that is who we are as Pasco residents. We are going to say thank you, and you have the opportunity now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wade. Appreciate your heartfelt comments. Anybody else in the chamber? Please step right on up. Name and city or county of residence for the record, please.
My name is Camara Brooks, and I live in Walla Walla County. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Camara Brooks, and I own Tri-Cities 911 Driving School. We primarily serve students between ages 18 and 15, young drivers who are just beginning to develop habits and judgment that will stay with them for a lifetime. I'm not here to debate the legalities of marijuana businesses, but we happen to have one right next door to us. I'm here to speak about real daily impacts and having marijuana dispensary operating in close proximity as our youth-focused driver training facility. Every day our mission is to teach responsibility, awareness, and life and death consequences of impaired driving. For many of our students, this is the first time behind the wheel. This is a critical stage in decision-making skills they are developing, and the environment around them really matters. Unfortunately, the environment surrounding our school is working against this mission. On a daily basis, our staff cleans up alcohol containers and drug paraphernalia from our parking lot and landscaping. This is not occasional, this is continuous. We are also encountering individuals in the immediate area who are impaired, and at times they act and approach our students, and often they are currently using right outside of our front doors. Additionally, we are seeing more situations involving the struggling with impairment, mental health challenges, as well as unstable behavior. This raises real safety concerns, not only for our students, parents, and our staff. There are also traffic safety concerns. We see people going through our parking lot. I always say at Mach 1, it's a little over-exaggerated, but not by much. It's a real safety concern when we have beginner students learning how to just park and navigate traffic, and we have to deal with this. Parents trust us with their children, and they expect a safe and structured and professional environment, one that reinforces that things we are teaching in the classroom as well as behind the wheel. Right now, trust is being put at risk by the factors completely outside of our control. This is not just opposing a business. It is about recognizing that certain businesses are not compatible to be placed side by side, especially when one serves minors and is structured to teaching environment, and then we have something like a dispensary right next door. I am asking council to take a serious look at the situation and consider what is appropriate when considering zoning, placement, and protecting youth center services. Because this just isn't about this one location, it's about our standards and life and death responsibilities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your important perspective. Anybody else in the council chamber want to address the council tonight? Step right on up, ma'am. Come on up. We have a public hearing tonight on a transportation benefit district, and so we'll take comments on that at the time. That's the purpose of a public hearing. Anything else, though, this is the appropriate time to address council, and the only time. Thank you. Name and city of residence, please.
Janine Hummer. I just recently, about 3.5 weeks ago, moved back to Pasco from Richland. I'm here as a character reference, I guess, for Bob Mangione and Marisol. And dogs are the best judge of character sometimes. And I'm bringing this up because after my husband, Billy Tuttle, had died, he and Marisol and their crew came over and washed my windows at my house, and later did some maintenance around the house and yard. And the neighbor dog, Rocky, was a yellow or some kind of retriever who had been abused, and he barked and barked, and he was vicious, acting to everyone. But Bob was able to talk to him quietly, and he let him pet him. So I'm saying that he's the only person I ever saw this dog not get mean at. So Bob and Marisol have recruited me for many things to help them out, like to make lumpia for fundraisers, and for working at the Christian concerts at the Toyota Center, like in the merchandise center, selling for the singers. And he has gone through this really tough time physically with cancer. But he has never lost his faith in God, and we are seeing kind of a miracle that he's, conquering cancer. But I know it's brought financial concerns for the family. And so I have run my own midterm rental in Richland, and I know that this would be a big help to their family to be able to use their home as a short-term rental. I know that he's very good at recruiting, and I know he'd be very, very good at screening people, because he would want people in his home that would be safe around his young son Matthew and his wife Marisol. So I'm just asking you to consider allowing him and approving for him to have a short-term rental at his home. Thank you.
Thank you for your heartfelt comments. Appreciate that. Yes, sir. Step right on up. Thank you.
Ms. Martinez, Benton County. On behalf of Maggione and his wife Marisol as well, and his little son Matthew. Same thing, just want to speak on his character. I met Bob through a Facebook tag, and that was the perfect opportunity to let you guys understand that a stranger can become a neighbor. And right now, today, you guys have the privilege of knowing Bob now. He's no longer a stranger. He's a neighbor. He's part of the community. And the community is unity, and we need to stick together and embrace one another. And this thing can help his family, and he can continue to have an honor and integrity to provide for his wife and his son, to continue to do the things that most of us can do effortlessly. So I'm just here to let you guys know and say it'd be just a privilege to approve this, and just even give it a consideration that this man is a very organized person. He's helped me. I'm a business owner as well, and he's helped me structure my business in a better way to better myself and better my business. So if anybody is deserving, it is Bob Maggione and his family. So I just want to thank you guys for your time and take the consideration. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Yes, it's always good to personalize these things, but when we make this decision, it's going to be for all of Pasco to be able to, yes, have this passive opportunity for income. Anybody else in the chamber? Step right on up, please.
Yeah, good evening, Council. Doug Perez, resident Kennewick. I just kind of wanted to comment in regards to our short-term rentals. I know last year, Councilmember Leo talked about allowing short-term rentals. I know in your city staff was saying that they were banned, and you guys took that out from your city staff. So the last year or so, I do have an operator that runs short-term, mid-term, and long-term, and so we've been able to do it successfully in Pasco. And so I know putting in short-term rentals, regulating them is going to be a burden on the city, because you're going to have city staff, and so something to think about. For that, but I think it would be a great opportunity for Bob, and I hope I can chat with him later and help him out on that. So just want to put that on comment. So Doug Perez, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Perez. Appreciate it. Anybody else in the chamber like to address council? This is the time. Director Sarah, good evening.
Good evening. We do have some people online and in the audience that are here for the last item in the agenda related to PWF annual review. And I wanted to confirm whether this would be the time for them to all speak, including the people online, or if comments would be allowed during that item. Thank you.
Let me just look ahead. Thank you. So you're saying to the last, they're in 11 and new business?
Yes.
Is this people you are calling on for like their expert opinion, or is this citizens, or?
These are customer of the utility.
Oh, I see. Oh, customers of the utility. I would think, let's keep those comments, I guess, until then. I think would be fine. I appreciate that. We'll probably still limit those to the 3 minutes, but that way we just have the continuity of the same discussion or whatever. Plus, I'm sure they might like to respond to the staff presentation too. So thank you so much for that point of clarification. Anybody else in council want to speak on any issue to us? Going once, going twice. We will close public comment. Now moving to council. Number 7, reports from committees and or officers. What have you guys been up to? Councilmember Hernandez, start us off.
I attended my first Citizen Police Academy
Is that it? Police Academy, the movies. It was actually very interesting. You should have all signed up. We had learned about traffic stops and how 911 works in our area. And we had a practice with officers outside. We played cops and they played traffic violators. So it was a lot of fun. I will continue on for 10 more weeks. Officer Decker is the instructor, so he's really good. So it goes on tomorrow and every Tuesday for 10 weeks. So I may be talking about it more, I guess. And also, for the first time, I've done the taco crawl, which I didn't know how it worked exactly. Now I know. And we should all buy a booklet. They're $45 at the C&D Better Wine Shop. It also benefits the Boys and Girls Club and our local taco vendors. So we should all. I know Councilman Campos bought one, so we should all. I bought one, so we should all go buy one.
Pressure's on.
Yeah, the pressure's on to all go get one at the C&D Better Wine Shop in downtown Pasco. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. No, really appreciate you being part of the academy too. I've heard nothing but good things from both citizens and council about how good that is. So I'm grateful that you're able to attend and fit that in your schedule. Councilmember Campos.
Yeah, I attended the LRA housing outreach with several other council members. It was great to see a bigger turnout this time, and we anticipate to have even more turnout in the next two that we have. But we had just heard from the citizens about what their opinion is on the LRA housing, and so it was great to hear a passionate conversation. Everyone there is against it and wants to do their part, and so it was a great turnout and really excited for what that was and what's going to come in the future. Also on Thursday, I attended the Franklin County Emergency Management Board meeting, and they gave us some information that there was a nuclear plant exercise on March 24th, and there's like 250 people that participated in this, and they did a hostile action-based exercise. And they explained everything, and it was really cool. The exciting piece was that FEMA said there was no findings issued, so everything went well with that. They will give a final report later in June. And then coming to us a little bit later on too is the Community Wildfire Protection Plan and the Hazard Mitigation Plan. So we look forward to seeing that as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Councilmember Cotta.
Yeah, it was a busy week last week. There was the City Improvement Plan and Transportation Improvement Plan meetings where we heard citizens talk about issues that they have, questions that they have about city streets and infrastructure and transportation. And then we had that LRA meeting, which was to notify the public about the state's procedure for implementing sexual predators into our communities. And so that turned into more probably of an activism kind of a meeting than anything else. But I would encourage everybody to attend. We're going to have a couple more of those meetings. And it's going to take all of us to fight this thing. I also went to Calvary Christian School and did mock interviews with the high schoolers over there. And then went over to WSU and had kind of a coffee. Well, it was kind of a cool thing. They had these free vouchers for coffee if you went and talked to the city officials. So they brought us there to be able to talk to the college kids about local government. And so they would come and then we'd give them a coupon for a free coffee, and that was a lot of fun.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Figueroa.
Yeah, so just to kind of go off with what Councilmember Cotta said, I was also had the privilege to attend that with him, and I think WZ Tri-Cities knows college students. I mean, I remember those times, anything free, you show up. So, but it was good conversations with this age group, conversations on behalf of housing, affordable housing as these young adults are beginning to kind of graduate and go into their job sector, infrastructure, public spaces, and even economic development, as some of them are planning to be small business owners. And I was, of course, championing City of Pasco to be the best place to be and reside and live and come and do business. Alongside with that, on Thursday, I was able to meet with the Tri-Cities Alianza Youth Leadership Council just on the third floor. And that was a phenomenal experience because there were 7 high school students who came out and just presented a topic that was near and dear to their heart. And the topic that they wanted to talk about was teen drug abuse. And so that was really important to kind of hear the presentation about how their peers, peer pressure, and how a lot of these issues are affecting our schools and even our community. And so that was really important to kind of hear them out. And again, it was a really cool experience because I always said, as a high school student, I never thought that I was going to be in City Hall and talking to elected officials. So for them was a first time. Being able to have the opportunity was amazing. And then also, I was able to be at the 63rd annual Pasco Invite last Saturday, able to volunteer and help out in one of the biggest track and field events in the Pacific Northwest. So that was exciting to kind of help out in that element. So yeah, very busy, and it's always good to incorporate our young adults into this civic engagement process.
Thank you. Yes, and I also participated with Councilmember Campos. We had our first meeting with the recruiter for our police chief, and just really wanted to let you know I appreciate your heart and just what you're hoping our next leader looks like, whether they are internal or whether it's someone that we find nationwide, who knows, perhaps worldwide at that matter. But thank you, just as far as what we might be looking for and what we're interested in. Also had a BFCOG meeting, Council of Governments, on Friday that was an earlier than usual meeting to make time for those that wanted to go out to the Columbia Valley Recovery Center. But as Councilmember Perales kind of noted, even though there's a little tiff, I think, between our counties, we as a city do contribute a fair amount of our sales tax to that, and would have been nice to be a part of that. Also, yes, attended that LRA housing outreach meeting, and the next one is on Wednesday the 29th. And it's at 4:30 at McLaughlin Middle School. And I just encourage the citizens to come out. And I am booked. That's the only one I'm not going to be able to make. So hopefully there's a good representation of council there. I told the Tri-City Chamber of Commerce that I would be part of their C-suite interview process for young adults and everything like that. So and I made that commitment quite a while ago. But anyways, it is really good. I know some of the public is a little sees LRA housing and doesn't understand what that is, but is really the state imposing an unfunded mandate upon cities to take care of their sexual predators. That they have people there on site in those, but these homes, it's for people to resume what some would call a normal place in society. And whether we want to argue that or not's a whole other issue, but they want, the whole purpose of this is to put them around infrastructure and amenities and those kind of things we have within our community. The problem is that's around where also some of our most vulnerable people are. These are the state putting these sexual predators purposely within our neighborhoods, and it's we as council members can fight this, but it's really going to take the entire community, the entire Tri-Cities community. I am meeting with the other 3 mayors of the Quad Cities next week, and this is going to continue to be the topic of our discussion. But it's going to take the entire community. It's going to take more than just the councils. It's going to take 10, 20, 50,000 people to stand up and tell Olympia, the Department of Health and the Department of Corrections, no, do this another way. Don't do it on our dime. Don't do it in our cities. You figure this out. It's your problem, not ours. So I just hope the public, when we give that rally cry, that everyone comes around to fight this. Let's move on. Thank you, everybody, for your participation in the community. I know there's a lot going on. We're all being pulled in different directions. So anyways, number 8, hearings and council action and ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. Letter A is public hearing and ordinance number 4826, assuming powers of the Pasco Transportation Benefit District. And for this, we're going to our Deputy City Manager, Ms. Sigdell. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and evening, Council. We're here to talk about do a public hearing on the Transportation Benefit District. So if you'd like to, would you like me to do a presentation and then conduct a
Yes,
public
please.
hearing?
Thank
Okay.
you.
I will move through this pretty quickly since we've discussed this quite a bit. Transportation Benefit District is a special purpose district that funds transportation improvement projects in a specific area. So council could pick a specific area within the city, or the whole city could be the Transportation Benefit District. The city council is the governing board of the district. and it can hold separate meetings as the district, but it can also decide to assume the powers of the Transportation Benefit District, which is the topic at play today. As we've discussed before, Transportation Benefit District, you can do vehicle license fees, also called car tab fees, or sales tax. And these are some benchmarks with our neighboring cities. And you'll see 0.2% in Walla Walla compared to 0.1% in Kennewick and Richland. That additional 0.1% would have to be voted in by the people for additional transportation projects. 1/10, council can apply just a councilmanic vote. The fund needed are mostly for transportation projects. So street fund, we had a robust discussion last week about need to do traffic calming, where that funding comes from. We have had motor vehicle fuel taxes, which thanks to efficient fuel efficient vehicles and also electric vehicles, that revenue is declining. Similarly, the street fund has received utility taxes, which includes cable and telephone taxes. Cell phones do not get taxed as a telephone, so as you can imagine, both of those revenues have been declining over the years as more people do not get cable or do not have a landline. So we need to find more revenue to preserve our streets and do other transportation projects, which has been a challenge. And the street fund is scheduled to be in the negative by the end of this biennium. So you'll see some of the numbers there. Also at the same time, making management of streets and street fund more difficult. Our road miles have grown quite significantly, and our crew size has essentially stayed the same because of that funding constraint. So today, what we are asking council, you have created the district, you have identified the whole city as the geographic boundary of that district. You set resolution for public hearing for the city's intention to assume powers of the Transportation Benefit District. You'll conduct a public hearing today, and then the item in front of you is assuming the powers of the Transportation Benefit District. And the reason that staff is recommending that you assume the powers is because it is the most administratively efficient way to go. You can make decisions like you are right now as a part of the city's business. If you chose not to do it, then you'd have to meet as a district, administratively more difficult. Our finance department has to create financial reports. Very likely the reports need to get audited, additional cost. So most of the cities, the 124 cities that have adopted or created Transportation Benefit District have assumed the powers for those reasons. It's just financially and time-wise more effective and efficient. So that is what we have for you to consider today. And with that, I'm open to any questions you might have.
Anybody have any questions on council? Thank you. Deputy City Manager Richa for the presentation. Anybody have any questions? Seeing none, let's open this public hearing at this point. This public hearing is open. We will take public comment on the City Council assuming powers of a Pasco Transportation Benefit District that in a month or two ago we actually voted to form. So the floor is open. If anybody in the council chambers would like to speak in this public hearing on the City Council assuming powers of the Pasco Transportation Benefit District, now is the time. Going once, going twice, 3 times, not seeing anybody coming forward. Closing the public hearing. Any further comments from council? If you would, I'd like to ask one follow-up question. Maybe this is better for our Public Works Director, Director Sarah. If we can go back a couple slides, I really think it's important for the public to see just the growth, just the next one forward, if you'd be so kind, please, about the growth. Road miles, 23% since 2015 and 43% 2010. So are we really saying that we have not added any employees to the street crew? Obviously, if someone retired, we added them, but is it really the same number of people?
Yes, that is correct. Same number of dedicated employees, and it's truly a funding constraint. We can't afford with this fund without subsidy from another fund to absorb any new employee.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that clarification because I think it's important for the public to hear, because the public rightfully demands we are efficient with taxpayer dollars. I want that for my taxpayer dollars. And to see that our street crew size has remained unchanged since 2010, 16 years. And in that time, the mileage of roads has grown by 43%. It's truly a testament to yours and your predecessors just making it all work. So thank you, Director Sarah. I appreciate that. Anybody have any further questions or comments for staff? Hearing none. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4826, assuming the rights, powers, functions, immunities, and obligations of the Pasco Transportation Benefit District, providing for servability and establishing an effective date, authorizing publication by summary only.
Second. Motion on the floor by the Mayor Pro Tem to adopt ordinance number 4826, seconded by Councilmember Perales. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Moving on, letter B. This is also a public hearing. I said there was only one earlier. We do have a second one. And ordinance numbers 4827 and 4828. This is the Emergency Comprehensive Plan Land Use Map Management, CPA 2025-002, Low Density Residential Land Use Changes and Rezone of RS20, and the newly added parcels with associated text amendments, CA 2025-006 and Z 2025-011. And for this, we are going to Ms. Mattson. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for bearing with the long title there. We did workshop this item back in February with the City Council. This is an emergency comprehensive plan amendment to rectify an inconsistency in code between the comprehensive plan and the RS20 zone. And there's some history shown on the screen that I've gone through. This has gone through a pretty extensive public process. The last time staff brought this forward to council for a decision on March 2nd. We had a request that came in to add 3 properties to this amendment. Those properties technically aren't an emergency comprehensive plan amendment, but staff reviewed it and felt that we would either need to be addressing that either with this or near the end of the year. So we figured it would be a lot more efficient for everyone involved, including staff, to include those 3 properties in this change. So I wanted to be clear on that. So we did add those 3 parcels that the mayor mentioned at the beginning in the title. And the map here shows the best depiction of where the changes are occurring. This is down in areas that are currently zoned for RS20. And that zone previously allowed for 2 units per acre to be constructed. And citywide, the comprehensive plan designation was 3 to 6 units. So there was a conflict, and we are now changing these areas shown in light yellow to redesignate the land use, which is also called the comprehensive plan designation, from 3 to 6 units per acre to allowing 2 to 5 units per acre. So we're reducing it on both ends by 1 unit. And then the zone that will replace the RS20 zone will now be RS15. And lot sizes will be reduced down to, I believe, 14,000, between 14 and 15,000 square feet. And the zone will allow 2 to 3 units per acre. So these are the areas, all of the areas included are the RS20 zone, and then those 3 additional parcels that were zoned, I believe RS12 before, in a higher density R1. So those 3 added parcels were going from a higher density to a lower density, which made staff feel that they could be incorporated into this pretty easily. We did, since the last meeting, need to retract the original SEPA notice and then process a new SEPA checklist for this. We've also revised both ordinances related to it. There's 2 separate motions here for this project. One is for the rezone and one is for the comprehensive plan amendment. And then had a public comment period. We did notice neighbors around those 3 properties just to be sure that they were notified. We did have a clarifying one comment from a neighbor asking, why are we increasing the density? And we let them know that the density was being reduced and didn't appear to have any issues. So didn't receive a lot of public feedback related to it. So tonight, a public hearing is required, even though it was held at the Planning Commission level, just for the whole thing, I would say, and the 3 extra properties. So asking that council hold a public hearing tonight and then consider approving the proposal in front of you and adopting both motions as read. And there's also a second comprehensive plan amendment that we would request be approved at the same time as this. So if one of them isn't approved, we need them both to come back together. They're stuck to each other, but we can work through that if we run into it. So happy to answer any questions that you have before opening the public hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Mattson. I appreciate the clarification regarding, because one of the biggest complaints we do hear about is densifying, and to let people know this is actually doing the opposite here. So I appreciate that. Any questions or comments for Ms. Mattson?
I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
So will applicants be able to use this code if it changes and implement septic where feasible, or are we just going to put this in motion as in theory and not do it and have them wait for sewer?
Septic can be an option for the lots that are a half acre size. So the 2 units can yield it. Not every lot, and the intent was not to allow every lot to construct septic. So if you do meet the half acre, if you go 2 units per acre and you have a half acre lot and you meet the feasibility requirements for the health district and you meet the density range between 2 and 3 and don't go below 2, you can utilize septic, but it's, again, not for every situation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any, I will open the public hearing on this. Public hearing is open on this issue for the Emergency Comprehensive Plan Management Use Map Amendment. If anybody in the chamber would like to speak on this issue. Going once, going twice, 3 times, not seeing anybody coming forward. The public hearing is closed. Any other questions or comments from council? Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4827, adopting the 2018 Comprehensive Plan Amendment, Low Density Residential Riverview by reference and incorporating such into the City of Pasco Comprehensive Plan by addendum and further authorized publication by summary only.
I'll second that.
Motion on the floor by the Mayor Pro Tem to adopt ordinance number 4827, seconded by Councilmember Perales. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. I move to adopt ordinance number 4828, amending and repealing sections of Pasco Municipal Code in Title 17 Sign Code, Title 21 Urban Area Subdivision Regulations, and Title 25 Zoning related to changes made to the RS20 Suburban District and further amending the official zoning map classification of RS20 Suburban District and parcels 1184311055 and 1184611013 Zone R1 and parcels 1184611031 Zone RS12 to R15 Low Density Residential District and further authorized publication by summary only.
I'll second that.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Milne, seconded by Councilmember Perales to adopt ordinance number 4828. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Number 9, ordinance number 4829, Emergency Comprehensive Plan Amendment, School District Capital Facilities Plan Update. And we are right back to you, Ms. Mattson.
Thank you, Mayor. This item was workshopped with council in February, and there were not any issues with the agenda item, so I'll go very quick through this. Public hearing is not required for this item because it was held at the Planning Commission level, and the Planning Commission has recommended approval as proposed. This amendment is also referred to as an emergency amendment just because we do not accept formal amendments during the periodic update. So I would say this one's more of a routine item. The other one was not. The School District, Pasco School District Capital Facilities Plan, which is attached in your packet, is updated every 2 years, and it just fell within the periodic update cycle. The capital facilities plan is used as a basis for school impact fees, which are looked at each year, and it also does coincide with the school impact fee revisions that were made last year. So with that, staff's recommending approval of this and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Mattson. Any questions for Ms. Mattson or any other member of staff? Not seeing any. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4828, adopting the Pasco School District number 1, 2025 update to the capital facilities plan by reference and incorporating such of the City of Pasco comprehensive plan by addendum and further authorized publication by summary only.
I think 4829 there, yeah.
Is that what I said?
Number 1, yeah.
I said adopting the Pasco School District number 1, 2025.
Okay, well, I don't even have that on.
But should I? Adopting the Pasco School number.
Oh, it's different. I think you're online. It's different than what we are seeing here. Oh, it's just school district number 1,
Yeah.
Pasco School District number 001. Yeah, sorry, we don't have that on ours. Yeah, it's just, I guess, further details is all. So that
Okay.
sounds good. Thank you.
I think I was awesome. I was talking about the ordinance number. He said 4828, I believe, and it's 4829.
4829, whatever.
Okay.
Just for the record.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by the Mayor Pro Tem to adopt number 4829 for Pasco School District number 1. Very good.
Second that.
Seconded by Councilmember Perales. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you. No, and it's good, you guys. We want to be accurate and everything, so this good. We are going on to letter B, ordinance number 4830, special event code and downtown update. And Ms. Mattson, hat trick, 3 in a row.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I believe we have this actually set for a public hearing as well, so maybe something we could look at. I believe we noticed it as a public hearing for tonight. I'm just now noticing that bad timing to notice this. If not, we can schedule another public hearing and notice it.
I mean, I think it's a decision we need to make as a council, but that would be my preference. Whatever we can do to, the public, it's their city, not ours. So
Yeah.
that would be mine, but.
Okay, I guess what I was bringing it up because there was a public notice, so whether or not it made it to the agenda appropriately or whatnot. If there was anybody in the audience that came here to speak on it, I'm not sure if
We
we
would
could
want to
allow
allow that. That would be
Okay,
perfectly
yep.
appropriate.
And then
but-
we can talk with legal and see if we need to renotice it. The reason we need a public hearing for this is because it's a code amendment and it did bypass the planning commission process that was request from council last year. So we usually don't hold these at
Okay.
the public hearing. So, I apologize for the oversight there, but just on the outside chance anybody saw the public hearing notice and wanted to comment, we may want to open it up to them and then we can just hold another public.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council Workshop Meeting. The council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At workshop meetings, the council discusses issues, but no formal action is taken. Agenda packets are available on the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wad.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised on PSC-TV, channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Campos?
Here.
Carter?
Here.
Figueroa?
Present.
Hernandez?
Present.
Perales?
Here.
Milne?
Present.
Grimm?
Here. Thank you. With that, if everyone would stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we move on to number 4, we're going to accept a motion to amend the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to amend the agenda to allow a public comment period prior to board reports today.
I'll second that.
More specifically, Mr. Perales?
Yeah, we're going to limit it to the Tri-City Animal Services situation with Russ and Zan. We're going to limit it to 12 minutes.
12 minutes, so we will take,
Okay, so I'll second the amended motion.
Okay, discussion. And so this is just, I guess I will say, just to accommodate our audience. Typically, we only take public comment during workshops on the agenda items, and this is actually a new thing. When Councilmember Perales and I got on, they used to not do any public comments during a workshop at all, but just for the opportunity for open government, we amended all of this to allow public comment on at least the issues we're speaking about, and Mayor Pro Tem Milne went along with that too at that time to allow more opportunity for public comment, and this is further amending the agenda to accommodate those who are here to speak about that specific issue. So with that said, all in favor of amending the agenda say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. All right, the motion is approved. Let's open this up for public comment then. According to Mr. Perales' motion, there is time for 6 public comments of 2 minutes each. If you would just state your name and city or county of residence for the record, please. Oh, press the little button there, so the red line. There you go.
Dallas Barnes, Pasco, Washington. I was here last week and had to leave, but I did watch the council meeting. So I'm back again to talk about the Martin Luther King Center and public access to that center. I noticed that we still don't have public access to the center as member of the community and as members of the public, although phase 1 has been completed. My recent investigation into that, we won't have any public access to that community center for another 5 to 10 years. You can take a look at that, but in effect, that sort of negates the purpose of the remodel because you have leased it out to tenants for that long period of time. Now, if that was a mistake, okay, because mistake can be corrected. If that is a product of redlining and general intentions like it is in some other cities, then there have to be some opposition to that. And the other part of that is that I know that on the agenda that you're going to talk about $18 million worth of land purchase for the soccer field in Pasco. But no money has ever been allocated by the city for the finishing of the remodel of the Martin Luther King Center. You bought some property downtown Pasco. You are now considering 18 or whatever the millions of dollars for a golf facility. And those of us who are concerned about public access to the Martin Luther King Center still have to wait for grants and, good wishes and no redlining or whatever the cause for us not to have access to a center that we fought so hard to get. So I ask that the council consider that when they spend the $18 million to direct some of that money toward the finish of the Martin Luther King Center so the public can enjoy that facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Point of clarification, Mr. Drew, Councilmember Perales' motion was to keep the comments to the animal shelter. Can we do that, or is it open for other comments too?
You can limit the comments to the shelter as a topic.
Perfect, okay.
The spending of the money.
Oh, no, not this evening. Yeah.
Oh, I'm all right then.
You're totally good, Mr. Barnes. Always happy to have you here.
Thank you.
All right, good evening. Many of you know me to be verbose. I'll keep it down. My name's Rob DiPiazza. I'm actually a Kennewick resident, but a strong Pasco advocate. I've been a shelter volunteer for 2.5 years. I know Stan and I know Rusty very well. They are two of my favorites. We as volunteers do so many things other than just walking dogs. We advocate for them as we are doing tonight, but we also try to socialize and be part of their lives so that they gain trust and confidence with other people. They don't exhibit any issues with most of the volunteers or the staff. There was a mention that it is safer for them not to be at the shelter. They've been there for in excess of a year. We all know them. The safest place for them, honestly, is the shelter right now, even though they do have, on July 13th, they have a reservation in the Seattle area for a board and train, which is going to be magnificent. We've had several dogs recently that have been taken through S'mores Rescue who specialize in this type of situation, and all of them have done extremely well. Several of them have been placed with forever families. So we feel very confident that if you would just be flexible on the policy, you don't have to amend it or anything, but 2 weeks, we're asking for 2 weeks. We have fosters kind of lined up, but those are kind of an emergency situation. The best place for these two dogs is at the shelter with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DiPiazza.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Bolliard, and I am the founder of S'more Dogs Rescue, a foster-based rescue serving the Tri-Cities area and beyond. On June 14th, we confirmed July 13th as an intake date for Rusty and Stanley with a professional board and train facility in the Seattle area. We notified Monica and Ben, and on June 18th, we paid the required deposit to secure their placement. This was not simply an expression of interest. We evaluated these dogs, found qualified professional support, secured a confirmed training date, and committed rescue funds to their rehabilitation. Angela Passion stated, while we appreciate that S'more Dogs Rescue has expressed willingness to take the dogs on July 13th, TCAS cannot guarantee that placement will occur at that time. Respectfully, why are a confirmed reservation and paid deposit not a guarantee of placement? What more could a rescue responsibly do to demonstrate a firm commitment? Liability has also been mentioned. However, volunteers have waived liability and can continue to enter the shelter and care for these dogs. If that is acceptable now, it is difficult to understand why it cannot continue for the short time needed to reach their confirmed training date. The shelter is not currently full, according to multiple volunteers and video evidence, so space should not be the deciding factor at this time. We are asking for an exception to the current policy to give Rusty and Stanley the amount of time they need. We are also asking the city to change this policy going forward so that dogs with a confirmed rescue commitment and a documented placement plan are not euthanized simply because the placement cannot happen within the arbitrary deadline. In a world quick to judge, grace slows down to listen. It offers second chances, sees the good in hard places, and always leaves room for redemption. Grace makes room for everyone. Please make room for Rusty and Stanley.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon. My name's Christy Kessler. I've been before you guys quite a few times, including the Ridgeland Council and Kennewick too, whenever we have an issue with this shelter. I hope eventually we get to a point where we don't have to do this every council meeting, and we've actually made some strides forward. So here tonight, we're talking about Rusty and his buddy. You guys, we should not be having a 10-day, it shouldn't be an issue. This should not be an issue for these dogs. They've been there for a year, and the biggest thing is the liability, like she's talking about. You don't want them going into a foster home. I've been fostering since 2015. I've actually had over 5 dogs from Tri-City Animal Control, including I have 2 right now that were scheduled for euthanasia. One had a shepherd shutdown, what was misdiagnosed as a neurological issue. She is running and playing with dogs in my yard. It'll be 2 years in November. I've also got a little old lady who the shelter said they couldn't touch. No one could get near or anything. And she lives with, I'm not going to tell you how many other dogs I have because I don't foster, but a lot of other dogs. She's doing great, okay? So we need a solid plan moving forward for not just these dogs, but other dogs as well. And we've said we need an advocacy. And the biggest thing is the training. They're willing to do training. I've had 2 dogs, Prince in 2015, and then another dog that were literally going to be euthanized because of their issues. We paid for training, and they went on to be amazing dogs. This is where these dogs need to be, is a future. And there's no reason, if you have volunteers stepping up and saying, we're going to pay for food, we're going to do this, you guys, your liability is really minimized then at this point. And so we're asking you to make this change, make it for the future, and let's make this a shelter again, and let's not just make it a revolving door. You guys already tell people, hey, we can't take the dog, so space cannot be an issue. You tell them to figure out what to do with it or put the dog back. And if you want me to find those comments, when we call the shelter, I could find them for you. But we get it all the time. We're full, we can't take a dog. So if you're not full now, keep those dogs and tell everybody else now they gotta find a new place.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Not including Mr. Barnes, there's room for 3 more.
Good evening, folks. My name is William Lambert. I am the owner of Dancing Tree Rehabilitative Dog Training. I am trained on the psychology of dogs, and I did evaluate Russ and Stan, as well as Riggs, who we have rescued through S'more Dogs Rescue, and he is doing beautifully. Through training, I've seen countless dogs change their lives just by leaving the shelter within 5, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, a day, a week. We're asking for more time when we have security for these dogs. We have a place for them to go. I'm a mobile trainer, so I don't do board and train, but we got recommended with these folks. These folks are great. They have space for him, but all we need is time. Time is of the essence all the time. Like this, I have a minute left to speak on 2 dogs' lives who matter greatly to many of the people here, if not all. The volunteers, the staff, they all know these dogs. They have been placed in the shelter under behavioral restrictions through the evaluator who, in my opinion, the evaluations that they do cause dogs to be behavioral and act out. I do believe change needs to be made, and it needs to happen quickly because lives are on the line, and countless lives before that. Rest in peace to all the dogs that have been lost because of this situation. And hopefully we can get this changed. Hopefully it affects each and every one of you today as you hear all of us. You see the presence of us. You see the facts of Riggs is doing better, and many of the dogs that were rescued through S'more's Dog Rescue placed into beautiful areas and are doing well. I've been before you guys a couple times last year, but my heart goes out. This is a case that means a lot to me, and I know it means a lot to everyone behind me, and we're asking for just some time. Time is all we need. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you.
We'll take two more on this. Yeah, step right on up.
I wasn't going to speak, but
Just name and city of residence for
Jody Stark, West Richland. I wasn't going to speak, but I was here a couple years ago. There was a dog that was up 10 days for euthanasia, and we actually came in at the very last day. Samantha ended up going out to Maddox during this time and actually took a dog into foster, so there was a spot. So we were actually, Mikey's was able to pull him at that time. Great dog. I had him around my newborn grandson. That dog was not mean. He was not horrible. His life is saved. He has a wonderful home. He has foster siblings in and out of the house. He did not deserve to die. And if Samantha wouldn't have stepped up and took a dog to make a space within that 10-day time frame, he wouldn't be with us today. He wouldn't be the dog that he is today. So I really, really, really would hope and pray that there is some sort of policy change, that if you do have a commitment with the rescue, that 10 days is not a lot of time. How many of you can plan something spur of the moment in 10 days and make it work? All the pieces fall in. It's not that easy. And when you have a life at stake, it should be that if you have a commitment, that time is afforded these animals. It's not fair. They don't deserve to die just because they're kennel stressed. A year. How would you feel if you lived in a kennel for a year? They don't deserve this. They deserve the 13, 14 days to take this spot. It's paid for, it's guaranteed. And like Jessica said, how much more proof does a rescue have to give you? It's a life, and life matters. And they don't have a voice. They can't stand up here and beg for their life. So we need to do that for them.
Thank you. We'll take one more comment on this issue. Ms. Mahoney, you want to speak to the animal shelter? That's all this is for, Ms. Mahoney. I saw you came in late. Is just speaking about the animal shelter is what this allotted time is for.
Okay.
Step right on up.
Yeah, I can, whoever wanted to speak first.
This is our last comment on this issue. We had amended the agenda to allow for public comment.
You go. Okay. Sorry, Mary. I'll speak after her. Correct?
We already we'll be one over after that unless somebody else wants to amend the agenda again.
All right. Hi, my name is Kristen Engbrecht. I'm a Pasco resident. I'm not requesting anyone ignore legitimate safety concerns or the rules of the shelter, but I'm just asking for some flexibility since there are realistic opportunities for these dogs to be placed within a rescue and to get the help they need. Rescues that can take these dogs in and facilities that can help train these dogs usually don't have openings within the 10-day time frame of a non-standard adoption. That's something that needs to be changed. A more reasonable time frame should be allowed. I'm also concerned about the highly subjective apparent process of how dogs end up on the non-standard adoption list and how these dogs are able to avoid euthanasia. The language about how this process works deserves some clarification and much needed updating to reflect realistic timelines. Having an honest, transparent discussion about all of these concerns with matching follow-up actions will show us your priorities. This is another opportunity for the city to start to win back some public trust within the animal community after so many morally compromised individuals have broken it so many times. Thank you for your time and for the council members always advocating for these animals. I see you and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mahoney, if you want to come up and make your comments, and that'll be the last on this issue then.
I just heard this on the news tonight, so I did not prepare anything.
You're okay. Name and city for the record.
This is an amendment to what I stated April 20th, 2026. Regarding animal control, I asked for a repayment of the $545,000 donated by our local veteran, Mr. Ashby, in his will to be used for homeless dogs and cats. Instead, Animal Control Julie Chambers siphoned off $300,000 of that donation and bought a house, provided total repayment of that donation provide a total repayment of the rainy day fund paid by our tax dollars stolen or missing with animal control rehire Angela Zeiler. Animal control TCAS has no spay-neuter clinic. It would decrease the number of dogs and cats trafficked to WSU. See files. Provide the total tax dollars paid to animal control from WSU for our dogs and cats to be used for research at WSU, then they're killed. Provide the total tax dollars made by animal control TCAS with the usage pay system or pet owner fines, which requires a ransom to be paid to redeem your pet. Provide results for the 48 counts of animal cruelty at animal control. Provide truthful, not false euthanasia training certificates at animal control. See the Washington State Attorney General file on 9/29/23. And most important, provide Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr's notice to or from the Washington State Bar regarding Mr. Kerr's authorization of no due process at animal control. Whatever these dogs are tonight, were they ever issued a notice to be talked about in court, you're entitled to a notice and a hearing. The current manager, Ben Zegan, I have files on him and Angela Zeiler when I was able to obtain records. And none of the animals that were killed or sent to WSU were ever given a notice or a hearing. No due process. Look it up. It's never existed at animal control.
Thank you, Ms. Mahoney. Thank you, everyone, for participating. Number 4 is verbal reports from council members. Mr. Perales.
I'm just going to go ahead and I just want to address the comments real
Oh,
quick. And
that's fine. Go right ahead.
I honestly just want to ask City Manager Harold Stewart, is there a way that we can be flexible with this? I think standing room only, the community outcry, they have places to go. Russ and Stan do. We have volunteers saying they're willing to pay for the food. They've signed waivers for liability. Can we allow these dogs to be here for the next 2 weeks so that they can go get the help that they need?
It's a complicated issue, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Hey, you guys, we have to have order. We have to have order. We allowed you guys to speak. He has his turn also, please. No, please. We have to have order or we'll recess.
I would like the city attorney to address what the relationship is with the other cities with regards to this issue and what authorities the city council has as the city of Pasco.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So TCAS operates under an interlocal agreement between the City of Pasco, the City of Richland, and the City of Kennewick. Under that, you've created a management committee. That's your Animal Control Board. Under that agreement, the Animal Control Board has been empowered and is obligated to establish policies of which then have to be implemented by TCAS. Pasco, by being the operating jurisdiction, being the one city who is actually managing the shelter itself, has to implement those policies. It also has to enforce the rules and regulations and ordinances of each of the individual cities. That is what its duty is. No one city has the authority to overrule unilaterally the policies set forth by the management committee. What they can do is through its participation on that board is advocate for change. It also can individually set regulations and ordinances that have to then be enforced by the authority itself. So if you wanted to make a change, for example, to your dangerous dogs ordinance, that change, you are empowered to do that. I would also point out, particularly at a meeting like this is a special meeting under the Open Public Meetings Act. Because this particular item was not given the 24-hour notice, it is not eligible for any sort of final action here tonight. So even if you had the authority to be able to make a unilateral decision on a policy like the one that's being discussed here today, you wouldn't be able to take that action tonight.
No, I really appreciate that, the clarification, but I guess my issue with that is that even before I was on the council, many of these individuals in this room have came here countless times advocating for the change that you were talking about. And we've honestly seen not a lot of movement on it. You know, we had a meeting about the structure, and then that's when we found out it was the city managers that really oversaw the TCOS, but they have these designees. I'm not asking for this body to make a decision on behalf of TCOS. I'm looking at the city manager, one of them, again, we're the lead agency, to provide some grace here. I think he can, as a lead agency, we can direct Benzing into not euthanize these dogs within the next couple of days. And I honestly think it's gonna set the city back. I mean, I think I can see volunteers quitting because of this. I've seen the comments on social media. I don't understand it. These dogs have a place to go. And I understand the policy and the implementation of it. I enforce policies every single day in my professional life, but there is discretion. It's one of the best tools in my toolkit every day I go out to a job. There's discretion. So where is the discretion? And so that's why I'm asking the city manager to direct Benzing them some discretion here. These dogs that get walked by volunteers every single day, again, I get it. People have already said the evaluation seemed a little off kilter. One evaluator says these dogs can need help and they can get that and get better, and the other ones are, nope, we have to do this, we have to euthanize them. Again, I just don't see why we cannot be flexible and start the change tonight. If we're, like Mr. Drew said, if we want to start advocating, then let's really advocate for change. This has been going on for way too long. Before I was even on council, I've been paying attention to this issue. Let's start making it better. We've talked about redoing the ILA. Let's do it. Let's talk about an oversight board. This entity is one of the I think it's the only entity in Tri-Cities that doesn't have an oversight board. BFT does. There's always other oversight boards, but why doesn't Tri-City Animal Shelter have one? It makes no sense. Again, I think if we decide to go through with that policy, it's going to set the city back and it's going to give us a black eye. But I guess I'll leave it up to you, Mr. Stewart, as, again, we are the lead agency. We're the city leading this. I think if we go through with it, we're going to lose a lot of trust. This organization's going to be. I'll leave it at that because I don't want to derail. I don't want to derail the agenda tonight, but I mean that's really all I have to say. You know, it really pained me last week just seeing the emails and stuff. Like these dogs have somewhere to go. And that's what I just don't understand.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond further?
Please.
So today we were contacted by another rescue agency that is willing to take Stan tomorrow and also send it to the same training. So in accordance with policy, Stan will have a place to go tomorrow. I guess the concern that I have with, and I've read the social media comments as well, I'm a dog owner. I love animals. I don't want to be misconstrued as though I don't care about animals. On our TCAS website is available to the public, the files for both of these dogs. These dogs bite people.
You guys, you have to let him speak, you guys.
We have within our ordinances a dangerous dog ordinance. What is a dangerous dog? A dangerous dog is an animal that attacks people and other animals. At its most basic level. One of these dogs has bit 6 professionals who are trained to deal with animals every single day, once a month for 6 months.
Okay, well, hold on, you guys. It's not your turn.
So I understand and appreciate the passion of advocating for animals, but who's representing the staff and the people that are getting bitten? Not to count the near misses of dogs that have gone to attack that fortunately good volunteers have intervened and interceded and kept that from happening. There's also been several near misses. And these create damage to people. So that is why these policies are in place. So, and I think the animal that is the most dangerous is Rusty, based off of the facts and the materials that I've seen.
You guys, please.
So again, we're willing as staff to let Stan go to this rescue, that it will take him tomorrow. But I consider Rusty to be a danger to the public and to people that have custody of him.
Thank you. Anybody else on council have any comments? Mr. Milne?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I do agree with Councilman Perales. He said it very eloquently, better than I could have said it. But again, I just ask for compassion. Again, hopefully when I get off council, I will be able to chance to walk some dogs. At the time, my time is scarce, but I do agree, being in the family that we are, where we have rescues ourselves, that every little dog deserves a chance. And we've got dogs from the shelter, and they were just not the great dogs, and you bring them home and they're phenomenal dogs. So that's where my heart is. Again, I don't know Rusty personally, but I would ask that we give him a chance. So that's what my prayer is and I hope for.
Thank you. Councilmember Cotta.
Yeah, I understand why these ordinances are in place, and there needs to be a method of dealing with animals that are a danger to the public. Here, it just seems like it's a unique case. It's so unique, it may change our ordinances and the way that we structure things to be able to make sure something like this doesn't happen again. And so I wouldn't want this to be the example, tragically, of something that, would lead to policy that would change later on, having to deal with the negative consequence of the issue. So, yeah, I'm hoping there's something that can be done for both dogs.
Thank you. Mr. Campos.
Yeah, I think I have the same sentiment as everybody here tonight, and we could talk about our opinions and everything else. Bottom line is, what can we do? Is there anything? What other alternatives that we can do? What volunteers can do? Because obviously everyone believes that we're dealing with not just one life, we're dealing with two. And so our attorney already just said that even if our city manager wanted to do it, we're still dealing with a whole agency here. We're just one city out of all of them. And so his hands are somewhat even tied as well. And so what are some other alternatives? I'd rather always talk about solutions. What are some genuine alternatives that we can do tonight, whether it's us, volunteers, city, the whole committee? What are some solutions that we can figure out tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Figueroa.
It's unfortunate that, I look around the chamber and I see a packed chamber, and I would love to see every Monday to be looking like this. And it's unfortunate that events like this have to arise for the public to come in and share the input. One thing that I learned that my mom taught me was that there's two sides to every coin, and we got to be able to look at it on both lenses. I think that some of the emails that we got sent, I hear the arguments and proposals, and I think that kind of going back with my colleague, Councilmember Cotta, there comes something that changes the policies, right? If you look at the U.S. history, there's always a big event that changed how policies were interpreted. However, I also believe that there's procedures and policies for a reason, right? Or else we would just run amok. Every Monday would look different with no ideas. So everything should be done how the procedures are lined out. But there's also evidence that these dogs have also committed some danger to the volunteers. And to me, it's important to ensure that everybody is safe, right? Volunteers are giving their time. I've been a volunteer. They're giving whatever extra they have to ensure that, these dogs have companions, they're able to walk, all this extra stuff. So I want to make sure that we don't just focus on one side. I do believe, and I've read the comments and everything, that these dogs' lives matter, absolutely, but also the life of the volunteers and the carriers who are, providing those opportunities for them. So we have to make sure that we hold those things in tension and in balance. Two things can be true at the same time. It doesn't have to be either or, it can be both and so we have to look at it through that lens and ensure that let's look at what can be done within our codes, our policies, but also we are just one of those entities among the three that are kind of we partner with to carry this. So we don't want to overstep on their toes either. Again, we're just that one vote, just like all of us have one vote here on the council. No one person is greater than the other. We have to respect that too, right? I mean, if we want greater change, then perhaps we got to show up to those meetings if they have meetings and change those procedures there and then. This is just one leg, one part of that. But the public, thank you for coming out and expressing that, the emails, all that. I want to make sure that you understand that your voice is being heard, but also our city staff, they do phenomenal work, and a lot of times they get the bad end, the bad rep. Our city manager does a lot of great things, looking out for the best of the city, and all of us are doing great things here at the end because we want to see the city succeed in all elements. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez.
It is a complicated issue. However, maybe we can come to an agreement if there's, I don't know, if there's someone that can take the other dog. Is the rescue not able to take it now? Do they have to wait till the 13th? Or maybe the rescue can take it prior and the city can arrange with somebody that's willing to take it? The one that is actually doesn't have a home at the moment. I'm not sure if that's possible at all.
Mr. Mayor, the challenge here is that because these dogs have bite histories, they can't just be released to anybody. They have to be released to somebody that can take care of a dog with those type of behavioral issues, which is why we have this non-customary adoption process. And we give the notice. We've emailed all the rescues that we've worked with in the past and made contact with them on whether or not they're interested in taking these animals. You heard from one this evening, S'mores, and then we have the other one that responded today that's willing to take Stan. So it's not just a general public person that can come take these animals because it's not safe for them to take that animal. You even heard some of the volunteers speak tonight. The safest place is probably either in the shelter or with a rescue that's trained to handle these things. But again, I note, these dogs have bitten people who are trained to handle animals like this several times. And so that is the concern here, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, that's the challenge here.
I understand. And again, I understand all that, and it is difficult. The city is in a difficult position. We're not the only ones in this coalition. The staff, like I said, I read all those emails, but the staff is also doing a really great job in trying to solve the problem, and hopefully we can come to some sort of agreement if it's a possibility for the other dog. So that's, I guess, just
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Mr. Cotta.
Yeah, it sounds like the safest place is to remain at the kennel for these dogs, and there sounds like even there are volunteers here that will be willing to tend to the dogs, and maybe we could come up with a situation where if nobody wants to, if somebody has a fear of being bitten, then they don't need to be able to perform that responsibility. Hey guys, listen, I just want to say, like, Harold Stewart, he is an awesome city manager, and he is saying what he's saying because he is genuinely concerned that somebody could get hurt. And that's why he's saying what he's saying. We're just trying to work it out so we can, manage this in a way that it works out for everybody. But it is really important to keep people safe. And so that's where his heart is. That's where his mind is. That's what he's doing here. So please don't consider him a villain in this situation. He's a great city manager. Okay, so my prior question, is that something that we can reasonably do?
I guess I'll defer to the city attorney that, knowing the history of these animals, if there was a significant injury to anyone while they're within our custody, what our liability would be.
And I think that the best way to handle that, Mr. Mayor, is if somebody came forward, and a rescue was willing to take on that risk, that we would work with them to answer that exact same question, because there are liabilities involved. Even when somebody agrees and says they have assumed the risk, there are always certain liabilities that are involved. I much prefer be able to answer that question and when presented with that option. So if for example, if the manager Stewart comes to me, Mr. Kenny, tomorrow and says, hey, we've got somebody who is interested, what can we do? We'll be able to answer that question more fully for them.
Thank you. Mr. Perales?
Yeah, and I'll just end with, again, one of the emails that I got, was one of the options was to allow the dogs to stay. And so if Russ can stay in there for the next 2 weeks, and we have volunteers in the audience, other individuals who can come and tend to him, and it sounds like we have, food paid for, I don't see the issue. And I mean, I'm gonna be straight up. We're gonna start coming to these ACA meetings, we're gonna start demanding more change. You need to get with the other city managers. We need to start seeing movement on this stuff. I think this policy just needs to be looked at. We got a very good email from Ms. Moreno out in the audience, in regards to changing that policy. We need to start looking. We need to think outside the box here, or think with no box, because we can't, I love people coming to the council chambers, but we can't legislate crisis to crisis. And so again, one of the options on the email was allowing them to stay. I'll hope and pray for the next couple of days that we allow them to stay and nothing happens to them. Thank you.
Mr. Stewart?
Since coming here, it's obvious to me that the ACA board hasn't been as functional. I've been working with my fellow city managers to actually attend the meetings, which they have for the last couple. We have been having conversations. I think we recognize, as well as Ms. Bashan, who is new in her role as having responsibility over this, that there are definitely improvements to the policies and procedures. We're willing to commit publicly that we will work towards those things. I understand the frustration. You've been talking about these for years. I haven't been here as a city manager for years. But I have been a part of cities that have managed animal shelters. And I think there's a few things that we need to talk about here. And that is, what is the expectations of the cities involved as well as the public? There's a difference between a dog pound and a shelter. There's also a difference between animal control and the shelter or a dog pound. And I think we need to make sure we're all on the same page of what those are and setting what the expectations are that we're doing. Are we expecting this to operate as a shelter, or are we operating it as a dog pound for strays and surrenders and trying to reconnect animals with their owners? Or are we dealing with dangerous animals that aren't safe for the public? Those types of things, because there's different expectations when we come to those. And I've been a part of those conversations. I'm happy to have those conversations again. And the other city managers are willing to have those conversations. We've been having those conversations for the last couple months. In fact, we've been working on preparing a presentation to go to all the councils with regards to this here within the next month or so. So these are things that we're working on, and there are things that can be improved. The policy can be improved to be more clear, to set out more specifics on how these decisions get made and when. But at the end of the day, we still have to have a way to handle animals that are biting people and other animals, right? So I am committed to that going forward. And I think we have a solution for Stan. The organization that stepped forward to take Stan assessed both dogs, and apparently they must have had issues with Rusty because they weren't willing to take him.
Thank you, you guys. Thank you. So with that, I guess my comments are similar to Councilmember Cotta's. As far as, I don't think anybody up here is not an animal lover at some point. I think we could all offer anecdotal stories. I have a 100-pound German Shepherd at home with canine lupus who bleeds all over our house, who in part we've had to even replace the carpet once because of it. We love that animal, care for him, and just even in my past, I think I've
cried more over lost pets than I have even extended family members. So, no, seriously, but that's not what this conversation is about. I would think we all have compassion, care, and love for animals, but we do have to find that there is a balance somewhere that we do have to find. So I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I appreciate your advocacy. I appreciate your passion. Thank you for helping us keep the decorum here. And we're going to move on at this time.
Can I ask one important question?
We're going to move on.
Just a clarification on euthanasia time. So does that mean that the 10 days is up tomorrow? So we have all through tomorrow before euthanasia on Wednesday, if that's the decision?
I don't know the answer to that question.
That's really important.
So
I totally understand. Stand by.
So at this time, we do not have a euthanasia scheduled for either of these animals. As the process is outlined, we would refer to an external vet to review the case as well after the 10-day timeline is up.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move on. Number 4, verbal reports from council members.
I attended the...
Councilmember Hernandez.
Sorry.
Yeah. Why don't we
Yeah.
take Councilmember Campos's idea and we will take a 2-minute recess. We will be back at 7:48. Wish I felt better holding this phone. Kind of meetings I need to be at my best. Okay. Well, let's talk fireworks. Spot on. Figure out. All right, we will resume with number 4, verbal reports from council members. Mr. Hernandez, back to you, sir.
I attended the Juneteenth celebration. I paraded in it, is how you say paraded in it? Along with Councilman Campos. And it was a lot of fun. It was, well attended towards the end. It seemed like everybody gets there around noon. So it was great. It was bigger than last year, I think, also. So that was great. That there was a lot of people and it was bigger. And I heard your speech, Mayor. I was in the park, but I wasn't near where you were speaking, but I heard it. So it was great. It was a great time, and it was fun. So that was all.
Awesome, thank you. Councilmember Figueroa.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to attend the second watch party that has been put on by the city of Pasco. To the official fan zone that happened on Friday when the U.S. took over Australia. And it seemed like the timing and everything was just really good. A lot of families came out. Everybody was having a good time. There was chants going on. It was exactly what you expect it to be for a watch party. And so phenomenal to the staff who poured time and energy into making that happen. A lot of kids were kicking the ball around, and just precisely what this sport is all about, of bringing people together, community, and enjoying a good time. So that was a phenomenal thing to see on Friday.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Campos.
Yeah, on Tuesday I had the privilege to go to the Basic Law Enforcement Academy graduation. 33 officers graduated that day, 4 from Pasco. Happel was packed. There were so many people there. The pride. It was just a great event to see so many, all the agencies from around, and to just kind of see Pasco as a center of it all, with the academy and the training happening here. And so congratulations to our 4 officers that made it, and we look forward to them to being on there. Also on Wednesday, went to the SWAC meeting. We're still working on that comp plan to come through, and then also getting the waiver to also come as well. And then, I did the parade on Saturday. That was pretty cool. Passed out a whole bunch of candy. I didn't get to do that last parade, but was able to do that in this parade. And so it was a great turnout towards the end. Lots of people there, a lot of smiles, and everybody having fun. So it was great.
Awesome. Thank you. Anybody else? Not seeing any. We will move on to number 5, items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public may comment on each topic scheduled for discussion up to 2 minutes per person, with a total of 8 minutes per item. If opposing sides wish to speak, then both sides receive an equal amount of time to speak, or up to 4 minutes each side. First, we have letter A, citizen satisfaction survey results presentation, and this is Ms. McQuaid. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Laurel McQuaid, Communications Program Lead, and I'm here with Samantha McCants, Management Analyst. And then online, we also have Ryan Young and Ron Gailey from On Point Insights. As you may know, we recently closed our first annual Citizen Satisfaction Survey, and so today we're here to dive into the details. Please stop us at any time. We're going to pass it over to Ron and Ryan in a minute, and if you guys have any questions, it'll probably be easier to talk about your question on that slide, what he's going through as well. So with that, Samantha's going to share why we chose On Point Insights and how we created the survey.
Thank you, Laurel. On Point Insights is a decision-making research and strategy firm that helps cities better understand their residents and make confident choices about the future. Communities have turned to On Point to guide general plans, shape parks and recreation strategies, evaluate new proposals such as community centers and libraries, understand housing needs, and routinely measure resident satisfaction. Founded by Ron Gailey after years of leading research for the executives at major banks and Coca-Cola, On Point is known for clear, unbiased research design, expert data collection, and intuitive dashboards that help city leaders quickly see what matters most and where to focus next. So this survey was built for Pasco and shaped by Pasco. It was created to better understand the needs, priorities, and opportunities that make our community unique. While previous surveys provided valuable benchmark data, council and staff wanted more direct feedback on the issues that matter most to residents. The results was a customized survey designed to gather meaningful input that can help guide future planning, investments, and priorities. To maximize participation, the survey was bilingual, mobile-friendly, and easy to complete. This survey was truly a citywide effort. Staff from every department came together to help shape the survey, bringing perspectives from employees who serve and interact with residents every day. Their experience helped ensure the questions reflected the priorities, opportunities, and concerns they hear directly from the community. The committee worked to ensure the survey addressed the topics most important to residents: community priorities, public infrastructure, transportation concerns, park recreation and quality of life, and future growth and development. Before the survey was released, staff and city council before the survey was released, staff and city council members tested both the English and Spanish versions to ensure the experience was clear, accessible, and easy to complete while providing meaningful insight to help future decisions. When the survey was ready, we rolled out a targeted marketing plan. I'll pass it back to Laurel.
Thank you. I'm going to dive into the methods we use to advertise the survey so that you can understand who you're hearing from. We designed a targeted and timed campaign aimed at residents in Spanish and English. We used a variety of key messages that you can see up there. We're hungry for feedback, it's okay if it's spicy, or I think Pasco, and a range of graphic styles to appeal to a wide range of different demographics. The campaign launched with a press release that resulted in 5 earned media stories. And then we timed the rollout of the campaign in order to effectively measure our audience of each advertising vehicle using our free methods first. For example, if we had seen a huge jump in survey respondents while running a paid ad in the final weeks, we would know that our free methods and paid ads reached completely different audiences. When we exhausted our free methods, we hadn't quite reached our survey target, and we wanted to reach more of the Spanish-speaking residents. So we actually extended the survey for 3 additional weeks and then purchased a 3-week digital advertising campaign through Stevens Media Group for $1,000 for display ads targeting residents 18 and up in Spanish and in English. And then we also purchased a 2-week, 1/3 page ad in Spanish newspaper, La Voz, on May 14th, digital only, and May 21st, printed and digital for $12.60. We also boosted social ads for about $111 for an 8-day run. So how well did each of these methods work? In order to track our success and modify our strategies, we used a unique URL and QR code for each method of advertising. So Facebook had a different URL and code than our email did. These real-time analytics allowed us to understand what platforms worked best and when we'd exhausted our free methods. One way we measure advertising impact is through something called reach, which is basically how many people saw an ad. This number is often very large, but it doesn't convert directly to people taking the surveys themselves. So our most successful outreach method was our direct email, and I'm going to use that to explain how reach is broken down. We sent over 16,000 emails directly to verified residents in Pasco, and then out of that, about 11,000 people opened the email and saw our request, and then from there, 859 people clicked on the link to actually take the survey, and out of that, 570 people actually successfully finished the survey. So, how well did the other methods work? Our campaign resulted in a final survey count of 895 surveys taken, and after removing duplicates, non-residents, and invalid responses, we had a total of 831 valid completed surveys. On this slide, we've listed the methods that we used, the reach for each method, which you can see is a very large number, meaning we reached a really large audience, and then broke down the cost per survey if there was a cost associated with that method. So this level of detail is super important, not only to understand who you are hearing from in the survey, but it also really helps us when we're working on future communications plans, because this level of data isn't always available for every marketing outreach that we do. And so seeing this level of data is really awesome for us. So now I'm actually going to pass it over to Ryan online, and I think we might need some assistance with giving him access to share. Oh, perfect.
Thank you, Laura and Samantha. Can you see my screen with the dashboard?
Ryan, yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you.
Okay, and can you see the dashboard screen?
Yes.
Perfect. So Samantha and Laurel did an excellent job explaining the background on the survey, and I know we're under time constraints, so I won't spend too much time about our background, but just to highlight our demographics. It was a very important objective to reach the Hispanic population, and even though the number of surveys speaking in the Spanish language was not extremely high, we were able to reach 60%, or 60% of people surveyed were Hispanic, and I think that shows the level of effort that the city of Pasco made to reach all of your residents. And our demographics were relatively balanced and representative of the city of Pasco. We asked general measures of overall satisfaction with the city. The first one being how likely you are to refer a friend to Pasco, to live in Pasco. out of 0 to 10. And we group these, the 9 to 10s as strongly positive, the 7 and 8s as somewhat positive, 5 and 6 as somewhat negative, and 0 through 4 as strongly negative. And we arrive at what we call a refer a friend score by subtracting the negatives from the positive. And so the maximum you can get is 100% if everyone is a 7 or above, and the minimum you can get is a negative 100 if everyone is a 6 or below. And so 30 is a trending positive score and shows that many residents are quite satisfied with living in Pasco. Looking at change over the past 3 years, many people feel that Pasco has either improved or stayed the same, and a minority feel that things have gotten a bit worse. When we push the people that say they've stayed the same to pick one side or the other, many of them break towards right direction, and a smaller percentage will break towards wrong direction. Compared to other cities, most people feel you're about the same, but slightly more people feel that it's better than that it's worse, which is great to see. We asked or gave residents the opportunity to share comments about things they appreciate about Pasco. Many of these were generic appreciation about that they love the city. A lot of appreciation for police service and public safety, being a good, friendly community, parks, rivers, trails, nature, and many other things that people appreciate about Pasco. We also gave them the opportunity to share concerns and suggestions. There were concerns and discussions of suggestions they had for planning and zoning or traffic congestion, also requests for shopping and retail, and concerns about growth and loss of green space. As you have access to the dashboard, you can read through the individual comments and also get an idea of who is leaving these comments. Although they're all anonymous, you can know what district they're from and how old they are and things like that. Looking at benchmarks with other cities around the country, you can see that on Refer a Friend score and compared to others, you are slightly lower than the average. However, looking at improved over time, you're up a bit higher. And while there's clearly some room for growth, I think it shows an optimistic outlook in that the Refer a Friend score is very difficult to change, and it takes a longer period of time. But knowing that the efforts that you are making are being noticed by residents, and that they have seen improvements. Now, the core part of the survey focused on 50 different attributes broken up into 5 categories: facilities, recreation, development and growth, safety, security, leadership, and benefits to living in the city. And each resident saw the list in its category and chose the 2 that were most important to them. And in facilities and recreation, the largest number of residents selected city parks and open spaces as being most important, and expanding riverfront access. If they selected something as being important, they were also given the opportunity to rate it. So if they selected youth and adult sport leagues as one of their most important items, they would have the opportunity to rate if Pasco is doing a very good, okay, poor, or very poor job of providing that service or facilitating that aspect. This allows you to easily prioritize and not only look at maybe areas where people feel like not only areas where people are dissatisfied, but also knowing how important that is to how many residents. So we can see that city parks and open spaces and expanding riverfront access are very important. However, it might be more important to focus efforts on riverfront access because there's greater dissatisfaction in that area. This doesn't mean that we shouldn't look at the things that are less important, but just that it helps you set clear priorities based on the needs of the many. Looking at development and growth, we can see that street and roads are very important to people, and there is some room to improve, but also that reliable water and wastewater infrastructure is very, very important. And generally, people think that you're doing very well on those issues. And then looking down, you can also decide and discuss about priorities based on both satisfaction levels and importance levels. Things like retail and dining as a national brand, or local retail and dining, supporting those things as well as affordable housing options are important to people. In terms of safety and security, crime prevention initiatives and traffic calming safety options were the two most important to residents of Pasco. And people are generally satisfied, or at least think that we're doing okay or very good on crime prevention initiatives. Traffic calming and safety options show slightly greater dissatisfaction. There's a large amount of dissatisfaction with fireworks safety and enforcement among those who selected it as being important, although the importance is lower in relation to the other ones that I pointed out. Looking at topics of city leadership and governance, the most important thing to residents was avoiding unnecessary tax increases, and some people feel that that's not going well, and about a third feel that we're doing an okay job. Managing city growth is the next most important priority that residents have for Pasco city leadership, along with planning strategically for the future and ensuring fiscal responsibility. Being responsive to residents and economic resiliency and prioritizing important issues was of secondary importance. Looking at city benefits, having a good cost of living is very important to Pasco residents, as well as clean and high quality water and quality schools. Residents are very satisfied with water quality and also the quality of schools, and is a good place to raise children. Areas where they feel like there could be improvements is roads in good repair and good cost of living. Now, perhaps the most important page when thinking about all of these issues is this one, because after they selected 2 from each category, they were presented with the total list of 10, 2 from each of the 5 categories. And looking at that 10, we asked them to select the 4 that were most important. And this allows residents to provide their feedback and for you to see the priorities across these different categories. Avoiding unnecessary tax increases, maintaining a good cost of living, and crime prevention initiatives were the top 3 most important things for residents, followed by streets and roads and quality schools. This only shows the top 20, so there's 30 attributes below this that don't make the list. So really anything in the top 20 is a legitimate priority that the city can consider putting effort towards, and can also balance the importance rating by levels of satisfaction on that topic. Any questions up to this point?
Not seeing any, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you. So I think it's important and helpful that we had a question specifically about tax use satisfaction and support for potential tax increases, whereas avoiding unnecessary tax increases was highly important to people. I think an important word to remember here is unnecessary. And what was shown by the survey is that as we explain the challenges that Pasco faces with the cost of maintaining current city service levels, many residents are supportive of limited tax increases in order to maintain current taxes. If you combine the large tax, moderate tax increase, and small tax increase under the assumption that if someone would support a large tax increase, they would also support a small tax increase, then there is 57% of residents that would support a small tax increase, which would be an additional $2.50 per month per $100,000 of assessed property value, as outlined in the survey. In terms of tax use satisfaction, it was relatively split down the middle here, but slightly greater satisfaction than dissatisfaction, as we see 28% satisfied and 40% neutral. So I guess it's wrong to say it's an even split. It's less than a third of dissatisfaction and about over a third neutral and slightly above a third satisfied. We can also look at tax increase support by demographics, how long they've been in the city, by the area they live in, by age, and even by invitation type, where they came in from the city. Some demographic groups will be too small to create any large conclusion. Like it seems that there's a larger support coming from Instagram, but that has to be buffered by the fact that there were only 14 responses from Instagram. The survey also explored service priorities. If the city had to cut or reduce some city services, we asked residents what is most important to protect, and most residents feel that water, sewer irrigation, and public safety services are the most important to protect. Looking at project importance, Road 68 traffic mitigation was clearly the most important large-scale investment that they feel the city should focus on funding. We also invited residents to share their thoughts on requested restaurants and retail brands. Restaurants like In-N-Out Burger, Chili's, steakhouses, and Cheesecake Factory, among others, were mentioned. Looking at retail brands, the most commonly mentioned with 49% was Trader Joe's, followed by Target and Costco, and a long tail of many other retail brands. We asked about event importance, which can provide details about how many residents feel a certain event is highly important. The 4th of July fireworks and parade were important to many people, as well as Veterans Day ceremony and many other events. About a quarter felt that none of the city events were particularly important to them or their household. Finally, we explored how residents engage with the city. Many get information through the city website, Facebook, and doing city council meetings. This is helpful data for Laurel and Samantha and the communications department as they seek to connect with residents. Along with this, we looked at how many people had contacted with city staff and with which departments. 3/4 of the city that responded has had direct contact with staff members in various departments. And we allow them to rate the departments that they had contact with, as well as leaving specific comments. And the comments can be explored by selecting a department and viewing comments that were left for that department. Looking at the ratings were generally positive. Nothing stands out as highly negative. And the ones that are slightly more negative are extremely challenging departments like code enforcement and animal control that are often engaged in experiences that can be negative at times for residents. Overall, we asked for final comments as well, and people shared thoughts on taxes, traffic, government transparency, and much more. And all those comments can be accessed on the detailed page. Samantha shared these statistics before, and that's included in the dashboard. And we hope that the dashboard will help the city as it makes decisions and explores ways that it can prioritize.
Ryan, would you mind showing a filter for one like the top 20?
Yeah. So along every page, there are demographic filters, and you can search based on any of the demographic questions that people responded about. So, for example, if you wanted to explore the priorities of females with children, mothers, we could do that and see that good cost of living and quality schools goes up. And also great place to raise children bumps into the top 5. And so this is a good way to explore different things. You might also want to see the people that say the city's going in the wrong direction. What are their priorities? The sample will adjust and show you how many people are in that demographic category. And they are less satisfied with many things and focused on tax increases and crime prevention. You can also look at people that feel the city's going in the right direction and how that changes. Still have similar priorities and different levels of satisfaction. But we leave that with you to explore and to go through the data. And hopefully it helps you as you make difficult decisions and balance competing priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. This survey, the dashboard, is actually now on our website live. You're welcome to look at it. You don't need a login. Any resident or anyone following along online is also welcome to look through it. It's actually really fun, so definitely spend some time with that. But now I'm going to pass it over to City Manager Stewart for next steps.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I guess a few things here going forward. I encourage the council to go through and look at these. You can also, one of the filters is you can separate it by district. Those districts are in accordance with your districts that you represent, so you can go look at what the feedback is from your district specifically, if you would like. I would encourage you to do that. The other thing I would encourage you to do is to contemplate who you want Pasco to be attractive to for the next 10 to 20 years, right? Is that a family in their midlife with a couple of kids at home, or are you wanting to become more attractive to as a retirement community? And those kinds of things that you can go in and filter and then see how the priorities change through those filters. But think about who you want to be the majority of the community in the next 10 or 15 years, and then go look at those demographics and what are they showing as the priority going forward. I would like to schedule kind of a kickoff to the budget process here within the next couple of months. And one of the exercises I want to go through with you guys is to get your feedback of the survey. With a few questions, and I've asked some of the staff to begin preparing answers some of these same questions from their perspective as well. So as you look through the survey data, what is it you see that kind of surprises you that you didn't necessarily expect, right? Maybe there's things that you thought we were doing really well that we're not, or maybe there's things that you thought we weren't doing well that we are doing better according to the survey data, or maybe there's just something that you hadn't even thought of that surprised you that became out as a high priority or a low priority. So think about that. What I've asked staff to do is to look at these, answer those same questions that I asked you, and then what goals are they making for their department going forward, and how will that be built, that we're going to try to build into the budget as we're preparing the budget for the next 2 years, right? I want to hear council's priorities as well as you go through this exercise, so I can make sure that the council priorities and what you're seeing aligns with what we're directing staff to do and prepare through the budget going forward. So yeah, the dashboard is available. It's live, including all the filters, all the comments. It's all there, and it's raw format. And so feel free to look at that. I hope this is a powerful tool for us going forward as we talk through priorities and those kinds of things. Just for example, we'll talk about fireworks here a little bit later, but I was going through and looking at some of the data here the last couple of days, and the older you are and the longer you've been in the city of Pasco, the more the fireworks is an issue, right? The younger you become, or the shorter the time period you've here, fireworks as a dissatisfaction really kind of drops off the top of the list. So there's some interesting nuances that you can look at through here. And I encourage you to do that. It's only as valuable of a tool as we use it, and really looking forward to help this, help the council, the staff, and the citizens really create some synergy and really moving in the same direction on a bunch of these issues. So with that, take some time to play with it and to look at it. If you have questions, staff and I are happy to help you navigate it until you get comfortable with it. But also prepare for those future conversations that we're going to be having in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Perales.
Yeah, I was going to ask, how much was this?
I think it was about $30,000 that we paid for. So it was the expertise of conducting the survey as well as providing the dashboard format that's available to the public.
Yeah, I was going to say that's $30,000 worth spent, in my opinion. That's probably one of the best surveys I've seen us conduct, and I have probably the last 6 that we've done here in the city. National Community Survey is a little different, but the analytics, the stuff, you can break it down, you get more granular. That was pretty cool. I don't know other cities around here do that. I haven't seen it, but yeah, I wish I knew it was live. I would have looked at it before I came to council, because yeah, a lot of interesting nuggets in there, a lot of things that I assumed were confirmed, a lot of things that I assumed wrong. So yeah, very interesting presentation and a lot of good things to think about. Thank you.
Mr. Stewart?
One item that I forgot as well, built in with the dashboard is an internal AI that you can go in and put questions, and it will comb through all the data for you and give you general findings from it as well. So it's pretty simple, pretty easy to use, and that's done intentionally, and we hope people use it.
Perfect. Anybody have anything else? Not seeing any. Thank you, ladies.
This is an item for a chance for public comment. Would anybody like to speak on this issue for or against? On the customer satisfaction survey, going once, going twice, not seeing any. Thank you. We're going to move on to letter B, essential public facilities, secure community transition facilities, and less restrictive alternative housing code update. And not seeing Mr. Mattson, is this Mr. Raymond or Mr. Drew? Good evening again, sir.
Good evening, council. Give me just a moment here. I'm glad to be here, so now you know that there is a body attached to the head that you see on these Mondays, but that means I've got to make sure I've got all the technology right. And so I think I am ready to go. And this is going to be your second touch of this ordinance. If you recall, back on July 1st, you all had a public hearing where we were able to show for the first time and get your feedback and get the feedback from the public. This will also be an opportunity to get feedback from this body, as well as to get more public comment. I want to start off by saying that to commend you all for all your thoughtful comments. We've been working very hard over the last 2 weeks to try to kind of deal with each one of the concerns or ideas you brought up. I can tell you that some of the things that I have now seen and kind of worked with around the state, that the city is taking and is considering things that a lot of other places are not doing. And so I want to tell you that, because a lot of these things that we're doing here are going to be mix and matches and less legal issues and more policy decisions. And so with that kind of going into it, I want to start off first by going through some of the comments that Councilmember Perales had put into place, which, if you may recall, was about the different buffer levels. So when you first saw this ordinance, we had proposed, or staff had proposed, a 700-foot buffer from all risk potential activities and risk potential facilities. Councilmember Perales had asked, well, what if we put it up to 1,000 feet? So what we did go back through is say, okay, what does this look like at 800 feet, 900 feet, and 1,000 feet? And in your packets, I don't think this is, it came in late. Give us one moment. There we go. This is from last time. Well, while we figure that out, it was put in our. Are you looking for the buffers, the maps? Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah. There you go. Okay, perfect. Okay. Making sure I know where we're at. So this was the map that we presented to you last June. So 2 weeks ago. So this is the map with 700-foot buffers. This is the map with 800-foot buffers. This is the map with 900-foot buffers. And this is the map with 1,000-foot buffers. And I will be honest with you, when I first looked at these maps, I didn't see not necessarily a major difference between them. The way I've been looking at it is the two circles up here, the two facilities up here. If we go back down on the filters, you can see that when we first present this, that there is a gap between these two. And so you can see, as we go up to 1,000 feet, that there is, that they do connect. That means two things. One, from a legal perspective, what that tells me is that the city could go up to 1,000 feet, and this would be in compliance with state law. The reason for that is for all of the areas which are not being touched by the blue, where these facilities could be sited. Again, we have to allow these facilities in somewhere in the city. This is not something that is up to the discretion of this council. It is mandated by state law. And so we have to figure out where these can go and balancing that with public safety. So that is what these look like at 1,000 feet. Another question was asked, and I believe it was Councilmember Campos, was, well, why can't we do what West Richland did? West Richland, you may recall, had actually limited secure community transition facilities and least restrictive alternatives to their industrial zones. We had a really good conversation with the folks over at West Richland. They showed us their codes. They showed us the Commerce feedback. They actually didn't get any feedback from Commerce. And so all they've done is that they have said these facilities have to go in the light industrial zones. That's it. They haven't added these buffers. They haven't done any of that. What staff did then is says, okay, what if we were to put these in the industrial zones of the city and that alone? This is what it looks like. I recognize, and I think we all on the staff recognize this might be a little bit hard to see. So I'll kind of explain this. So all the gray areas are your industrial zones. So everything here, 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 and here is currently zoned industrial, whether that's light industrial, medium industrial, or heavy industrial. Right now, this is showing a 600-foot buffer from all of the risk potential activities and facilities. But I would also make a point that everything here in the lighter color is not areas where these facilities could be zoned if you were to restrict them into the industrial zone. So even though they're not being touched by the blue, they would also be essentially areas where you could not have these facilities sited. The next one is, well, what if we push it out to 1,000 feet? If you look at it on the 1,000 feet, basically what we have done is started to push the buffers into the industrial zones. I had a really good conversation this morning with Mr. Raymond, because I admittedly don't know this area very well, and my primary concern as your attorney is, again, ensuring that, in theory, one of these facilities can be sited, and can they be sited in this industrial zone based off of this map. Based on my preliminary conclusion, and please understand that we're going to continuously look at it, I also feel like this would be compliant with state law. Based off of both what's occurred with West Richland, knowing that state law has these allows for development regulations, and they have the floor, and what appears to be areas of the city that are still open to these facilities. And so one of the policy questions that you all have to answer, and what staff is looking for, and especially on the buffers and the industrial zone, is whether or not that is where you want to go. And again, you don't necessarily have to choose 1,000-foot buffer industrial. You can go 900, 800. It's a policy choice, recognizing that when you fiddle with those numbers, there will come a period of time where they may need to be, for a future council, where they may have to be adjusted, because if we restrict it too much today, even though it works for this map today, it may not work for a map in 50 years. Just something to consider. The next piece, and I believe Councilmember Figueroa, you had asked, was adding public transit stops. Under this, school stops are on here. What is not on here are the public transit stops, and that comes down to a policy question too. It is my opinion that if you wanted to add risk potential activities or facilities, you can do that. But again, and the way I've been thinking of it is it's like a math equation. You're thinking about the nominators and denominators on a fraction. When you change a buffer, I've been thinking of it as the numerator. It's a number you get to play with, to see how these things change and how much restriction you can create. But when you start doing restrictions in zoning, when you're starting to add facilities, you're changing the denominator. And so I, at this moment, cannot guarantee you that if we were adding public transit facilities based off of, for example, this map, that this map would still make it work. I also under state law will know that individuals who are being released to a least restrictive alternative, one of the things that a court who has to decide, well, can this person be released and where can that person be released to, is their proximity to the ability to get treatment. That includes transportation to get court order treatment, as well as connection with or how close emergency services are. Are they in an area where 911 calls take 10 minutes versus 2 minutes? And so we can play with that if that's really what council wants to explore. But for now, and in terms of what we presented with you today, we don't have a map that shows specifically the public transit points. The next point I want to talk about is extra security measures. Councilmember Cotta, we had a good conversation about this. I would note, if you look under the current EPF ordinance that is in your packets, there is at the very end a component called additional security measures that essentially says the hearing examiner could order additional security measures to protect as they determined is necessary to protect the community. That was the exact same language that we presented to you 2 weeks ago. We made a decision to not include that or going beyond that for a couple of reasons. One, state law already has certain security and monitoring requirements for these facilities. For example, they have to have commercial grade security systems that have backup generators or systems. They have to have monitoring. The staffing has to meet certain levels of training, has to have certain certifications. And so then the question that becomes for these things is, how much does the city want to be the enforcement of these mechanisms or of these issues versus having the state do it? And fundamentally, that will again come down to a policy decision. If we want to write something in the code, for example, that we want to have a certain type of security system, a certain commercial grade security system, understand that there will be somebody on the staff, whether it be on the permitting side or on the code enforcement side, who's going to have to go and check that. And so that's going to be another kind of set of policy decisions that the council is going to have to take. But part of the reason why we like why I recommended the language we have now is that it gives flexibility to the staff and to the hearing examiner to go, there is, because of the population or because of what we're dealing with, we need to have more than what is put out here. We need to have more security measures. Here are the things I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to make sure that you have, a fence that is 100 feet tall, whatever that may be. And then finally, we did add, and I believe Deputy Mayor Milne, we had this conversation. We had added a provision about requiring a community safety plan that would be proposed by the applicant, would be part of the conversation, would include both the fire chief and the chief of police. We would want to make sure our subject matter experts on community safety were in the room, and that the hearing examiner would have to approve whatever plan. And when I say community safety, we're talking about having a safety plan for emergencies that happen at the facility. What if happens if someone leaves the facility who's not authorized? Everything that we think about as the nightmare scenarios whenever we have a facility here, and that the applicant is going to have to propose a plan. So that is where we're at now with this ordinance. We currently have this scheduled, I believe, for July 6th. I think for formal adoption right now. That's not, obviously, if council wants to continue this conversation, we can push that date out. The one other thing to consider when doing that is that we're still operating under the moratorium that you passed earlier this year. We have a tight window of getting a set of development regulations in before that moratorium expires. We can extend the moratorium. That's just an extra step to the process. So if council is determined on getting this done before the moratorium has expired, it's going to be important to then try to continue to kind of push this information this work as fast as we can. And with that, I'll stop talking, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Palm. Any questions for our city attorney, Mr. Perales?
I'll go and start up. Yeah, I appreciate your comments and the presentation. I would be in favor of doing that industrial 1,000-foot buffer and just citing them in that zone. You talked to the extra security measures. I think that's what you talked about is appropriate. Leave that up to the hearings examiner. I think other than that, I think for me, we have a clear path to an ordinance that has some teeth on it, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Campos.
Yeah, no, I think what we got right now is pretty good. My only question is, do we have anything about some outreach, making some modifications before they make that final adoption hearing? Maybe some things like that, but like a GIS impact analysis and provide this map and really just get that outreach going. And is that part of the process? Are we going to make that part of the process?
I'm looking towards the city manager. I believe we also have to have the planning commission also review this as well, but I defer to Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we can include any of those aspects that you would like in there. Although that being said, we held 4 input sessions with very little participation. So, but if the council would like, staff is more than happy to do that. We can definitely push this out on our social media and our website and those kinds of things. But we can move forward with whatever process the council deems necessary.
No, I appreciate that, and I do like the fact that, you know, the hearing examiner can add some of the safety stuff. I would kind of be interested in giving the hearing examiner some of our ideas of maybe some of the stuff that we would like to see. That way he has a kind of a toolbox of some things that he could pull in or she could pull in from adding to that. But other than that, yeah, I agree with Perez that the industrial 1,000-foot buffer is good for me.
Thank you, Mr. Cotter.
Yeah, sounds like the industrial 1,000-foot buffer, that's kind of slam dunk. It sounds like that's going to be pretty workable. Less so being near transit stations. I understand the logic there. Added security measures, looks like we can do that, but it's going to be the city that enforces that. And the last thing, you were talking about working with law enforcement, and is that regard to making a plan on what the consequences are if somebody breaks these laws or ordinances?
That is correct. So it would be a condition of being able to even build this thing, that they have a plan in place, and there should be consequences involved if the plan is not followed.
Okay, and so we would want to make those some pretty steep consequences.
Right. And I think that can be handled on a plan by plan basis, because essentially they would be agreements between the permit applicant and the city, and that would be the enforcement mechanism against anybody who wasn't following what the plan is.
Now, what about if somebody's following all of these ordinances and procedures that we create, and then something tragic does happen? Is the owner of the home responsible for it? Is there any liability on the person establishing the LRA housing?
I can better answer the question of how much liability the city falls with that. I only say that, and I apologize for the punt. It depends, which is such a lawyerly response, and I do apologize for that. I believe there would be some liability involved. I would also point out that if something was to happen and all of the regulations provide and all the code was provide, the city has some fairly strong defenses against any sort of liability that somebody would try to say, oh, well, city, this wouldn't have happened if this wasn't here. There's some pretty strong defenses to protect the city from that situation.
I think we'd want to be vocal about those consequences. Anything that we could do to hold someone bringing in those houses liable, we'd want to let them know we absolutely plan on holding you liable if something goes wrong.
Okay.
Before going to you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Stewart, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on the question with regards to penalties, and I guess this is something we need to talk about with the city attorney, but I don't really want to be in the position of negotiating penalties. I think it would need to be tied to measurable elements that the council would have to probably approve a fee schedule or something for. So if one of these individuals was to get out and it took us 3 hours to relocate or to find the individual and locate them back, and we use so many officers and patrol cars, there'd be fees established per hour, per officer, per vehicle, versus coming in and negotiating with one, they get out, we're going to charge you $1,000, the next one negotiates $500. I don't know that that's real enforceable, but I think if we tie it to a fee schedule and resources used, that would be more defensible, but again, something we would need to talk about with the attorney's office.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, yeah. Again, appreciate the presentation. I'm also for the industrial with the 1,000-foot buffer, just so for clarification where I stand as well. And yeah, I'm all for pushing it forward. So I know you said we had a tight window to get this done. So I know I'll be running the meeting, I think, on July 6th.
6th, yeah, we actually will probably be back by then.
Oh, okay. So I'm saying I'm willing to, if you want to put this on the agenda or whatever, but I think we can move forward on this.
Thank you. I'll just add a comment or two here real quick. It's really important for the public to know, Mr. Paulum kind of brought this out in the beginning, that this is the city trying to oppose at every possible level the state legislature with the signature of the governor putting sexual violent predators into our community by the Growth Management Act and the Department of Corrections. We do not want them here whatsoever. We don't want them in our neighborhoods. We don't want them near our schools. Again, you think about that phrase, SVP. It's not senior vice president. This is sexually violent predators. Think about each one of those three words. Sexual, obviously they've committed some kind of sex crime. And it's violence. They've done it with violence. And these are predators. They are preying. They're predatory creatures preying on vulnerable people. We do not want them there, here. But the state legislature, with the signature of the governor, is forcing them on our community. And this is our effort to make it as painstakingly as possible for them to be cited here. But as our city attorney said, we can't completely stop it because there's a state constitution, we have a charter, and really everything we do is on loan, so to speak, from the state government, and we have to abide by the parameters that they set for us, and this is one of those very frustrating situations. So I want the public to know we are doing everything we can to not only keep them out of Pasco, but to make it as difficult as possible for them to come for the safety of our community and especially the most vulnerable. Thank you. With that, Mr. Palm, I think you're off the hook. We are going to open it up to the chamber, though. Community, this is your chance to speak on this issue. Couple minutes or a couple comments for and a couple comments against, or we could do 4 in favor. Step right on up, please. Great to have one of our Kennewick City Council members come on over.
Thank you.
Oh, press the button down there. Bring the red light on. There you are, sir.
Thank you for the record. My name is Brad Clippert. I reside in the city of Kennewick. My proviso statement is that I come here tonight before you speaking for myself only. I represent no one else, and have not been asked to represent anyone else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your comments. You and I are so close, and I'll tell you where we missed just a little bit. So in my 14 years in the legislature, one thing I learned is there's 3 levels. Those who are most likely to reoffend, those who are less likely to reoffend, and those who are least likely to reoffend. There is not a category for those who are never likely to reoffend. And I keep hearing in briefings, well, we can't do this, we can't do that. I remind everyone here tonight that both the Washington State Constitution and the U.S. Constitution say that the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land. So if the governor and the majority party in the state legislature says you must do something, but it is unconstitutional, I think it is not only our right, but our duty to stand up against anything that is unconstitutional. Say, for instance, a football coach who was told you cannot pray after a football game in the middle of the football field. Well, he was willing to challenge that all the way to the Supreme Court, and guess what? He can pray after a football game in the middle of a football field because he was willing to challenge it by the Constitution. I, for one, am willing to challenge it all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court for the interest of, number one, priority of keeping our citizens safe in the Tri-Cities. The citizens of Kennewick, the Kennewick City Council, have taken a strong stand on this issue. I hope we can partner together to protect the citizens of the Tri-Cities and to not be afraid to challenge unconstitutional garbage that comes this direction from Olympia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clippert. Anybody else want to speak on this issue? Thank you. Just your name and city or county of residence, please, for the record.
Jeanette Romero, I'm from Kennewick, president of Save Our Children Tri-City. So there's so much to cover on this topic and so much misinformation that's going around. So one of the things that I want to touch on is it is very important for the city to distinguish between an SCTF and an LRA. So SCTFs are operated facilities with significantly more security and oversight than LRA homes. They are, in a sense, mini jails and are very unlikely to ever come into our community because of the cost to the state. They also already have citing and notification requirements imposed by the state. It is the community-based LRAs that need to be focused on, as they are not secure, they have no justification, and no formal citing requirements. So the state actually tried for about 5 years to implement a third SCTF in Snohomish, and they had a $6 million budget solely for planning with zero success. They just put that project on hold this month. So they are very different models, and they should not be viewed the same way To answer your question on liability, the owners do not hold liability, DOC does not hold liability, and neither does DSHS. We asked that question at Town Hall, and we could not get a clear answer. After researching, we saw that the AG, they do an NDA and they pay for the damages. So our children are taking on the risk. Our families are taking on the risk. Through public records, we have reviewed thousands of pages of documents related to these placements. We just learned that we were going to get 3 of the highest level SV police placed in our Kennewick neighborhood. We were this close, like overnight, for them to get approved, and we didn't get any notice. We still thought we had time till August to continue fighting this. So it's very important, again, to distinguish the two differences. LRAs need to be focused on, and those have no requirements. DOC comes out, does a citing requirement, and then tells the judge, dependent on the person that they're sending there, what they require. Other than that, there are no security measures, no security cameras. None of that is required. So I just want you guys to know that there are 0 requirements. The only requirements is what the DOC correction officer puts in his report for the judge to know. So it's really up to the DOC guy who comes out. So thank you. Sorry.
No, really appreciate your comments and all your important work on this issue.
And
thank you. We gotta, I have to be
Yeah,
fair.
Gabby has my contact information.
Perfect.
You guys.
Thank you so much. No, really appreciate your advocacy on this. We still have opportunity for 2 people to comment that would be for these, I guess. I can't imagine so, but I have to open it up if anybody would want to speak in favor of these coming to the community or speak to them in some kind of positive sense. Not seeing any, we will take 2 more comments if anybody wants to speak out against them before moving on. Does anybody want to speak out against? Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Rick Weiss. I'm a Pasco resident, and I'd just like to express my concern that I do not want these facilities here. But if they must, the industrial area is about the best.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Appreciate that. Anybody else? Room for one more comment on this? Going once, going twice, not seeing any more. So, Mr. Stewart, do you have enough direction from us for any follow-up questions or?
I believe so. I think council is supportive of the 1,000-foot buffer and the industrial zone combination going forward, and then also requiring the community plan that was recommended. Did I miss anything from that?
Anybody have anything else to add?
I just have one more comment.
Yeah, of course, Mr. Figueroa.
To be intentional in the geography of if and when they have to be put in place. I do want to advocate. I wouldn't want to see them anywhere in the region of East Pasco. I know there's like a light industrial zone there, but also just talking about being a person who was raised in that section of town. A lot of the folks don't even show up here because they've been forgotten for so long that they feel like they don't have a voice. And for us to kind of be okay with, oh yeah, that's an industrial zone, they should go there. I don't think that's fine, and so I want to make sure that I put on the record that I want to advocate for the residents of that side of the city, that they're also seeing and they're important, and those kids are also important. And so if we are going to be okay with the industrial part, be more geography region, it'd be on the northern part of the highway of that 395 industrial part, because we have to make sure that we're looking out for all of our residents.
Thank you. Is that something, Mr. Palm, we are able to distinguish in the code?
I need to talk to staff on that one, Mr. Mayor, and I will provide an answer back to council.
Yeah, and I appreciate Mr. Figueroa's comments, because I think that's the intention of council, is not so much East Pasco, but to put them where there are no other homes in the industrial area. So I think he has done a good job of really capturing what our hope would be. Mr. Cotta.
And are there added security members we can place on this agenda item? Or at least the flexibility to add those?
Yes, and maybe this will also kind of go to Councilmember Campbell's points. If this council is interested in saying we want the hearing examiner to consider these things as security measures, it needs to be codified, because the hearing examiner can only consider what the code says. And so if you want us to add more detail and add certain security measures, it would be on us to then put that into the draft itself.
What would be the best method of determining what some really good security measures would be?
Well,
that we can do?
Well, and again, part of your issue is some of this is going to be site specific. A 100-foot fence on one site will make more sense than no fence, but in another completely site, it might be the exact opposite. You know, I can go off of what the state has on the SCTF side, and to that point, one of the things that we desperately try to do with this ordinance is acknowledging that SCTFs are much more regulated than community-based LRAs, is to force the community-based LRAs to have SCTF level in terms of security, monitoring, and escorting. Because we recognizing that they're treated differently, we want to treat them the same and say you will have to adhere to all of these things. You know, we can use what the state has as the guiding post as a starting point, but you know, and this is part of the reason why, you know, we have recommended the additional measures being more vague, is permitting the hearing examiner in the moment and the staff in the moment to go on this subject, on this application, these specific security measures are going to make sense because of ABC. So you're not necessarily having to treat everything the same. You have some level of flexibility, but there's certain things that feel like we want to make sure that regardless of this happens, that we have that this is added, and if that means a 100-foot fence, you know, we can certainly, you know, include that into the next draft.
Okay. And then, is there anything we have to do to prepare an ordinance for those that would violate the criterion?
In terms of,
we're talking about working with law enforcement to make concrete laws that, you know, penalties.
And again, that, you know, I'll work with Mr. Stewart on this. You know, if it could be a fee schedule, so it could be a resolution, it could be codified, so it could be put in an ordinance. I think we can go back with staff and figure out what's going to make the most sense based off of the structure, you know, your enforcement mechanism you already have on the books.
Great. I just want to make sure there are proposals for these components. It's not just a 1,000-foot industrial area. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to you, Mr. Hernandez, I just want to clarify one more comment from Mr. Figueroa. You said the 395. Did you mean north of the 182 is really what? Yeah, Mr. Baum, if you'd make a note of that. Yeah, what we're really meaning is north of the 182. And ideally, that would be east of the 395. Right. East of the 395, north of the 182 is, yeah, just to clarify his comments there. Okay. Yep, no, you're totally good. Thank you. Mr. Hernandez.
So we're going on this industrial 1,000 feet. However, like the former speakers, the lady that spoke, the state is not going to have the money to be building these things as industrial homes. So if there's no homes in the industrial area, and if it's state mandated, won't they say you need to put them somewhere else?
Well, first they have to have either they or a provider has to have an application and have a desire to build one of these things. Mm-hmm. And so, like, the state cannot come in and say, see this parcel over here? You're going to put a home that will one day be used as an LRA or an SCTF. They have to go through their own set of permitting processes. They have notice requirements and whatnot for when they do an SCTF, whether they run it themselves or they contract it out. And then a community-based LRA is going to be treated like every other permit applicant. Sure, you can, you know, the zone will allow this specific use, but you're going to have to follow, you know, you have to give us the right permit application. This, if you may recall, this process is not done as an administrative permit use, it's a conditional use. So that means you're going to have to go through a public hearing. That involves public notice. That involves allowing the community to comment. That also includes, because that's included in your code, informing everybody within, I think it's like 500 feet, hey, this project is going up, we're having a public hearing on this, you have a voice in this process. So in order for these things, you know, all the city is doing here is saying, all right, if you want to do these things, here are all the requirements you have to do, that you have to follow to permit this facility, and then here are the rules about maintaining this facility. That's your community safety plan, that's your enforcement mechanism, your code enforcement. But there's no mechanism for the state or for somebody that just simply say, well, you have to mandate that this goes here. We're going to make you put it here. Does that answer your question, council member?
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Cotta.
Just thank you. Thanks for answering our questions and working hard on this.
Perfect. Okay. You good, Mr. Stewart? Cool. Not seeing anything else, we will move on. Letter C, process water reuse facility, customer rates annual review. And Director Sarah, good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Well, the presentation is being pulled up. Thank you. As you remember, we have discussed the status of our PWRF rate in April, late April of this year, and this is a follow-up to that discussion. Many of the first slides in this slide deck will be familiar, so I will move quickly because it's late at night. Okay, so as you know, rate setting for the expanded facility took place in late 2024 and became effective in early 2025. The $27 million of needed revenue estimated was a significant increase from prior operation cost, and you're seeing the range of costs that different customers pay. We are currently operating at a deficit in this facility, and as you know, this is a utility like all of our other water and sewer utilities, where they're governed under an enterprise fund, which means that they're self-sustaining. And we evaluate rates and set rates on a regular basis. In the case of PWRF, per code, we're required to look at the rate annually. So to that purpose, at the beginning of this year, we created a stakeholder work group with our customers, which are industrial processors that discharge their wastewater to our system. And in those meetings, we've discussed potential rate setting scenarios, the financial projections for the utility, operational improvements, and maybe some cost drivers that could help us curb the spending in that facility. And of course, the major tension identified was the difference between being sustainable for the utility and sustainable for those paying those rates. So the stated position of our stakeholders, specifically our customer ratepayers, was that rates should not increase. Actually, there was an expectation that rates could be decreased, that any dollars available from the federal tax credit that was received by the city by the implementation of RNG generation technologies would be applied to alleviate pressure on those rates, that there would be changes to the contractual arrangements that exist between the city and the third party that provides treatment. And so we have continued working, trying to identify a path forward for both rate setting and potential improvement to either the contract or the cost drivers, as I mentioned, the expenditure, try to find efficiencies to where the cost decreases. But these are two tracks, right? We're doing both things, talking about rates and also talking about operational improvements. So as I mentioned, and out of these tables, really, it does not look like it printed in this format adequately. It's okay. The key point in this slide is really to identify 2025 ended at a deficit, and 2026 is projected to have a deficit that is a little bit higher than the prior year. So this is the most important part of our discussion today. The options for rate setting for this utility can be bracketed. We're trying to find the bookends to what can be done. The first alternative is to adjust rate to cover all shortfalls. That is an option. It's common in most utilities. It's very burdensome in this one, given that it's a small number of customers. And that means there is no subsidy. That is option A. Option B is on the other extreme, which is we freeze rates, do not provide any increase to those rates to our customers, and the deficit in revenue coming from those customers to support the operation of that utility is subsidized via the utilization of all the tax credit and all the interest. And I will run you through some of those scenarios, what that looks like year after year. Now, in between those two bookends, I'm calling them, there are plenty of different options. And so we have prepared two for your consideration, but we're happy to prepare others. We've looked at so many alternatives. So alternative C could be to apply the interest that that tax credit is generating as a means to alleviate pressure on those rates. That still require a rate increase, but it's lower because those $66 million continue to generate interest, and that interest can be applied against the overall revenue needs of that utility. And that preserves that tax credit as a risk pool, which was originally envisioned. Now, alternative D is a proposed adjustment to rates that is gradual. And that means somewhere in the order of 5 to 7% increase annually. And that carries a small increase to rates annually for the ratepayers, does not present a sudden increase at the end of a certain period of time, and it also allows for a longer support provided by those dollars that exist today in that risk pool from the tax credit. So, as I mentioned before, the discussion on rate setting is not the alternative to working on operational improvements. There are two paths and they're both happening, but the rate discussion must occur so that staff has direction from the council on which path we want to move with, and if there is a desire to implement a rate adjustment, that there is time to do so before the end of 2026, so those adjusted rates can be in place in 2027. And that is with the understanding that we are at deficit today, or we ended 2025 at a deficit, and the deficit continues throughout this year and is expected to continue. So, a summary, I have both, as you can see, a summary for each of the alternatives and then a graph. So I'll walk you through those. And these are the exact same A, B, C, and D alternatives that we talked about. So alternative A is no subsidy, and so that requires a catch-up with the shortfalls that the utilities has already experienced. So the proposal is to have an increase in 2027 of 25%, 2028, 20%, 2029, 2%. And I'll highlight that in this scenario where there is no subsidy, all the tax credit proceeds remain as risk pool. The interest that is being generated is accumulated in that risk pool. The 2034 total federal tax balance would be the 66 plus the interest that has accumulated as compounding interest, right? And then the total collected rates in those 9 years is $338 million. There are some assumptions on how we did this calculation. It's just the assumptions are consistent across all the scenarios. So what that looks like is green is what is being paid by rates in the dark bars, and then blue is what the shortfall is, and how the orange line, that is your revenue, is how it's trying to catch up to backfill what is deficient, towards the past and onto the future until the orange line and the green bars kind of start aligning. Alternative B is the other extreme, is the freeze of rates. And that means that no increase in rates is proposed until the year 2034, when the tax credit and its interest runs out. And so this scenario assumes that all $66 million are used as part of subsidies to maintain those rates with zero increase as inflation and other costs increase. The total interest used is the $12.6 million, which is considerate of starting with $66 million, and that proceeds decrease as time goes by, as you're spending that money and no longer can have interest accrued in it. At the end of this period, $0 left in the tax balance, and the total rates collected is 246 million. So you can see between this scenario and the previous one, 338 to 246, that is how much is being subsidized. Okay, so these two were the two ends, and what you're seeing here is, again, green bars are flat, are all at the same level until you run out of money, in which case you're coming up to the reality that costs have been increasing, and you have to adjust at that 44%, which is a big cliff for processors to absorb in a 1-year change in rates. What you're seeing in red is the tax credit being used. Those are the red bars, and then the pink bars, small pieces, is the interest, and you can see the interest diminishing as you have less principal available to collect interest on. Okay. Alternative C, now we're in those ones that fall within, kind of like in between the other two, is the one where only the interest generated by the tax credit is used as subsidy. So that allows for approximately $2.4 million to be injected against the cost of the facility via the interest generated. So by, and this requires adjustment of rates. Again, 2026 would, this year is not being accounted for changes. So 2027 would be the first year with adjustments. The proposal is 15%, 2028, 15%, and then 2029, 8%. In this case, you're not using your proceeds from the tax credit, but you are utilizing all the interest that has been generated. Since you're keeping your principal fixed at 66, you can see you're generating a little bit more interest than in other scenarios that we saw before. The federal tax balance is those 66 million that, as we said, we're not spending as subsidy. And in those 9 years that are shown, your rates collected are 315 million. So you're seeing how all the pieces kind of play together, and they're all within those two bookends we have presented. And so that looks like this, where there is a shortfall for several years, and you can see the rates increase to try to catch up and absorb some of that blue color that is the shortfall. So you have a revenue need in orange that is not met in the first several years, and then you're kind of catching up as years go by. That means that the utility will have a negative balance for a while, and that's being floated. Effectively, the city is holding that negative balance with the reserve until the money is brought back in. And again, you are utilizing interest to offset increases. Okay. So that's alternative C. So now we move on to D, which is the gradual increase. And really this scenario comes in a lot of ways in response to negative reaction to freezing rates and having a jump, right? At year 9, you're having a jump of 44%. So this is a way to not have that jump. So in this case, the proposal is to have a moderate increase, gradual, of 5% in most years. There's a couple of years, so 6%. And this could be all further refined once we have a clearer direction on which of the array of options you would like to pursue. So we will get down into the details and nail down those percentages. But the concept is a gradual increase in slow numbers, inflationary numbers, so to speak. And in this case, you would use all your interest that you're able to generate and then backfill with whatever federal tax proceeds are needed in order to keep your increases at that steady rate. This is kind of like the opposite of what we did in all the other scenarios where we said, how much are we subsidizing? And then we calculate how much the rate changes. In this scenario, we calculated for a steady increase of rates that is standardized over those 9 years. How much do you need to withdraw from your both interest and tax credit. So in this case, you end up with a total use of tax credit of $23 million in this period of time. The interest use is $16 million, which is all you're generating as you are diminishing your interest, your principal, sorry. You end up with a federal tax credit balance of $43 million, that's 66 minus the 23, and your total rates collected, so that's what's paid by the customers, is $290 million. So that looks like this, where you have a bigger shortfall now because you're sitting at a shortfall today in rates, so you're backfilling with all the interest you're generating in that tax credit plus some of the principal, and then as you can see, of course, your pink lines are a little bit smaller in the future as you have used some of that interest generating proceeds, and eventually rates and revenue requirement kind of match up towards the end of this period. Okay, these are not all the options that exist, but these are 4 relatively different options to just gauge your interest in either of these paths for next steps.
Thank you, Director Sarah. I'd like to do this one maybe a little bit different. Do we have any of our customers online? I see some of them here. Are any of them online or just here in the chamber?
Let us check. There was somebody enrolled to participate online. Okay, no, there is nobody online.
How many do we have in the audience that are representatives of the ratepayers out there? I see at least a couple of them. 2, was that 3? Perfect. If you guys want, why don't you guys come up? Because I think I've been a part of the work group who has met online with you guys, but I think really just bringing you guys up more as presenters on this issue than is even, just kind of public comment time. If you guys want to come up one at a time, we'll just maybe give you guys 3 minutes each to really just, I think Director Sarah did a pretty good job of generalizing some of your main kind of points of interest here, but I'm sure you have some more details you'd love to bring out. So if you guys want to come up and talk, this would be the appropriate time to do it.
I don't have anything planned to say.
Okay, anybody?
I'm just taking notes for our regular.
Okay, perfect. So with that, okay, no problem at all. Just want to make sure you guys had an opportunity. Questions, comments from council for Director Sarah? Mr. Campos.
No, I appreciate the presentation, I think, and I really appreciate the annual review. I mean, really the heart of the intent is to make sure that revenue is sufficient for the operations. I know that we don't really want to discuss like so much into it. We're in the situation, it is what it is. And I think just looking at the different options that we have, I think the alternative D is probably the most balanced approach and practical out of all the 4. And so I would be in favor of that. I think when I say balance, I think it just balances our financial stability and also our rate stability. And so I think that's probably the one that is probably the best, in my opinion.
Thank you. Councilmember Cotta.
Yeah, I'd also be in favor of option D. It would be good to have more feedback from the ratepayers, but that seems to be a plan that does benefit the city and makes things at least slowly increasing to compensate for the gap that we're trying to assess. So I also like option D.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I guess I'll just make some comments just from my time on the, give me just a second, pardon me just a second, Mr. Figueroa. My time on the work group and some of the comments I heard is, some of these increases are pretty significant. And I know, just as the city is seeing increases and, whether cost of goods or wages, they are also seeing lots of pressures out on the farm with fertilizer and so many other costs going up. And so this is one more cost that is, just really significant, really hurtful to many of them from what they've said. And causes them to really, just kind of reassess where they are at as a business. So some of these businesses, they are our neighbors. I mean, these aren't outsiders. They are part of our community. They have invested in our community. One of the families of one of these companies just lives a few doors down from me. I know them. I see the family go by and everything. So they are not just, customers. They are community members. They go to our schools. They invest. And so this is... these are really big decisions, and so some of these increases are very significant to their bottom line. And I think I'd be remiss by not speaking out on their behalf in that way. Mr. Figueroa?
Yeah, I think it goes back to, I think what we have information is that none of the rate scenarios have been deemed acceptable by the processors, in a sense of they're an increase, and we look at percentages, but I'm assuming those are a lot in quantity, right? Talking about millions of dollars here of increase per percentage point. But when we look at the information here, I mean, I don't see any of them that are feasible except that last one, alternative D. I mean, I look at alternative A, 25% increase, 2027. I mean, that when you look at that, or holding it all the way to 2034 and have an increase of 44%, like those numbers, that wouldn't make sense to just an individual resident. Why are we putting this on our processor partners here that we have? I think that's more palatable, the 5%. But even then, I mean, we're talking about a lot of money here. So I think the other part is also kind of acknowledging some of the things on behalf of the city. Yeah, we made a decision. I mean, and I say I wasn't part of that, right? But it's something new that the city is trying, and sure, we have to be okay with some of those reactions that come, and we learn and we grow, but acknowledging that part of the conversation as behalf of the city entity. So as long as we continue working with our stakeholders here and ensuring that both everybody, we're trying to find a holistic answer, right, or a solution that works for everybody here. And the way that I see it, alternative D is kind of that way in there. So that would be my thoughts.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And also, I know that, what was I going to say now? Lost my train of thought. Definitely off my balance today. But yeah, this is this is really impactful. But yet at the same time, we have a legal obligation to balance the utilities budget. I mean, we just can't run it in the red. So this is one of these very, very difficult decisions that we have to make about this. And Chris, the president of Burnham, he actually did outline, because a lot of this comes down to, if we were to go back a few graphs, the city's cost actually goes down year by year on just their efficiency and their process changes. But, Burnham's hasn't. And so I know there's been some pressure on them. And I know Chris is really, he's committed. He really wants to make this work and everything at the same time. But it's, where we're at right now. I mean, the renewable natural gas, what we call the RNG credits, have not come back as we originally had planned. And, in a sense, the way it's set up, they're kind of incentivized to send us less. And that has not helped too, because the less they send us, the less renewable natural gas we can create. And so those credits go down. And so, yeah, this has really been tough. And to your comment there, Mr. Figueroa, this is kind of a first of the kind, or one of the very first, prototypes of something like this. And, I know there's some frustration amongst the processors, because they really don't want to be entangled into all that. They would just want to kind of get rid of their wastewater and everything like that. And I understand that and hear that. But at the same time, this is our facility. And I know, we deal with the Department of Ecology. And if it's not just here, anywhere else in the state, there's, going to be some of those same standards. And then even federally in other states, I know the Environmental Protection Act and other things will, come into play too. So definitely a difficult decision. We have to balance the budget, the utility. And so, yes, it's for that reason I would also be for D, just to... just for a path forward. Any other questions or comments from council?
Mayor Grimm, would it be appropriate if we did say something? I'm just talking to Brandon.
Yes, you can. As a matter of fact, because we're going to open it up for public comments here. So, I just want to give you guys a little extra opportunity as presenters. But yes, we will open it up for public comment now. You lost a minute though, now it's 2 minutes apiece. Oh, back on there, you turned it off. Thank you.
There we go. All right. Yeah, thank you. Brandon Mossett, Oregon Potato Company, Pasco, Washington. I just want to make a comment that the rate proposal is one thing, but part of our concerns are unresolved questions we had that refer back to 2024 when all the WTAs were being negotiated, the ordinance was being drafted. Industry had concerns on the process model to design the system, a lack of performance guarantees when the system was commissioned and started up, and then questions just on the rate model and proving that the system was adequate or necessary for our industry. And so totally understand, well, staff has been great to work with and understand the need for industry to cover our level of service. But that being said, we get a little sensitive when comments like it's a new facility and it is what it is. We have to figure it out. We have to cover the cost. That just doesn't really feel fair for industry to accept a rate model in advance of like validating some of our concerns that were presented in 2024. So I just wanted to make that comment. And again, appreciate Maria and Michael and all the city staff that have been helping and your participation and City Administrator Harold recently in our work group. So thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Motz. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I kind of want to echo what Brandon said. Appreciate the recent efforts.
Just name and maybe even the.
Sorry, Rob Wiskersion, Senior Director of Operations, Research Fine Foods.
Thank you.
I've been, just a little history, I've been with Research here in Pasco for 20 years, so I've seen a lot of change. And I appreciate that we had a worn out facility that we basically ran it into the ground and needed to be upgraded. So now we've got a state-of-the-art, I won't say one of a kind, but nearly one of a kind facility that isn't meeting expectations. I think part of what Director Sarah's presentation shows kind of recent couple years, right? And what we're going to do into the future. What we're missing is what we were paying. So I'll use an example. In rough dollars for our facility, a couple of years ago, we were in that $700,000 a year annually. Now we're 2.2 and going up. So some of the processors took a more serious increase than we did. They're 4 or 5 times higher. So while those percentages, 5% looks reasonable, we've already took the chunk, right? The huge chunk that we're already there. So when processors talk about can they sustain their operations, they're serious about it. So what we can't do is lose a processor. If we do that, then the share of the pie becomes even more burdensome to the rest of the processors. And at some point, it could be, if somebody said, okay, you have to pay the $27 million annually because you're the last processor, guess what? You're going to move. So I think we're not there yet, but we've got to be very cautious about where we're headed to in the future. And I think Burnham I think they're working hard at it. I don't distrust that they're not going to try to improve. But the rate increases, for those of you who've been in our sessions have heard it. It's hard to tolerate. So
Thank you. Appreciate those.
Thank you.
Anybody else? That's 2. We have room for 2 more. According to our council rules. Okay. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of wanted to wait to see if any processors were going to speak and then kind of hear the council's comments. I think it's obvious I'm probably going to be the outlier on some of this stuff. I just still can't grasp having the processors pay to backfill this issue. I think one thing from the presentation that I didn't hear was how are we going to bring in new revenue? You know, we're talking about raising in the rates and talking about burning efficiency, but I mean, what are we doing about bringing in additional waste streams? And that's what I want to see. Like, we're thinking outside the box. Are there other ways to bring in that so we can generate that revenue? I think that's what we should be doing. I like the idea of using the federal tax reserves. I would be in favor of just using the interest and the $6 million and not putting it on the processors. One question I did have was, what was the rate increase prior to 2026? Like, what was that yearly increase looking like?
Yes, so there were no annual rate increases for PWRF prior. It was a true-up cost. The utility typically ran on the $6 million range annually for all processors combined. And as of the beginning of 2025, that total cost of the facility was estimated to go from that $6.5 million to 27. So there was a very considerable increase, as it was stated both in the agenda and the presentation.
Yeah, okay. And that's why I couldn't remember that. Probably didn't take good notes. And also, I mean, I like the idea of separating the RNG from the wastewater operations. A lot of the processors have run that up. Again, this is kind of our baby. You know, the city decided to make an investment. It's not living up to it. We're not getting the revenue. That's why I just have a hard time asking them to, because it's here, we have to pay for it. I remember when I was a kid playing baseball outside, and I hit a ball and hit the neighbor's window. And my dad told me, well, I'm not going to pay for it. And so I had to go and mow the guy's lawn all summer long to pay for that window. This is our baby. We need to take on some responsibility. And I think either we need to get with Burnham. I think one thing we need to do is we need to renegotiate that ILA with them. Maybe restructuring some debt obligations. We need to figure some stuff out with Burnham and us prior to asking the processors for any rate increase, either it's 1%, 2%, 5%. That last slide, was it D? It looks great. I mean, it's flat, but again, I mean, they just wanted us to process their wastewater. They didn't want to get to the RNG. They didn't want to get into that stuff. Just process our wastewater, and we're happy. And I think that's where the relationship that's where it should stand. But I do understand the inclination up here to pay for this entity that we've created, but I think we need to really talk internally with Burnham and figure that stuff out before we look to the processors. So, I mean, as of right now, I would be for none of these alternatives, and hopefully we have a little bit more time to talk about this and address some of my comments, but yeah, I think we need to look in-house first. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to your point, one of the extra ideas that's been discussed was to commence a limited trial to accept trucked-in waste. And I, could let staff speak to that a little bit, but, there's potentials for contamination, at that point, bringing in, outside, and maybe Director Sarah can speak to that a little bit, or maybe Mr. Michael?
Yes, I will let Michael Henauer, Environmental Environmental Compliance Manager, talk to this issue. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, we are definitely exploring different options to increase revenues for the utility. So one of them is to start receiving trucking waste into the facility to be able to increase our PUD loading and have a higher revenue by creating more RNG. Through that process, we first have to be able to identify the local areas that are going to be able to bring that waste to our facility, make sure that the fees are going to be competitive against other systems, so they're going to choose to use our facility. And then after that, we have to work with the Department of Ecology to be able to write the right permits and to be able to reduce the risk to add contamination to our land treatment system. So that's work that we are currently looking into.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Anything further from council? Oh, yes, I guess we will. Yes, is this a public comment on this then, or?
If we're still in a public comment.
Yeah, do you represent one of the processors?
I'm the general manager for the Pasco Resource Recovery Center, so we're from Burnham.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yep. And
this would be an appropriate time, thank you.
Thank you much. I won't, I did write a few comments, but maybe for perspective, on the margins, my marginal cost is about $3.50 per MMBTU to inject that into Cascade Natural Gas's distribution network. The revenue generated from that is roughly $18 per MMBTU. Processors at the moment do pay a fee, right, to send us the BOD required to generate renewable natural gas. The gas production facility costs roughly $24 million to build. over 50% of that back is a portion of the $66 million in the ITC credit. So dare I say, a marginal cost for a long-term 30-year+ investment. I know a lot of today's discussions have focused on costs, and deservedly so, I think, but I do think that there is something to note about the opportunities ahead of us. Year one is certainly not our 30+ year facility's final story. So since the start, our team has continued to work relentlessly to improve performance, reduce costs, and ensure environmental compliance. We were $200,000 below budget in the first quarter of 2026. We expect to accumulate an additional $200,000 below budget in the second quarter with further cost reduction initiatives well underway. I would also just share the point that roughly 80% of the bill that unfortunately the processors are paying is to build the facility that already exists, and so I think that's the most critical point. The biggest investment has already been made, and it is about the excess capacity and trying to identify different opportunity to generate and capture additional revenues. So appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Anything else from council? Anything else from staff? You guys good? All right, let's move on. Letter D, resolution interagency agreement with Washington State Criminal Justice Training Commission. Our interim police chief, Brent Cook. Good evening.
Mayor, council, tonight discussion on a resolution, interlocal agreements with Washington State Criminal Justice Training Commission. There are the agreements that are before you are one is an umbrella that covers the main piece of our agreement, and then we have an agreement for the employees that we have down there. As you know, we're, I think with the graduating class this time, we have 200 students who have gone into our local communities as police officers. These agreements are important to maintaining the training academy in Pasco and maintaining its staff at a level that is efficient. The umbrella agreement will be July to June of 2028. It keeps the Pasco Regional Campus open. It requires us to maintain the facility and to support it with staffing. It also prioritizes our students here at Pasco to have seats if we need to put people through that academy. The other two agreements pay for our TAC officer for that academy full-time and the assistant commander also full-time. It also addresses the part-time instructors who come in, who are policemen on the streets, who teach our recruits the same things that they're out doing, freshly brought in, and maintain that in integrity of our facility and our instruction. And as I think Mr. Campos explained, this last graduating class had, I think there were just about 600 people in attendance. And one of the senators commented to me that he had never seen that many people come out to support a graduating class. So staff recommends that we adopt this resolution and authorize the agreements with Washington State Criminal Justice Training Commission. And if you have any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions, comments? Not seeing any. Let's move to the chambers. Any comments for the interagency agreement with the Washington State Criminal Justice Training Commission? Going once, going twice, for or against. Not seeing anybody come forward. Let's move on to letter E, fireworks community engagement efforts. This is Ms. McQuaid. She is still here.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to present our regional effort on fireworks community engagement. Directly following this presentation, there will be another presentation on the noise PMC, and that will include information on the enforcement issues as well. Tonight's presentation right now is just about our engagement efforts for 2026. We'll share what we heard from residents in the community survey. From there, I'll explain our regional approach and our campaign strategies. Finally, I'll share some metrics on how things are going so far. And then we will share how we'll measure the campaign's effectiveness in order to create an even better one next year. Regionally, residents are pretty confused on local laws, how they differ between city lines, where to buy legal fireworks, what safer options might be out there for celebrations. And while some people have asked for an outright ban on fireworks, many others simply want clearer information. So in our recent community survey that you guys heard about already, fireworks were mentioned frequently by respondents over 50 years of age. It ranked as the 5th most important topic with an 89% poor or very poor rating in that age group. This group of survey respondents wants to see fireworks completely banned. However, when we look deeper at the data, we actually see a clear division among age groups, and where fireworks completely drop off the top 20 list for people with children and or under the age of 50. Additionally, the Grand Old Fourth Fireworks Show ranked as the #1 most important event to the community. And finally, in a meeting in February, you heard a report on fireworks calls and how they've dropped about 57% since 2019. So armed with that information and also having spearheaded many of fireworks campaigns in previous years, we knew that we needed a new approach. Working directly with our neighboring cities and other government agencies, we created a regional program aimed at amplifying our individual messages in simple, clear language. We found that all agencies have the same enforcement issues and the same public divide on fireworks. We also know that working together means that our messages are going to reach larger audiences, allowing for viewers to learn directly what each community allows. Working together, we identified our target audiences and created our key messages, strategies, channels, and deliverables. Our key messages focus on education, collaboration, and asking neighbors to share with neighbors. We created simple and clear graphics in Spanish and English that work on many platforms, including social media, stories, and feeds. And these joint messages really do act as a supplement to the individual marketing efforts that each city is also taking on. Our strategies focus on 4 things: consistent regional messaging, increased education before or at the point of purchase, respecting our neighbors and knowing how to have safe celebrations, and then finally promoting existing community events as the premier way to celebrate. For Pasco, we're promoting the Grand Old Fourth celebration with a radio campaign, a live broadcast, and a social campaign. We're also working with Fairchild Cinemas to hopefully provide some sponsors movies the weekend of the 4th, giving residents an alternative way to celebrate if they're pretty noise averse. As you may have noticed, the central theme here of this campaign is really community collaboration. And in keeping with that theme, our main outreach vehicle is social media. As of June 15th, our first post on June 12th saw 55 shares, 40 comments, and was viewed by over 20,000 people. This initial post also resulted in earned media stories. Additionally, the city of Kennewick and Richland have designed flyers, which you can see actually on the screen right there, for each city to hand out at the fireworks vendors, allowing an additional touch point right at the point of sale. The regional team really broke out the design and creation of our campaign deliverables, with each city taking a role. Together, we will create 5 different graphic carousel posts for socials, 1 short video, which I believe Chief Crowley filmed this morning, 1 flyer for the fireworks vendors, which you just saw, and then as a bonus, we're also going to work together to create kind of like a special fun reel, a little bit behind the scenes of how the communications teams work together to create this campaign. Each city also has a dedicated fireworks webpage that contains their specific information, which helps with search engine optimization, and then also with the AI search features that pop up in browsers now. And in Pasco, we also designed and are actively distributing. These are really awesome signs that I hope everybody will take and display at their homes in English and in Spanish. And we have 250 of those to display that really allow residents to show their pride for our nation, but also explain to their residents, what Pasco's rules and regulations are as well. And these lawn signs can be picked up at City Hall or some of the fire stations as well. And they can be displayed annually also because they don't have a date on them. Our rules and regulations stay the same, generally speaking. In addition to the campaign deliverables, the Pasco inspection team is also working directly with the fireworks vendors for inspections, and will be handing out this Know Before You Glow signs to be displayed at their point of sale. 7 fields have been mowed, a water truck, and a pre and post inspections have been scheduled for the Giza fireworks display as well. And then, as with all of our campaigns, we'll be actively monitoring our performance metrics, including website visits, social media reach and engagement, earned media stories, and video views. And then also at the close of the campaign, we will work with the fire department and the police department to look over our calls for service, and we'll also look at the Ask Pasco app as well. And the unique thing about this campaign is that each city is actually going to report our metrics together, so we'll get a really holistic look at how well this campaign performed. And this will allow us, obviously, to fine-tune the campaign for next year, hopefully making it even better. And then the 2 graphs that you can see up here actually are just the back end of our analytics. You can see the first graph is our first social media post, and then the lower one is our website analytics, and you can kind of see how those 2 work together, and the spike when people visited our webpage after they saw the social post. So with that, pretty quick, but thank you for allowing me to present our original campaign. We're really excited about it and the interest that the community has shown already. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Ms. McQuaid. Any questions, comments from council regarding Mr. Perales?
Any questions? I was just going to say thank you to you and staff. This is something that it's been a topic of discussion for about 2 years now since I've been on the council, and many individuals talked about a regional effort, and so I applaud the efforts of all 4 cities for doing this, and I've seen the media coverage on it and stuff on social media, so just really appreciate the efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Perfect. Just wanted to make sure you would be somebody that maybe would want to add to this discussion, but just want to make sure we're good there. Ms. McQuaid, I think you're off the hook.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. Everybody grab a sign on the way out. With that, would anybody in the council chamber like to speak on the community engagement effort? We're going to get to enforcement next, don't worry, but just on the community engagement effort between the cities to communicate. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Okay, letter F, last letter of the night. Presentation structure of city noise enforcement and fireworks regulations. Ms. Sigdell left, so Mr. Stewart?
She's available online.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Sigdell, good evening, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. Our City Attorney, Daniel Kenny, will be leading this conversation with staff for various departments stepping in as needed.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
And I wasn't sure, does staff have the presentation? Oh, sorry, there we go, it's right there. Perfect. Okay, well, I'll get going. I know you've all had a long night, but this is an important topic as requested by council. And if we go to the next slide, the question that was presented, just generally speaking, was a request to look into the mechanisms that the city could consider to address and facilitate looking into the noise issues largely surrounding fireworks and make enforcement of that a little bit more accessible and easy. The short answer, after looking at both the municipal code and state law, as well as a whole host of other jurisdictions, is that actually your code includes some of the mechanisms that we would have wanted to see, and I'll explain those here in a second. But enforcement does remain difficult despite having those mechanisms in place due to a range of hurdles, and we'll again get into that here in a second. And so if we could go to the next slide. And so just to start, just to kind of refresh, and I know we just had a presentation on fireworks, but there are certain fireworks that are allowed in the city, and those are outlined in the code, and they do allow for noise-making features. And so they're not the aerial fireworks that are allowed, but they're the retail fireworks that you can get, noise-producing, whistling sounds, ground devices, and things like that. And so when we think about fireworks noise issues and complaints and enforcement, the mere fact that the firework makes a noise or somebody hears a noise that is a firework isn't in and of itself something that would be actionable, right? Because we do, in fact, allow fireworks that make noise. And in fact, the code calls them out as noise-making fireworks. And so we have to look beyond just simply the fact of that there was an explosion or something like that. And Council, of course, and I know you're aware of this, can ban fireworks entirely to eliminate all fireworks that are allowed if you choose. That does take 1 year to go into effect. And so, if we're looking on a spectrum of things to do, that's probably, far on one side, certainly. But that would make it so that any fireworks, whether they're noise making or not in the city, would not be allowed. And so even if you did that, though, we would still run into many of the same issues that we're talking about here tonight, because enforcement is so challenging, whether they are allowed or not, for, again, some of the reasons we'll get into here in a second. And so let's go ahead and go to the next slide. And so building on what we saw in the last slide, fireworks allowed, noise making, then we look to the noise regulations that we have in place. The noise regulations that exist in code right now come on two pathways shown on the left side of the screen. Number one is an unreasonable disturbance. That requires complaints from 2 or more individuals from different properties. And so that does not require observation by an officer. That is complaint-based from 2 or more people. And then there's also a second option, which is specific noise categories that comes from essentially a model code from the statutes that talk about noise-producing items. And so you have these two kind of categories, specific things that make loud noises, and then you have the disturbance and people complaining about a disturbance. What's important to note, and this was one of the first of 2 things that I looked for in your code, is whether or not you needed to have a noise measurement in order to determine whether it was a disturbance or determine whether or not the noise was too loud. And the answer in code is that you do not. And so that is a good first step, because when I've worked with jurisdictions, having a noise meter out there for that instant when something happens is very, very challenging. You can sometimes do that for repeat issues, whether there's an area where cars like to drag race, or whether there's people working in a warehouse late at night when they shouldn't be and it's creating noise. You can go there and get it. But it's not required. And so that hurdle is out of the way. That is not a requirement that should stop how we get there. So the next section is to look and see what kind of violation are we talking about here. And the code describes these as civil infractions, and the statutes describe the legal process for a civil infraction. And then option 1 is that an officer witnesses it and the violation directly, and then issues that civil infraction as a result of that observation. That is also one of the hurdles that we were looking for, is whether or not that's going to be an impediment, because we can't be all around the city. We have code enforcement, we have police officers, but seeing the thing happen is very, very hard to do, right? But the civil infractions do allow, under state law, that a court can issue the civil infraction based on a written statement of reasonable cause. And so the officer does not need to personally witness that. And so for me, again, when I was looking at what I anticipated to be the 2 hurdles, it's number 1, do we need to have a noise measurement to say it was really loud, that this really loud thing happened? And then number 2, does an officer need to be there to witness it and to issue that infraction? And both of those hurdles we're able to clear. And so when we think about where we're at, we then go to the next slide, and we still have a whole range of practical enforcement challenges, right? even if you have that complaint from 2 or more people without a noise measurement, and even if you're able to not witness it as the officer, you still have to identify at night where that mortar may have come from. And so identifying the people or even the location can be really challenging, not knowing really where that came from, classifying whether it was an illegal firework or not. That doesn't necessarily mean that a legal firework might not qualify under the noise ordinance, but it would be very challenging if it is allowed and it's during those hours to have an illegal firework cause that issue. I think one observation from code enforcement and from police is that when you circle back to them to have a prosecutor look into it and to pursue a civil infraction, that oftentimes witnesses are reluctant to further anything like that. Typically, these are neighbors, and they don't pursue these things. There's limited evidence in terms of who lit it, where it came from, like we talked about before. And then, of course, there's resource costs. This is a little bit of a wild goose chase because, again, it's at night. We don't know where it's coming from. And so sending out resources to ride in cars to see if you can identify groups that are lighting fireworks, it's certainly possible. And I know that the police department has tried to do that and has put efforts forward to try to curb this behavior. But then also you've got prosecutor time, court time, police time, and potentially public defender time to deal with what is maximum $250 fine. And so when I looked at this issue at the request of council, again, I was pleased to see that we have 2 of the hurdles that I thought we would see be attainable. We can get over those hurdles, but then we still run into these issues here. And so we go to the next slide. So the existing code kind of has those mechanisms in place that we were kind of thinking that we could try to approach, but there are these persistent barriers that we just talked about. And so the path forward that we kind of talked about on the staff side is largely what you just heard about in the last presentation, which is great community collaboration for public education. Hopefully that will lead to voluntary compliance. I also know, and perhaps the chief can speak to it, but targeted enforcement, which is, potentially going out, sending some cars out to try to, if you can catch people, then certainly it's possible, but it's probably more of an educational opportunity to interact with groups that might be shooting off fireworks and remain connected on the topic to educate. And so there's probably a multi-prong approach. And again, it's probably largely like you just heard about in the last presentation. But that was kind of the summation. I know that my memo was in the materials, and so I'll stop. And if the chief has anything to add, would certainly invite that. I know code enforcement is involved on this topic. And so open to questions and any further interest in the topic from council for further inquiries.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Chief Crowley, Chief Cook, anything to add?
Nothing more to add.
Okay.
With that. Well, as far as we're talking about, I've done that in the past as far as going out and patrolling and trying to go through neighborhoods and see if we can watch people light up fireworks, and it's nearly impossible to do so. As you're driving around, you see them in the air, because that's the ones we're looking for, is the aerial fireworks, and they can be a block away, 2 blocks away, as far as you see it go off. But the where it's launched, it usually doesn't go straight up. It goes kind of to the side or something. And so trying to chase that down doesn't seem very beneficial for our staff. And so we spend more time just with staff out there with rigs to put out fires and to get to them quickly.
Okay. Thank you. Questions, comments from council? Mr. Perales.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start it off. Is the 250, is that the max fine that we can issue? Or can we increase that?
No, that's the max fine.
And that's a state? Is that a state?
Yes.
Is that per our code, or is that the state?
I believe it's both. I might have it open here. I'll have to look. I know it's in the code. I'll try to find it here as we're asking questions, but I think, it's definitely in the code, and I can answer that question offline if I'm not able to pull it up here in the statute.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up those little nuggets about not having the decibel meters, because that's something that I had, doing my research, I had found that other cities didn't require decibel readings. It just was a public nuisance kind of noise ordinance violation. I still think we need to enforce what we have, and I think if we set a tone where people are lighting the mortars and stuff, obviously the Fourth, people can light fireworks, things like that, but just because, again, then it gets to the point where why do we have these on the books if we're not going to enforce it? I understand the practicality of it, that maybe neighbors won't want to come forward, but I think there's ways we can do that, especially, we've heard things, well, the officer needs to witness it. Well, an officer can make an observation, they can come talk to people who made the complaints, maybe neighbors can provide video evidence, photographic evidence. I mean, there's ways to do this, sworn witness testimony. I think we need to find these individuals who are lighting the legal fireworks to really kind of educate them that, this isn't right. And I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of comments on social media. He must hate the 4th. I don't. I love it. My daughter was born on the 4th of July. I will be lighting fireworks as well, but I'm going to be responsible. And I think I like the press release by the mayor about talking about being, light legal ones, but we got to be respectful to our neighbors and our dogs and our animals and stuff. I think that's the main thing, but it gets to a certain point with many people in the community, especially all the individuals I talk to, like the Mrs. Carroll and Mr. Turley and Mrs. Thompson. Like, we want to see individuals essentially be cited when they're not following our codes. Because if not, then what's really the point of even having them? And I appreciate the whole thing about resources, but I mean, again, if we have laws in the books, we need to implement them. Education sometimes doesn't work. I got believe it or not, I got 3 tickets in one day here in the city of Pasco. Like 18 years ago, and that made me drive really careful in the city of Pasco for a while, right? And one of them was kind of a dumb one, right? Like more than 12 inches away from a curb. It's like, parking ticket, really? But hey, I mean, I really thought about my driving after it changed my behavior. So if we're not enforcing our laws, then we're not going to change any behavior. And I like where we're going, but I do want to look into the more of the code enforcement noise ordinance and seeing what we can do with that, because I think there's some stuff we can kind of clean up, and maybe we can talk about that on a later date. But I do appreciate you looking into some of these things. It's made it more clear for me, and so I'm just looking forward to kind of seeing some results. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, comments, council? Go ahead, Mr. Kenny, sorry.
Councilmember Perales, I just wanted to follow up on your question. I did confirm a class 1 civil infraction is a maximum 250, and it actually goes down for class 2, 3, 4. And so we are at the maximum amount, confirmed.
Thank you. Anybody else? Questions, comments? And I guess I would just want to add, along with what Mr. Perales said, looking at the noise ordinance in the future, loud mufflers on vehicles. Boy, do I hear a lot of feedback about those, whether they just be loud or popping or, as a matter of fact, that Mr. Kenny, the examples you had there of horn instrument, I noticed you didn't say boom box. We're not back in the 80s, but I guess I was, and perhaps maybe that's in another part of the municipal code because it relates to vehicles, but definitely something at least I would want to see included into that. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I was going to say that usually, almost every year, I've gone out with the Pasco PD and drive around and see what actually goes on, and I would recommend the council, if they so chose, to maybe pick this year and actually see. It's a lot more difficult to find anybody. I know we've had challenges and we were wanting to write tickets, but I just can't get them. But doesn't obviously we want to do our best. And again, I think there was other issues that I was surprised last year that had disturbing violence. There was like 6 cop cars there to try to solve those issues. So not saying that we don't want to, but it is a little more difficult when you actually go ride with Pasco PD and see all the different things that they are going through on that same night. But hopefully this year, the officers that I'm with, hopefully we'll get to write some tickets, and I look forward to it. So, but I would recommend the council at least to go out and experience it to see actually what goes on. It's quite eye-opening, put it that way.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. With that, let's open this up to the chamber. Anybody want to speak on fireworks enforcement and regulations? Going once? Going twice? 3 times, not seeing anybody. Let's move on to number 6, miscellaneous council discussion. Mr. Stewart?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'll keep it fairly brief tonight. I appreciate all the work and the discussion that's happened and the public participation. We do have a water use efficiency public forum next Tuesday, June 30th from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. here in the council chambers. This is part of the regulatory water system plan update. And at the forum, staff will review the proposed efficiency goals, and the public may provide comments on the topic online also through the website. Several things with regards to Parks and Recreation happening. The Memorial Pool opened today. We have another FIFA fan zone coming up July 1st. I'm going to turn some time over to Director Pashan to talk a little bit more about FIFA update. Also, finally, after years of work and anticipation, the Pasco Aquatic Center will have its grand opening this Saturday, June 27th. And then, as we've discussed here, the 4th of July festivities, there's still the free family bike ride at Riverview Park from 8 to 10 a.m. on Saturday, June 27th. Invite all the families to come out and participate in that. With that, I'd like to turn just a few minutes over to Ms. Bashan to give you an update on FIFA.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll also be brief. Obviously, you have been attending our fan zones. I can say operationally, we're looking at the July 1st date. I know that the U.S. is going to be playing on that day, so we are looking and evaluating operationally if we can also have a fan zone for that event as well. But things are going well. We estimate about 600 to 700 attendees at our last one. And so we just appreciate everyone coming out. We know it's been extremely hot, but continue to see the fun and the joy for all that is going on.
Mr. Mayor, remember one other thing I failed to mention. We have no need for executive session, and I know it's on the agenda, but we don't need it tonight.
Thank you so much. Anything from council? I know we had talked about a letter, but gave staff some more time to put together something to prepare so we could properly respond to it at our next meeting. Just communicate. Anybody have anything else? Okay, well, before we adjourn, I want to remind everyone that this is our last meeting before we celebrate America's 250th anniversary, the semi-quincentennial of our Declaration of Independence. Wanted to leave you guys with a quote from Thomas Jefferson, who said, "God gave us life. God who gave us life gave us liberty. Can the liberties of a nation be secure when we have removed a conviction that these liberties are the gift of God? True liberty is a gift from God, not a guarantee of government. As we celebrate our freedom this July, I encourage every citizen to do so safely and responsibly, honoring those who sacrificed so we could enjoy these blessings. Let's celebrate with gratitude, reverence, and respect for our neighbors." With that, this meeting is adjourned.
at this time regarding any item on the agenda? All right, let the record show there were no declarations. Second, is there anyone in the audience this evening who would object to any planning commission member hearing any of the items on the agenda? And we have no one online, correct? Nope, we're not doing online. All right, let the record show there were no declarations. We as a planning commission need and value your input. It helps us to understand issues more clearly and make better recommendations to city council. Furthermore, in many cases, your input here at this planning commission meeting is your only opportunity to get your facts and opinions placed on the official record the city council will use to make its decision. I encourage you to take full advantage of the opportunity. All right, the first item on the agenda is the approval of the meeting minutes from February 19th, 2026. These minutes were sent to the commission members ahead of time. If I trust you have the opportunity to take a look at them. I would entertain a motion to approve or any comments or feedback or questions regarding the minutes. I would note, minor thing, not a big thing. I noticed that I wasn't here, but somehow I adjourned the meeting last month in the meeting. So it might make I think it was Chair Lehrman or Vice Chair Lehrman that adjourned the meeting. That was the only thing I noticed that needed to be corrected. So anything from anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, with that correction, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes.
All right. Commissioner Jones has moved.
I second.
All right. And Commissioner Waits has seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. Any opposed? All right. The approval of the meeting minutes has passed unanimously. All right. Old business, we have no old business on the agenda, so we'll jump right in the public hearing section of the agenda, and it's the Tri-Cities Home Consortium Citizen Participation Plan, and I assume that might be Ms. Webb.
Yes. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Tonight I will be presenting a brief overview of the updated Tri-Cities Home Consortium Citizen Participation Plan. The Citizen Participation Plan, often referred to as the CPP, outlines how the consortium ensures that residents, community organizations, and other stakeholders have opportunities to participate in the planning, decision-making, and implementation related to federally funded housing and community development programs. The plan ensures transparency and provides structure opportunities for public review, comment, and engagement throughout the planning process. Federal regulations require jurisdictions receiving HUD funding to maintain a citizen participation plan. The plan outlines the public participation process for key planning documents such as the 5-year consolidated plan, annual action plans, the assessment of fair housing, and the consolidated annual performance and evaluation report, also known as the CAPER. The proposed updates were primarily administrative in nature. They were made to ensure the plan remains compliant with current HUD regulations, improves clarity in the planning process, and reflects current public engagement practices, including digital communication tools. Several updates were made to strengthen transparency and compliance. These include removing outdated COVID-19 waiver language, clarifying how the plan is adopted and implemented, expanding public notification methods to include digital outreach and social media, adding federal conflict of interest provisions, and updating amendment procedures to align with the HUD regulations. The proposed amendments were made available for public review beginning February 5th, and the comment period closed today at 5 p.m. No comments were received by mail or any other way. Tonight's public hearing provides an opportunity for the Planning Commission to receive public testimony regarding the proposed updates. Following the public hearing, the Commission may consider making a recommendation to the City Council regarding approval of the updated Citizen Participation Plan. I'm happy to address any questions or provide further clarification for the Commission, and if there are no questions currently, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully request that you proceed with opening the public hearing.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners? One of the things I was going to ask is, can you clarify the connection between this and, say, CDBG, which are both HUD, or is there any connection, no connection? There's no relevance to CDBG?
No,
because-
it is for CDBG and
That's what I
all
thought,
dollars,
okay.
so, yes.
Okay.
So we have to have this plan in place so that the public.
So this is
everybody knows.
required to be able to do the CDBG
Correct.
administration? Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. Commissioners, any questions or feedback? Do you think, there it goes, now it's working. It sounds like the set of things was a good set of update recommendations, but I'll turn it over to Commissioner Jones, who has some questions or feedback.
Thank you. Can we go back to that first screen where it talked about the elimination of certain COVID things?
Yeah.
Thank you. Question for Kristen. When I was reading this earlier, there was a word in here that I saw, and I should have circled at the time, and I didn't, and now I wish I would have, but it said something about mega COVID restrictions or some odd word attached to COVID restrictions, and I wish I would have marked it. I usually do. Yeah, mega waiver. Can you please explain what the mega waiver is?
So during
Thank
COVID, anything that we had to do, we didn't have to actually follow our plan anymore just because it was emergency funding that we were trying to give out. So like, for instance, when we did the CAPER, we have to give 30-day notification that there's a review time happening. We didn't have to do that. So basically, we had a waiver that we didn't really have to sign, but didn't really have to follow what our plan said, just because we were trying to get the funding out there to everybody.
So it basically just eliminates the emergency
Correct.
status and makes it back to business as usual?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions?
Where did you find that? What page? Oh, okay.
All right, we all now know what a mega waiver is. So.
Man, oh man, I've got to ask about that.
All right, are there any other questions or feedback for staff on the Citizen Consortium Participation Plan, or Citizen Participation Plan? All right, hearing none, I think we will open up the public hearing. And again, the public hearing is an opportunity to get your comments and feedback into the record. I'll make the call once. We have nobody in the audience, but I'll make the call once for anyone that wants to testify in the public hearing. Make the call twice. And finally, make the call 3 times and confirm that we have nobody online. All right, we will close the public hearing. And so if there are no more questions or feedback to staff, I think there is a recommendation that I would entertain a motion for the recommendation that staff provided. I believe that recommends to approve for City Council, a recommendation to City Council, so I'll open it up for a motion unless anybody has any questions. And I believe, did you provide, I don't have it in front of me, did you provide a recommendation text for those who need it? It's probably on the first or second page.
It's on the second page of the staff report, right at the bottom.
It's actually on the header page, that's a Pasco header page, not in the plan itself.
I move the Planning Commission to recommend that City Council approve the updated Tri-Cities Home Consortium Citizen Participation Plan as presented.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Waits, seconded by Commissioner Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion to recommend to City Council for approval has passed unanimously. Thank you. All right, we have no more public hearing items, so we'll move on to the workshop item, which is middle housing discussion, and I assume that's going to be Director Matson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Planning Commission. I have an overview tonight for the group related to middle housing legislation. We've certainly talked about this before at previous meetings, and I've heard your concerns on the topic, and you know, with the blanket state regulations. I thought it would be a good time to check in with the group on the specifics of it, since we haven't covered that, and how it'll work and what it'll look like in Pasco. So I'll go through these slides pretty quick. I'm not planning on spending a ton of time on everything, but just if you have questions, feel free to jump in or we can answer them at the end. Hopefully with the slides attached, you were able to sort of see where we're going with this. And I just want to preface it by saying there are not a lot of loopholes with this. I do have extensive experience with this bill at the previous city I worked at, and the Council and Planning Commission had the same sentiment as our Planning Commission and Council, and had asked staff to look at, you know, various loopholes on how to get out of it. And we did spend a lot of time with legal and our staff looking into it, looking at other cities. There's just really not a lot we can do to get out of it. And we have even
We were
looked at
told
it.
that Marysville had figured this out and you solved
Yeah.
the problem.
Yes, yes. Well, and they adopted regulations that I think work really well. And we have looked at this even closer with our consultants here, our team framework and the comprehensive plan. We've tried to look at it from other angles too. Can we protect the Riverview area, for example, or, you know, limit it in certain areas of town? And all of that, spoiler alert, was, you know, a no, basically. So I'll go through the regulations with the group, and if you have questions, let me know as I go along. So just starting off with the basics here, what is middle housing? And it's just a scale of housing that is basically the in-between housing units between your traditional single-family unit, which Pasco has its very large fair share of those already, all the way, you know, to an apartment. And these are the in-between houses. So townhouses, cottages, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, fiveplexes, sixplexes, stacked flats, courtyard buildings. And I'll have pictures of what each of these are and then examples that we have locally. So here's some duplexes. These are nice examples in my opinion. I do like the duplexes that look more like a traditional single family home and not, you know, exactly mirrored and super cookie cutter, and not emphasis on the garage. You know, I know the garage in the front is a utility, but these are nicer photos that our consultant picked out. So would be curious of your input too, and we can go back to these pictures later if you'd like. Triplex, fourplex, sixplex, some nice examples. Again, these look great. They are more expensive to build this way. So this is, you know, something that we can gain inspiration from. And if there's direction on design standards, we can certainly look into that. Just know that the other side of that is it adds cost to the project. That's what you'll hear from the opposition side. And then also keep in the back of your head that the state requires that the city cannot impose additional regulations on middle housing that we do for single family housing. So if you wanted to find a loophole, for example, which I have looked into in the past, well, let's make the setbacks 30 feet on all sides. Well, then you have to do that for single family. So you're, you know, back to square one. So setbacks, height, design regulations, driveway widths, all sorts of, everything has to be consistent with single family. So it needs to be fair. So here's some examples of townhomes that have been done in different ways. The one on the left looks like a little more modern, less articulation, and then you have some other examples there of townhouses. I like the middle example, and again, we can come back to these and you can tell us what you like. Cottage cluster, these are kind of fun communities. I haven't actually seen a lot of these in practice, but they're smaller homes and you share yards and gardens, and you know, hopefully you like your neighbors in these settings because you do have a lot of shared facilities between the uses. And I have seen, you know, a few examples of these communities. I think it would be really cool, especially if you don't want a lot of maintenance in your own yard, and again, you like your neighbors.
There's a really good example of this in Kirkland.
Oh, in Kirkland, okay.
Kirkland has a cottage cluster that's actually really nice down by the waterfront.
Okay, let me write that down because I like to have good examples to look at. And then courtyard buildings, stacked flats. This is, so each floor is a unit. So that's the difference as compared to like an apartment. So this has 3 floors. Each unit is a separate unit, either owned or rented out to the tenant. So that's what the stacked flats mean. You stack units on top of each other. And then some local examples that we've taken. This is a local example of an ADU. I'm just going to go quickly. I don't necessarily want to maybe pick too much on existing examples, just in case it's someone that lives in the community, but just want to show you, there's probably room for improvement on some of these. So maybe if we do talk about design characteristics, we can be more like general about it, or you can refer to these. That's an example of a fourplex. So that's, an older example, obviously, probably looking for more articulation. These are newer developments. I'm not sure if this is Ivy Glades or not. I know that we did go out to Ivy Glades, but this one, the garage is pretty visible at the beginning. These are houses that are pretty close together. Looks like duplexes. Duplex example there. These appear to be duplexes or fourplexes. Duplexes, you can tell by the driveway. So there's some articulation coming out, some different coloring that can be used. This is more of a more modern townhouse concept. This looks like a 6-plex or a 5-plex attached. And then some different angles. I'm not sure how many units are in here, 4 to 5 units it looks like. And then some other examples of mixing stone and wood. This looks like just an apartment complex, probably isn't actually middle housing, but there's an example of that in case you're wondering. So we can go back to the pictures later. I'll just go through really quick what these regulations mean. And this bill was adopted in 2023, and we are required to implement it this year by the end of the year. And it seeks to provide more housing opportunities. At the state level, they've identified a shortage of 300,000 plus units statewide, and this effort is to provide a variety of housing opportunities, which I don't think is a bad thing, to provide different levels for different people with different income levels. It is definitely a blanket approach. It has effectively banned single-family zoning in the state of Washington, so that's no longer allowed. So it's a very progressive bill, and the same approach for all cities on the west side of the state, east side of the state. There's some other bills too that we'll run into near the end of the year related to allowing more accessory dwelling units. The new rule will essentially allow for 2 ADUs per lot, and then the owner doesn't have to reside in either unit. So if we have that in code currently, we're going to be required to remove it. And then there's other flexibility measures related to middle housing and ADUs related to parking. It will be reduced to 0 to 2 spots per each use based on the lot size. And then there's other stipulations. I'm sorry? 0 to 2. So 0 is probably not the best example for Pasco because it's 0 if you are within a certain amount of space by active transit, and I don't know if we meet those criteria. And I don't think that 0 will be built here. I mean, these do have to sell to people, and unless it's right next to a bus line, I think it would be a hard sell in Pasco. So I wouldn't be too upset with those numbers. I do think what's more realistic is that, development coming in doing 1 to 1.5 per unit, and then, if they sell it or if they're renting it out, it's likely that their business model won't provide less parking than needed because then they'll need to deal with it. It's just if it sells, maybe we're left with a little bit of an issue. But parking is getting reduced across the board, and then additional stipulations for accessory dwelling units, middle housing in the backyard. You can see in that picture there's a unit in the back, which I think looks nice. It looks like it matches the house and kind of blends in. There'll be additional stipulations required to lot splitting. So splitting up lots and owning not only the ADU but the land underneath it creates an additional ownership for people looking to buy these types of facilities. So there will be, or these homes, there will be more opportunity for that kind of usage. And we will be bringing the policies related to middle housing to the group. And I'm not sure if I've mentioned this yet. If I haven't, we are working on a global municipal code update too to address several state bills that the city of Pasco is behind on. We're behind by about 5 to 6 years on some of these, and that's a pretty unique situation. If someone did want to apply for something that our code hadn't updated, we just divert to the state law. But it does leave us exposed in some ways. So we are working through not only the comprehensive plan update, but a massive municipal code change that will be addressing these from 2 angles, the overarching umbrella comprehensive plan and then the municipal code. So you'll see a lot of it at the end of the year. We're going to have a very busy end of the year, and I'll talk about that later at my director's comments with you as far as scheduling. And so here's the nuts and bolts of it. Down at the bottom, it says Pasco is a tier 1 city. And this means that 4+ units are required per lot. And I'd like to point out that it says per lot. What Planning Commission and what Pasco's used to seeing is density per acre. 4 units per acre. You have an acre lot and you can get 4 units on it. The state requires 4 units per lot. They don't say per acre. So it's just a shift in mindset. So whatever our minimum lot size is in the zones, this is something we slightly talked about during the Riverview Comprehensive Plan update, is whatever your minimum lot size is in the zone, that's how many units you can, in theory, get on it based on the state standards. Like, now, realize that there are setbacks, driveway standards, easements. You can't really fit 4 units on every lot. But if the lot is big enough and the developer is creative enough and they can meet the building code standards, separation, all of that, all of the standards we put in place, they can put 4 units on any lot in the city of Pasco. You can put up to 6 units per lot if 2 of the units are affordable in perpetuity, which I think is just less likely. I think that's less favorable, at least just based on my experience, and I'm saying this anecdotally, I don't have the facts in front of me, but I think what we're most likely to see is 3 to 4 units per lot. If there are 6 units and 2 need to be affordable, that's just a lot more, that I think that adds to the cost consideration. So what we're likely to see is 4 units per lot. So just gonna pause there and let that sink in. Does anybody have questions about that requirement?
No, I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Well, I had a question on one of the pictures there, and maybe I didn't hear it right, but I thought that you said that like with one building and then you could have another in the back of it or what have you. So how does that work with the emergency access, like the fire and that? Because I know that there's been a concern or issues in the past in some different settings where there wasn't room for the fire truck to turn around, to get access to turn around, etc.
Yep, we would still need to meet all of those regulations.
Oh,
I think that will be the biggest issue for middle housing is the width of the access. It needs to be, I would say, at least 24 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a length, I think you can go 150 feet without a fire hydrant, as far as the hose stretches. I'm not completely brushed up on my fire regulations lately. But I think that will be the most limiting factor in my mind is getting the proper width. If you're dealing with a lot that's 50 feet wide and you want to put anything more than like maybe an ADU, like maybe a fire truck, access isn't needed for that. We'd still work through that, but I think that will be like the most pinch point for these developments.
And the one other question, and I think I asked this before, and you probably did address it, but when we talked about preventing single-family zones, so if you have a piece of property like that's an acre, 0.6 or what have you, you don't have to put these 3 or 4 or 5 different dwellings on it. If you want to put a single family home on it, you can.
Correct. We just can't prevent it. We can't prevent allowing that density. If you wanted to come put 4 units on that lot, the city could not prevent that. If you wanted to put one single family, you could do that. If there was a minimum density requirement and you're not meeting that with one house, we'd need to work with you on, some sort of a agreement.
I don't understand that part. Can you elaborate on that part?
If you have a 1 acre lot and the zoning code says the minimum density is 2 acres per lot, you could build the house, but you'd likely need to subdivide it and then, put the rest of it aside. Like you could still have it as part of the lot, but you need to plan for that future density. I think generally, I did comb through the code after you asked that. Like as a general rule of thumb, the city doesn't really want to prevent one house per, you building a single family house on a lot, even a large lot. So I think we'd find a way to allow that to work as long as you're not placing it in a manner that avoids that prevents future density. So I think that's something we want to be flexible with, without splitting too many hairs. Is if someone owns a property, they want to put a house on it, we shouldn't really get in the way of that, in my opinion. So that is something that I do want to work with our consultants on during the municipal code update, just so it's more clear. But how I've handled it so far is allowing you know, if they have utilities in the area, they want to put one house, and it's like, well, leave the backyard open for additional density later. If you're taking up the whole lot, then I can't really say it meets the minimum density that way, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Other question? Go ahead. You can turn on your light.
Okay. A couple of questions that I had. First, just to clarify, you said the owner of the property doesn't have to live in any
Correct.
of those, so they could have the house and put 3 additional ADUs on there and rent all 4 of them out, basically?
Correct. And we don't require the owner, like right now, if there's a duplex built in a zone where duplexes are allowed, there's not a stipulation the owner has to stay in either unit. So I think when ADUs first came out, it was just like this huge, like they're going to ruin the neighborhood. The owner needs to live in each one of the units or else they're going to destroy the neighborhood. Well, I've seen renters in a single family residence destroy a neighborhood, you know, so it's just pretty much trying to just even out the regulation for, you know, everybody in every housing type. So correct, the owner does not have to live in either unit. Currently, I think our code requires for ADUs that the owner live on site, but that will be going away soon.
Okay. And the second question I have, and maybe we haven't got to this yet, but it seems like this is going to be more prevalent in the Riverview area and areas of Pasco that have larger existing lots. Some of the newer construction I see are very small lots. I just feel like you wouldn't be able to get more than the one residence on those lots.
Yeah, correct. Yep, those smaller lots,
meeting
they're
the
already
setbacks
maxed
and
out.
all that.
Yep, they're maxed out, unless you go above the garage or something with like an attached ADU. But
Okay.
you're right, smaller lots, harder to develop, bigger lots.
Yeah.
In Riverview, there's utility issues, so that would
Okay.
make it hard, but yeah, more room, for sure.
Are there any privacy standards in place? I mean, you still have to meet the same setbacks, correct? Like you would be building a shop or an outbuilding or something, because the more you put on these lots, the closer you're going to get to property lines.
Yeah.
And that may or may not be favorable to the neighbors who have their larger lots and want their
Agree.
privacy.
We can't put any additional stipulations on middle housing that we would on single family housing, so it's an all or nothing rule.
Okay.
Actually, now that you're mentioning Riverview, I wonder, and I can check with legal on this, if we can make more restrictive setbacks in Riverview across the board and not the rest of the city. I think we can, as long as we're picking on the units equally, like the single family if we want. But then that doesn't go over that well if, you know, someone wants to do a smaller lot in Riverview and they don't have a lot of so yeah, to answer your question, we can maintain certain setbacks. You can do 5 on the sides, 10 or 20 in the back, 20 in the front, or maintain the Riverview setbacks for our 15 zone and apply that to middle housing. We can certainly do that. I think this group approved 8 feet on both sides, or maybe 10 if I'm not mistaken. So we can keep those bigger setbacks if we'd like, as long as it stays the same for all types of units.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. Would those units be, if there's a second unit on a piece of land, would those be rented from the person that owns the land then? Or could they sell it?
They could sell it if they subdivide it. So if you create a legal lot, and you can do that by carving just right around the building, which makes it very affordable. I mean, I'm looking at it from so many different angles, you know, when I go through this, but you can do a postage style lamp lot where you follow the lot around the building, which makes it a little more affordable. And then I imagine they'd have shared easements between the house and the unit. Or if the owner would like to just put an ADU on their property and rent it, they could do that too. They could rent it or sell it, or I think they can even condominiumize it, but it's a little hard in the state to do that for some reason. I think, you know.
But you can't sell something that's attached to the main house, can you?
If it's separated by a firewall, like there's a concept called single family attached units, where it's like a duplex, but it's separated legally by the lot underneath it. So you could do that. I think you'd need an extra firewall, and the line would be between the units
sure.
and under
Yeah, I
the
suppose.
unit too. So
Okay. And then when we were talking about loopholes back in the beginning, we of course have to do this, but is there a time frame that this has to be implemented, or do we have plenty of time to study it and look at it before we have to do it?
it's due by the end of the year. And
Which year?
Period. This year.
Oh.
Yeah. And I guess this is going to sound a little dismissive, but I don't think more time really will help. I mean, just going through this already, I can say that confidently now. I couldn't have said that last year, but I've spent a lot of time on this, and you just sort of end up back at square one. Like you try all of these creative things, and then it's like, well, we can't do ridiculous setbacks because then we're impacting the single family homes. It just brings you back to the point. So I've already gone through all the stages of grief with this, and have, and so I know, maybe this group and other groups aren't quite there yet, but it's really, the smaller the lot, the harder it is to get more middle housing units. And then that caters more to like single family lots with, smaller setbacks. The bigger the lot, you're going to open up more options for middle housing. So there's really no way to like cheat the system with this. It's just sort of is what it is. I do not think it's infill is very expensive, even in Riverview. I mean, to add a fourplex, you're bringing services to it. You need to do curb, gutter, sidewalk, lights, connect to sewer, septic. You can't really do that unless it's just a single family house. So I don't think once this is adopted, like Pasco's going to just explode and be ruined as a city with middle housing everywhere. I think it'll organically happen over time. I would suggest the best approach to this, just from my professional standpoint, is implementing fair design guidelines that require that these middle housing units look more like the pictures at the beginning. That is more expensive, and we would have to require that for single family units. But if we want a more elevated product in Pasco, I would say we can't go too crazy with it, because you're just going to add more cost. And that's the biggest feedback we hear from the development community. But I think there's some middle ground and some good city examples we can look at. And I already have our consultants working on it. We can peel it back if we want, but we are already working under the assumption that we'd like to have some design guidelines so that we're not seeing like just eyesores everywhere. And that would include single family too. So it's an all or nothing. It's very political, but that would be my suggestion as the best way to combat this. And then just, know that some areas are going to develop slower, like Riverview, you need infrastructure and fire lanes, and it's expensive.
Yeah.
So,
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
Oh, please.
My question was, is there a minimum square footage that's involved with middle housing? We've got this tiny house movement going on.
In theory, no. I mean, I did ask the state. I think 1,000 square feet got thrown around, but nobody is going to do that for a lot. That's way too small. But in theory, if you can fit it and meet the setbacks, there's not really a minimum lot size. I would say and we did get answers to this at the last city, like you can establish a minimum lot size for your zone. So I would say the minimum for Pasco is, in the R4 zone or whatever zone allows the smallest lot, which I think is around 4,000 square feet. But whether or not they can fit everything is a different story. Parking, easements, setbacks, that kind of thing.
Gotcha.
Mr. Crutchfield.
Yes, this is kind of a crazy out there observation. When it talks about, thank you, let me find my spot, alternative compliance and so forth, the different bullet points on that. Would any of the area that's close to the river shore be considered possibly in that exemption? Where I'm going with this is if something happens to the dam, then there's going to be flooding down there. And it's a possibility, especially in the way of the world now. I mean, the dam, is that not right, Jerry? If the dam was breached in some way, much of that area would be underwater.
I'm not an expert on the floodplain. I live on the river, but
that's what I've been told, and I've always told that. I was just throwing that out there because it is, the dam I'm talking about would be, which one I'm talking about. So, yeah, just when it said permit cities to exempt up to 25% under limited circumstances, I mean,
yeah, I can definitely look into that.
I mean,
we do like highlight mixed use development near the river in other areas, so I'm not sure how much that would fly if we're saying it doesn't work for middle housing, but it works for a vertical mixed use development. But I can definitely check into that. Have it written down.
Thank you.
I think it probably depends on whether it's considered a FEMA floodplain area or
true.
not.
Or
And if it
floodway.
isn't, you're probably out of luck. But yeah.
That's probably true.
We will look into that. So we covered a lot on this slide already. Zero lot line development. That's basically where you can split units through the building with firewalls on each side, limited parking. Design review can't go through a huge process either, so it needs to be administrative, which means it needs to go through the staff level. It can't come to planning commission or go to the hearing examiner or design review board. So any design elements we implement for middle housing and single family housing, since they're now tied together, it has to go through a pretty transparent process. And I think there's ways to build into code, like you need at least 3 articulation points and trim and this kind of pitch. We can get really detail oriented, but cost is definitely a factor too. So that is something to think about. And then Pasco's current codes and policies do support middle housing, a full range of different housing, and we'll be looking at these policies and updating them. So when Planning Commission gets the full package for the comprehensive plan at the end of the year, we'll go through the policies and what generally they speak for now, and then how we're updating it to meet state code. So it's pretty straightforward, and we do have some trinkets in here talking about innovative housing techniques and whatnot. So it does comply with our current policies, and then if it doesn't, we will update our policies to meet the regulations. The city has already been pretty aggressive with middle housing. It is currently allowed in several single family zones outside of the Riverview area. I would think RS 20, which is now going to be R15. It's getting a little held up at the council phase, but we'll be adopting it soon. I would say in April. So middle housing is already widely allowed in many zones. So what this change would do was allow middle housing in all of the zones. And so we do have, quite a bit of allowances. It's not, since it is allowed already in some zones and we're just not seeing a ton of it, that's why I think it'll take a while for the market to catch up. I would say probably next in line is we'll see a lot more townhomes, that kind of thing, crop up, and then, apartments, that kind of thing. But the true infill development is rather spendy, so that is allowed now. And we have good policies, as I mentioned, and we do have to allow 6 of the 9 types outlined by the state. So we could decide to axe a few of the types. I'm not sure if I would recommend it. I think compared to apartments, I kind of like the stacked flats, but if that's something we have a problem with because we think it may stick out in Pasco, we could ban 3 of the types. You could maybe strategically ban a 6-plex if you just think that's too much. There's some strategies associated with that. So if anybody has input on banning 6 of the 9 types, and I can go back to the slide, we can certainly talk about that. I think from staff's perspective, that's not an option right now that we're looking into, but we'd be happy to, look at that further. I believe the city that I last worked at banned courtyard stacked flats, 6-plexes, and 5-plexes, just to reduce the masses. But we did allow those in other areas, multifamily areas, so it's just kind of funny. It's like you see it here, where do you want to see it and not see it? So those are options to us. Those are the only options really to the city to decide on. And then alternative compliance, there is a stipulation that you could exempt up to 25% of the single family lots if you meet these certain criteria. And just the punchline is we don't believe we meet any of this. We'll definitely look into the shoreline question, but we do not believe that these exemptions apply. They're pretty strict exemptions, so we'll definitely look at those closer, but we don't believe that we qualify for these. And then if you do have exempted lots, there's further stipulations that it can't include these different criteria, which I don't think we meet either. So we've gone through this exercise already. I just assumed I would be asked to look into this, and we have actually been asked to look into it by at least one city council member. So we did look into it, and does not look like we qualify. Just past practices related to racial segregation. The voids are your ability to be exempt from that first sub item about racially disparate impacts, because we have a history of some of that in Pasco. So we just, we've looked at it from every angle. So next steps related to this, we will be updating the comprehensive plan and development code and bringing it to you. You'd likely see it near the end of the year. You're going to see a lot of materials at the end of the year, and my goal is that we've at least touched on every topic at least once that is political. If it's straightforward, I don't want to really spend a lot of time on it. But this group has already looked at climate change. We've looked at land capacity. I have a plan for April to talk to this group about commercial capacity, which will be interesting because I have seen a lot of requests from applicants to convert from commercial zoning to residential zoning. And once you lose commercial, you don't ever get it back, in my opinion. It's just, so that's been a little bit scary. And we have lots of, I'll bring a pie chart that says here's how much commercial we have. There's not like a quick and fast formula of how much commercial is recommended for a city our size, but I would say comparing to our neighbors would be a good start, and then kind of suggesting based on like how many units we have. We're typically, have been a bedroom community in the past, and since our economic development goals are to bring more regional uses so people come spend their money here, I would think we'd want a good healthy amount of commercial moving forward. So that's something we're going to dive into in April, and council will be apprised of the same topic. So there's the joint meeting ideas have been brought up, but I'm just letting you know, like most items I'm bringing to you that are introductory in nature like this, this topic is going to council on Monday. And then in April, we're going to talk about commercial, and I'm talking to council, and then I'm just sort of going to share with each group what each group is thinking. So whatever you guys say tonight, I'm telling council Monday. And then when I come back to you, I'll say, here's what council and planning commission said, and here's what we're proposing. So I'm just trying to keep a constant feedback loop between staff, planning commission, and council. So anyway, with that said, we will be talking to the group about commercial, and then during director's comments, I'll talk to you about some meeting schedules. But then the next items we have for you will be critical areas. I think that's pretty straightforward. We have some shrub step ideas that I believe this group would be in favor of, just knowing this group already, what I've learned. And then we have some more straightforward things like the capital facilities plan. That's the infrastructure that follows the growth. So we say where we're putting all of this growth, and then we have a capital facilities plan for water, sewer, roads, storm. I keep saying storm, but not as impactful over here. So we have the utilities that would follow that growth, and then dry utilities, electricity. I'm blanking on the other dry utilities, but all of the utility plans for power, electric would follow the plan, and then finally like services, like libraries, our police, our fire. Do we have enough of those services to provide for the growth? So we have some exciting topics coming up. And then by the time we hit this group at the end of the year with the global comprehensive plan, they're going to be long meetings. We'll walk through everything and say, I'll be sure and meticulously outline for you which topics we talked about, what you suggested, what we've done, and then questions. So it should be like as painless as possible for the group. That's my goal for this. So any other questions about middle housing or the unit types or anything that you want us to consider as we're going through it? I feel like I've got enough feedback from this group and council already to know sort of what you're after. Yeah. And we are already actively working on it. But if there's anything else you want to say for the good of the order related to this topic, or for us to consider, let me know, and we will make sure and look into it. And if we somehow miss something, you always get another crack at it at the end of the year. But I would say design guidelines is something we're looking into and trying to thread that needle without adding too much cost, but end up with cooler products like this. But those are expensive, and I'm not ignorant to that. So I think kind of striking a balance between this and maybe some of our local examples, like something in between that seems fair. So that's what we're working on. If you have any other feedback, be happy to hear it tonight.
Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate that you going over with this. I think it's such a, I think it's one of those topics where if we really are upset about it, we should elect different people in Olympia. It's not a local problem. We're just being imposed on the local problem, right? And so, but I think that probably many of us, and probably on the council as well, is, take a very measured, conservative approach. I love your advice around, make it, if we have to do it, make it really nice with design standards. And so that when we do build these things or are forced to build these things, we have really, at least they are nice looking and they don't make the neighborhoods look trashy, and they do have a fair standard. The other thing I think that, I think that the sentiment we've expressed is that, I don't think, I agree with you. I don't think there's loopholes, but I think that the council and the commission it'd be helpful to understand, like, I don't understand the consequences of non-compliance. And I'd like to understand the consequences. And is that we just miss out on some grants? Do we get sued? You know, what are the consequences of noncompliance? Because I think there's a opportunity to just ask the question, are we willing to forego some grants? I don't know that we want to get sued by the state, but I'd be more than happy to encourage the council to say, let's stop being addicted to grants and say no sometimes if that's the consequence. But honestly, when you talk about the different state bills, I really have no idea. I mean, that's a question for a lawyer. What are the consequences of noncompliance? Because maybe some of those consequences are things we're willing to accept as a city and as a citizenry, right? And so I think that'd be helpful education for us too, to say, okay, I'm willing to say I don't get a transportation grant. What's next? Right? And I think some people would be, maybe not everybody, but maybe some people would be.
I concur, yes, Jerry,
anyway.
absolutely.
So I think that would be my feedback, and I'll open it up for others as well.
I had one thing on that, because I concur with what you're saying totally. And now that we're at kind of this fervor of the building, I think it's important to, I think you mentioned maybe some of this will be market driven as well. I mean, the sky doesn't go to heaven, and I think it's important for the city also to make sure that they have staffing for building inspectors and so forth, because there are some issues that are happening right now that should be addressed. Without naming specifics, there's some housing similar to, one of these pictures may represent it, I don't know, but they had garages that the doors were not framed properly, they didn't have the right headers, etc. And they were in a location where, because of their, because of how they were set with where the wind was going to come in, where they were facing, that they blew in. And fortunately, nobody was living there at the time, but that could have been kind of catastrophic if they had been. So they had to all be replaced, and so those kind of things that can be, I guess, looked at by a building inspector and so forth, so that we know we're getting quality and we're not just, especially if they're going to be rentals too, and the owner's not going to be living on site. Anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, and along your lines, Chairman, regarding non-compliance, I mean, you've mentioned before, Haley, all or none. I've heard this all or none. Well, do we get partial credit for partial compliance? I mean, can we kind of cater to some things that are unique to Pasco while still, in good faith trying to meet the state guidelines? Or, I mean, do we have to just go all in, or can we risk the lack of a grant, state funding? Well, we don't really want a lawsuit. We don't like those, but
it's all or nothing. And I think most cities in the state have gone through this exercise. I've yet to see one that has wanted to pick the fight. So I will, when we bring this forward, list alternatives. I think it would be good to see the number of grants we get from the state. That number might be a little bit enlightening for the group. I think that we are pretty successful with grants. And
I can tell you that we probably have way too many because we've become addicted to them.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the problem. Right. But that's honestly not our decision. That's city council's decision, and we just make recommendations. But, if I was making recommendations to city council, I was like, stop being so addicted to grants, because it's the crack cocaine that gets cities to relinquish their local control and rights.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then just one more follow-up to that with, you had mentioned like some services, code enforcement being one of those, there's already issues with, complaints being filed, code enforcement being spread a little bit thin. Now you're going to run an element of these ADUs being able to be kind of hidden, so to speak, because you're going to be able to tuck them in behind the primary residence. So that just lends the opportunity for homeowners to maybe cut corners when it comes to design guidelines, city codes.
Sure.
And it would be up to neighbors or witnesses to call that in, or if there was enough code enforcement or we had enough resources, maybe a proactive element could happen just to make sure that design standards are being followed, and these existing neighborhoods are staying similar in character and design quality.
That's a good point, and I do have a discussion with the city council in late April about code enforcement, our current workload, which is a lot, over 400 cases a month, and then 2 full-time officers. So we just want to check in with the council and make sure that, you know, based on our staffing, we are prioritizing things correctly, but I can definitely add that in as like a future consideration, so appreciate your feedback.
Commissioner Jones and then Commissioner Waitman.
Thank you. Is it possible to get an answer to Chairman Cochran's question? To say, what is the consequence of not doing it?
It's not receiving state funding, so.
Right, but is there possibly more specific answer? Like not doing it means not getting 1 grant, 2 grants, 3 grants, 4?
We won't be eligible for grants because we'll be out of compliance with state regulations. I'd say
All
that's
grants.
the biggest answer.
It's
all state grants, state issued.
all grants.
Yeah, and likely federal grants too that may be tied to state, so.
I mean, that's what we need to know. I mean, it's fair to know, when you ask a question, it's good to know the answer.
Yeah, and that's the answer.
Holding
I'm
football
confident
is a
that's the
10-yard
answer.
penalty.
Yep.
So we need to know what the answer to this question is, and then that helps respond to what a next step is.
Yeah.
I think Director Miller was spot on, just like giving us education on the grants the city has would be helpful with
Yeah, I
that.
can give you the number and just, it'll be a big number.
Yeah, okay.
I think we definitely need to take into account the zoning that exists right now. For example, I live near an area that was zoned commercially that was changed to residential, and now the density is incredibly high because of that. If we can protect that commercial zoning, it'll help keep the residential down.
Yes.
So that's my recommendation from us, is to keep as much commercial as we can for as long as we can.
Great. So we already have the answer for the April meeting then. But yeah, we'll be able to talk about it in more detail. I think it'll be a fun topic for this group, for sure.
All right, any other questions or feedback? Thank you so much for this. I know it's a hot topic and it's a difficult topic. Like I said, I don't know that we can solve it unless we have different people in Olympia, so.
Yep. Well, thank you. We were overdue for this conversation, so I'm excited to talk to council about it on Monday too and just show the facts and then, move on and address it as we work through this. So good feedback, everyone. Thank you.
And I will say that sometimes Eastern Washington cities are willing to pick a fight with Olympia, so.
I'm probably never going to recommend that, but I will take your input and you guys.
But the council needs to
Yes.
back me up on that, and if they don't, it's their call, not mine, so. Well, thank you for that, and any other old business, any other director items from you?
Yes, I have a couple director items. First, Rosa Torres, our planning commissioner, has resigned, unfortunately stepped down, so I just wanted to take this time to thank her for her contribution. She's been on the group since 2022, I believe, so I didn't have the pleasure of working with her for very long. But I did want to say thank you for her service. It's not easy to carve out this time, in your evenings, and everyone's busy. So I just want to thank her and then let the group know that we will be advertising for a new position. I think the clerk's office handles that. So if you know of anybody that's interested, let them know, and keep your eye out for the posting. And then the second order of business is just related to scheduling. So I have, let's see here, it's March. I have about 2 meetings left before I go on maternity leave. So I'm due with my first baby in June, mid-June. Very excited. My husband and I are very excited. It's a baby boy. And so I'm planning on, my due date's mid-June. So scheduling wise, I was thinking that we could hold a meeting in June with staff. I believe Ms. Weber has some CDBG items. And then I think what I'll do is tack on some items related to maybe the capital facilities plan and utilities. Not the most exciting topic, but it's very important because it coincides with the land use topic. So it won't be as political. And I think I'll have our senior planner or our deputy director do those items. And then I was wondering if you guys were okay with taking July and August off, and then just with the understanding that if we're taking those 2 nice summer months off, that when I'm back in September, we're going to be hitting it hard for the rest of the year. It would be definitely longer meetings for September and October because we're going to go through so much information. But by that time, I think we're trying to hit everything with you before that. So it'd either be longer meetings, or if we fall behind, maybe even a second meeting in one of those months. I would say if we did do a second meeting, it would be September or October. I know it's busy with going back to school in September, so October is kind of the month I'm eyeing right now for maybe 2 meetings, if you guys would be up for it in exchange for getting the nice sunny months off. So I talked to the chair about it before the meeting, but if anybody has opinions on that, let me know. And it's all tentative too. I'll be passing a lot of my duties off onto staff, so I don't want to create more for them to do while I'm gone. And I think it's actually a good time for a break so that we can get to work and really just take your feedback and use those months to work with the consultants. So does anyone have any, I'm not seeing any frowns or shaking heads, so.
Summer off is always nice, but yeah, I think, the main thing for those extra meetings is ensuring we can get a quorum if we need to make decisions, and
Yes.
so that would be key.
Yep, appreciate quorums for September, October, November. December, we should be done, so maybe that's a good breather month too. So I would just say September, October, November, please plan on, being here for a quorum, or else we're gonna have to reschedule some meetings.
I would just throw this out as a suggestion, and if we have a lot to cover coming back in September, maybe we can plan now for maybe a series of, maybe 4 meetings instead of 2.
Yeah.
Meaning that, if we end up till 9:30 at night, some of us have early work schedules in the morning, and maybe that would be allow the commission to have a series of shorter meetings to get through some of that information.
Sure.
Just throwing that out
Yep.
there.
Why don't I put a schedule together for us to look at the next planning commission meeting? I'll attach it to the packet. I do think by the time we come back, it will be a lot of information, but the goal is that you're not really surprised by anything. Like, I'm not going to sneak anything in there worse than middle housing, and it's the first time you're seeing it. We're trying to be very strategic with what we've discussed so far. So a lot of it, I don't think and I'll remind you too, because it's a lot to remember, but I don't think you're going to see a lot of information, but you're not going to be like shocked by anything. So I don't think we'll need super long meetings, as long as you guys just can commit to reading the packets thoroughly beforehand and write your questions down ahead of time. If you read through the packets, like I'm going to try and do as best as I can to just really outline what we've done, where we're at. So I will work out a schedule, and then next meeting go through it with you, and maybe 2 meetings in September, 2 meetings in October, just optional in case we need it, I would suggest. But I don't think we need 4. I mean, I think that would be too much for staff to keep up on, and I think 2 would be the most I'd recommend. But they shouldn't go too late. I think this group is pretty efficient with items, and if we do our work and our jobs how we should, then you shouldn't have to be struggling too much at the meeting with things, because as we get to know each other, I can kind of figure out what you guys are looking for and try and guess, so that we have more efficient meetings.
Mr. Chairman, I very much agree. I would like to try to, if anything past 2 hours, and I lose my effectiveness if I have any at all after 2 hours, I'm not much good to anybody. Mrs. Jones could confirm that, so I would like to see us keep it at 2 hours.
Yeah, well, let's just see what the schedule shows next meeting, and we can give her feedback based on that.
Yep. Okay, and we're doing lots of planning ahead. I already have pretty much everything planned out for the whole rest of the year with both groups, so I'll be sharing that with you soon. So that's all I have for director's comments. As always, I appreciate your work and you volunteering for this, and another great meeting, so thank you.
Awesome. Well, I'll add my congratulations on the birth of your son coming, and then also thanks to Rosa Torres for her service and commitment to serving her community. So with that, if there are no more comments or questions, I'd recommend a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. The meeting is adjourned at 7:32 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
Great things are happening in Pasco, and none of it is by accident. With nearly 800 new neighbors moving in between 2024 and 2025, and thousands more expected in the next 20 years, we're laying the groundwork that will keep this community thriving. That starts with space for homes and businesses. Pasco has issued more than 350 new residential permits this year, and we've seen more than 280 businesses open their doors, from one-person operations launched from the Pasco Specialty Kitchen all the way to economic giants like Darigold and Amazon. From new homes and schools to growing businesses and innovative infrastructure, we're building not just for today, but for generations to come.
Our Department of Community and Economic Development is a key part of that future. Every action that we take now will impact our residents forever. And with that responsibility, our Community and Economic Development team works very diligently to make sure that we're not making any decisions that have adverse impact on our current and future residents. CED is transforming the permitting process to make it faster, easier, and more transparent. We've already removed permit requirements for some common property improvements to align with neighboring cities and the International Building Code. Soon, applicants will be able to submit permits, upload documents, make payments, and track timelines through one online portal. Pasco is experiencing and preparing for significant growth over the next 20 years, reaching just over 120,000 residents by 2046, along with housing, jobs, and infrastructure needed to support them. We're actively engaging with the Pasco community to find places to improve and to chart a path for the future with our comprehensive plan update. Guided by Washington State's Growth Management Act, we're planning responsibly to ensure balanced development, expanded services, and a high quality of life for current and future residents.
New businesses and new neighbors mean new infrastructure, and Pasco is building the framework that allows our city to grow.
In 2025, we celebrated the Process Water Reuse Facility, both the addition of a groundbreaking collaboration with private business to turn food processing wastewater into fuel, fertilizer, and irrigation water, and the expansion of treatment ponds. Together, these updates provide vital support for agriculture in our region. We're investing in transportation, with new roads being built in the Broadmoor area as open land transforms into neighborhoods, schools, and shopping centers, keeping travel safe for drivers and pedestrians alike. A new roundabout at the intersection of Court Street and Road 68 keeps traffic flowing smoothly on two major arterials in our city. We've doubled capacity at the West Pasco Water Treatment Plant and built additional transmission mains and a storage tank to continue to distribute water to all customers. Still ahead, we're planning for significant upgrades to the Butterfield Water Treatment Plant as our team continues delivering on the projects outlined in our ambitious 6-year capital improvements plan. Low-interest loans were secured for several major utility projects supporting vital infrastructure with lesser burden on ratepayers. And we're using new state and federal grants to improve safety on roads and sidewalks across the city, making it easier for residents to stay active and connected.
We're working to protect Pasco residents at every level. To improve our emergency response, the fire department recently replaced 3 structure engines, updated several medic units, and added an additional wildland unit to our fleet. We're also investing in new technologies, such as outfitting every medic unit with cutting-edge cardiac defibrillators and laryngoscopes, all aimed at providing a higher level of care to the thousands of patients we provide EMS to on a yearly basis. One of our strengths is the strong working relationship we have with our law enforcement team. We are currently partnering on a new drone program which allows drones piloted by Pasco police officers to assist our crews on fires and during rescue operations. This type of collaboration significantly enhances our ability to serve our community.
The Pasco Police Department has expanded its drone program to help track suspects and enforce traffic laws more safely, reducing the risk of high-speed pursuits. But technology is only part of the story. Pasco Police are meeting with residents face-to-face, hosting district meetings, and partnering with business leaders to strengthen community trust and collaboration. The community feedback also helps us focus our attention on reducing hotspots, making more of our staff time and resources.
When police anywhere in the Tri-Cities get an animal call, they can partner with our animal control officers at Tri-Cities Animal Services. Our new building has dedicated spaces for handling sick or injured animals, plus an in-house vet's office and improved spaces where families looking to adopt can meet potential pets. But that's just one of the new facilities opened in Pasco this year. This summer, we celebrated a new sporting complex on A Street, giving more Pasco families access to athletic fields closer to home. Downtown at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen, we installed new equipment, a new vendor window, and an outdoor seating area, expanding opportunities for local entrepreneurs. We've invested in Giesa Stadium improvements to ensure that the facility meets MLB requirements and continues providing a safe sports entertainment experience for fans and players alike. And of course, with over 300 days of sunshine each year, we make the most of our outdoor spaces. Thousands join us for events like Cinco de Mayo, the Grand Old 4th of July, the Fiery Foods Festival, Winterfest, and the Cable Bridge Run, celebrating our community all year long. Join us in 2026 for a once-in-a-generation watch party, where soccer fans from all over the region will be able to gather and cheer on their favorite teams as they compete in one of the world's biggest sporting events.
From community and infrastructure and safety to housing, business and recreation, Pasco continues to grow with purpose. Together, we're building a city that's stronger, smarter, and ready for the future.
We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
I think the biggest part is I am a police officer here at the school. I have duties here. I'm here to protect the school and keep everybody safe, but I am a normal person too.
Pasco Police Officer Eric Maddox is one of 3 school resource officers assigned to the Pasco School District high schools. He says finding ways to connect with students is a critical part of the job.
It is building those relationships to where they feel comfortable enough that they can come and talk to me about anything. When the kids feel comfortable being around me and coming to talk to me, and that happens a lot, they'll come into my door here in my office and, hey, can I talk to you? And that just doesn't happen. They just don't come up to an officer and randomly tell them their life story to you.
Many students in Pasco high schools will have already met Pasco police officers thanks to the School Resource Officer program in our middle schools.
I love doing this. It's something that I wanted to do as an extra thing that we do as officers.
Officer Ismael Cano has been a school resource officer for over a decade.
I always wanted to do the SRO thing. I wanted to come and work at the schools and work with students.
He's hoping to build connections early and keep students on the right track.
There's some kids that probably already have a negative thing about us, but sometimes they do overcome that and they come and they start talking to me, or I'll talk to them, I'll start a conversation. Some kids get to the point where they come up and they play around with me. That's a great feeling to be able to do that with them sometimes.
It's a lot of work to build connections with teens and preteens, but it pays off.
You're going to have a lot of conversations, and sometimes there are going to be a lot of tough conversations. And just being mentally prepared to handle all of those on a daily basis. They're 10, 11 years old, 12 years old, and they're using social media sometimes for bad things like that. And I try to teach them not to get involved in that kind of stuff and social media. You have to have more patience and understanding when you're dealing with students. You gotta use incidents more of as a teaching moment, especially with middle schoolers because they're a lot younger.
Social media and home life can spill into school hours, and in those cases, having a school resource officer can make a big difference.
There are some difficult things that we have to deal with here, and sometimes we have to reach out to our outside resources, whether that be CPS or whatever else resources that we need to get a hold of, whatever the situation is. It might not always be law enforcement needed, but they might need a resource that is needed, and that I can help make that connection for them.
Tonight, we're having a listening session on the Shoreline Master Program. The project that we're working on, developing a user guide and permit tracking system, is funded through a state grant. Washington State Department of Ecology is funding this effort. So we are working for the state, we're working for the city through a grant from the state. So tonight I'm going to talk a little bit about the Shoreline Management Act, just so that we're all on the same level of understanding, the Shoreline Master Program that the city has in place, the user guide that's a draft. It's a easier way to understand the Shoreline Master Program that the city has in place, how it works, what the requirements are, and then it points you to where you can get more details in the city code. We'll review the specific scope that the state's funded for the city to do. And again, most importantly, we want to answer your questions, listen to your input, and factor that in going forward. One thing I want to make clear is that the city is not modifying their Shoreline Master Program at this time. We went through a process a couple years ago with the Planning Commission and City Council to do some very minor updates to that master program. And so what we're talking tonight is really more about how the program is implemented. And so the user guide focuses on that implementation, your comments, questions. We also want to hear what you think about implementation, where you think things are working well, where there's opportunities for improvement, that kind of thing. And then we'll conclude with next steps. So the Shoreline Management Act was passed in the early 70s, and it was put in place to have a more coordinated development of the shoreline, or to basically end piecemeal and uncoordinated development. And so there were several master programs that were developed in the early 70s, including the city of Pasco. And then in the early 2000s, the Washington State Department of Ecology updated their Shoreline Master Program guidelines. And then the city of Pasco went through a comprehensive update of their Shoreline Master Program from like 2013, 2014 to 2017. And that was a major rewrite. And again, I was the project manager for that effort, so we developed a kind of completely new program for the city that met all the latest requirements. And then the Shoreline Master Program that the city adopted in 2017 and then updated in 2023 is the program that governs development of the shorelines. And so where are the shoreline areas? It's really a very narrow strip of shoreline area within the city. So it's along the Columbia River and the Snake River, and it's just that 200-foot band. If you can see that band there in yellow, that represents 200 feet basically from where the vegetation starts on the shoreline, 200 feet out, or 200 feet upland, and that's where the program regulates and applies. Okay? You can see in the bottom there's a green polygon. That represents a wetland, and that it's bisecting that 200 feet. That is an associated wetland. In the case of a wetland like that, where it's bifurcated, shoreline jurisdiction bumps out. In the city, on the west corner of the Columbia River as it starts to head north, there's a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers property just past Chiawana Park. And in that area, there's a very extensive wetland. And so in that area, shoreline jurisdiction bumps out quite a ways and follows the edge of that wetland, and then it bumps back in once the slope gets a little steeper and heads up from there. There aren't any lakes in the city of Pasco that are in shoreline jurisdiction, so we're just looking at the Snake and the Columbia River. Floodways are also included, and then we talked about associated wetlands. So one of the things that is unique about the Shoreline Master Program is that in one set of regulations, you have to balance environmental protection, public access, and water-oriented uses. You think about like city zoning. City zoning is focused on development, right? How does development happen? Then they have a critical areas code that is how you protect the wetlands and steep slopes and fish and wildlife habitat. And Aaron and the other planning members, or planning department staff, have to then take those regulations and kind of put them together so that it works, so that you comply with the zoning and you protect wetlands and other resources through the critical areas code. In the Shoreline Master Program, it's all blended together as one program. And so it can be a little challenging to try and meet all the different requirements and achieve that balance. We've tried to develop a balanced program. Hopefully it's working fairly well for the city. So what is included in a shoreline master program? There's a goals and policies section. So what are we trying to accomplish with the program in a lot of different areas? So think about, the environmental protection, public access, and allowing for uses. There are goals related to each of those and policies as well. And then there's regulations. Regulations for specific areas. What we did is we took the whole shoreline for the city and we divided it up into reaches and then placed environment designations on those reaches. Some are industrial, some are residential, some are natural or open space conservation areas. And so we've applied those. And then there are specific regulations. There are general regulations. Critical areas also, our regulations are also incorporated in the Shoreline Master Program, the wetlands, the steep slopes. The SMP also has, like enforcement provisions and ways that you can appeal or get conditional uses allowed, that type of thing. So there's like administrative provisions as well as Shoreline Master Program. So one of the things that we're doing so that it's so you don't have to look through 170 pages of regulation and goals and policies information is developing this user guide. So this is what it looks like. You can go to the website. It's a nice web version. It's only about 40 pages or so, and there's lots of pictures and then narrative that goes along with it. I'm just showing you a few highlights out of the document. Please go to the website and see the details. And hopefully it answers many of your questions. All of the environment designations are an appendix in the back of this user guide. So you can see where you live or where your shoreline area is or the shoreline that you care about in the city and what the environment designation is. And then there's a use table also that shows you like what's allowed in those areas, what's not allowed, what might be allowed under a conditional use. All of that information is summarized in a couple appendices to this document. So if you have an existing property and that property was maybe built, early 80s or whatever, and you're closer to the shoreline area, the edge of the water, than maybe you would be able to be today, this shows you how you can still make modifications to your property. One thing that's important to understand, a term that is important to understand for the Shoreline Master Program is no net loss of ecological function. So when we have a development on the shoreline, the development has to comply with no net loss of ecological function. So if you take out, if you want to add to your property, like on the vegetation enhancement on the right side, you can see there that the house, which is representing the yellow, is closer than the shoreline buffer would normally allow, and they wanted to add on. Well, you can't go forward closer to the river, but you can go backwards. But you have to enhance vegetation to offset the loss of that buffer, right? That buffer is there for a function, to provide certain functions. Provides habitat, water quality benefits, etc. And so the enhancement would have to occur to be able to, so in other words, you have to mitigate for the impacts. And that achieves no net loss of ecological function. And so kind of any development in the shorelines, if there's going to be an impact to habitat or other functions, then there's going to be an offsetting mitigation. And you try to do it on your own property if you can. If you can't, then you try to work with the city. Maybe there's an offsite opportunity area as well. So anyway, that's kind of how existing uses and expansions of those existing uses work in just one example. There are buffers. So here are the different environment designations. So we have aquatic, which is from the vegetation waterward, right? So in the water. We have natural, which is just a few areas, including that Corps of Engineers. Urban conservancy. Public flood protection, which is like the rip-wrapped areas. Recreation, Chiawana, and the other parks, Sacagawea, et cetera, there is a high-intensity mixed use, and that may have some opportunity for commercial development in that area. And then high-intensity industrial, that's Big Pasco that we talked about, and then shoreline residential, the kind of the rest of the residential areas. So each of these, when there's a development proposal in that environment designation, has buffers anywhere from 5 to 75 feet. The 5 feet is because it's in an area that's already rip-wrapped and there's really no function, right? So it's really just kind of outside of that flood area, or that flood protection facility, then you could have commercial development or other types of development. And then you can see it goes up to 50, 75 feet. There's also, if there's wetlands or other things, then there are more protections that get added onto that. And then there's an 8-foot minimum setback from the buffer for structures. So if you're in a shoreline residential and you're 50 feet away and you want to do something at 55 feet, you have to be 58 feet away to have a structure. And you have to build that structure in a way that doesn't impact the buffer. There are also vegetation standards. They don't necessarily apply retroactively to existing uses and developments, but you manage, again, to achieve no net loss of ecological functions. So if you have a property and it has a lot of trees along it, and you remove those trees or limbs or stuff so that you have a better view, that's changed the function. You had a canopy there, and now you don't have the same canopy, and you don't have the same kind of habitat. So the idea is to basically try to maintain. You can still trim. There's hazards and things that, hazard limbs or property damage that could result. You can do reasonable trimming, but if you have any questions about that, you can check with the city staff on kind of what's the appropriate approach there to maintain those ecological functions. If you have native vegetation on your property and you want to do some landscaping, just check in with the city and talk to them about ways that you can do that in a way that provides additional function. There are lots of native plants that look nice that can be added into the landscaping to provide that function. And we want to see that native vegetation continue on because it's part of what the habitat, it's part of the habitat, it's part of what Fish and Wildlife use for this area. So I mentioned that we have this grant from the state. The grant funds the user guide that we've talked about. It's funding the time for this meeting tonight. And also, we're developing an ecological functions tracking system. So what we're doing is we're helping the city develop a way to track permit conditions through time to protect ecological functions along the shoreline. So I know Gary, I'm going to pick on him if that's all right, because we used to work together quite a bit. And so he comes in and he is going to do some development. He got approval and he has to do some vegetation plantings. So those are on his permit. The city, he agrees to those conditions, and it has to be done in like 3 years, and then he has to submit a performance report of how that's working. Right now, that gets transferred into a system, but it's hard to follow up on all these details from all these permits over time. And what we're trying to do is help develop for the city a more streamlined tracking so that requirements for his property or your property or improvements at Chiawana that might require some mitigation, that all of those kind of have reminders that automatically come up through the city's permit tracking system so that the city can now look at like all the provisions that they have related to shoreline development and all of the mitigation requirements or reporting requirements, et cetera, and that information gets generated in a report that they can see, maybe quarterly or monthly and see how the status is of being implemented. And it's a way to provide accountability for city staff. It's a way to provide accountability to landowners. follow through on what was committed. And it's also a way to provide accountability for the program, right? To show that we are implementing this program consistent with the requirements, and we're following up and ensuring that the compliance is being met. So we're doing that through the permitting system, and I'll show you a little more detail about that here in a second. We're also doing a more of a landscape evaluation of ecological functions. I mentioned we did a comprehensive update like 2013 to 2017-18 timeframe. And when we did that and we broke up the shoreline into all these reaches, we also characterized ecological functions for those reaches. So like where there's riprap, no function or very limited function, right? Where the Corps of Engineers wetland is, there's a lot of complexity, a lot of function, a lot of kind of interaction between the water and the in the wetland and the river. So we documented all of those things. We're now going back and looking at the shorelines and say, what do they look like in 2022, 23, 24, just kind of overall, kind of setting the development and the impacts from the development aside and the mitigation that's occurred. How is the landscape, working? Are we seeing more vegetation? Are we seeing less vegetation? Is there an area where maybe vegetation got removed accidentally or incidentally and affected things or intentionally? And so we're doing a landscape view as well so that we not only have kind of the permitting, tracking, and the requirements, but also on the landscape scale, how are we doing in achieving no net loss of ecological function? And I think what we'll see is that it's varied. Like in some reaches, things have gotten more complex, better habitat. And in other areas, maybe there's opportunity for improvement. So that information is more of like a pilot program. So there's not a specific tracking mechanism that we're going to recommend. We're just going to share our findings and we're using a variety of different aerial imagery and data sets to do that. And as we stitch that information together into a kind of a picture of the shoreline, we'll share that to the city with some options that they can consider for using that tool or those sets of tools to better track implementation and no net loss of ecological function through time. So here's what the tracking tool looks like, just so you know a little bit more about it. So again, more complete record keeping with regard to compliance and the mitigation compliance. So the city uses this eTrackIt IT3 permit management software. They're just adopting this now. Like I mentioned earlier, the provisions are going to get incorporated into this system, and there's going to be some auto reports generated so that the city can receive the information regularly and see what they're doing, what they're required to follow up on. And so reminders for upcoming mitigation reports, outputs, the ecological function tool, which I'll tell you about here in a sec, and then better support for reporting on cumulative effects, kind of over time, through time, how's the shoreline performing. So here's what it might look like. So you would have a shoreline permit, you would have like what's being impacted, and so like this is like maybe trying to improve hydrologic functions, establish some coyote willows. So in year one, you're gonna just report on that and make sure those are established. So it just shows you like different removing invasive vegetation and then removing water debris. So if those were the requirements and you had to do some reporting and monitoring, all this gets captured in that system and then flagged to Aaron and other planning staff so that they can follow up on. Ecological function, this is really one slide. So considering, again, all the different reaches, and this is the Corps of Engineers property. If you see that green swath out there, that's where shoreline jurisdiction gets wider. And so we're looking at water flow, sediment transport, water quality, and habitat functions. And again, looking at the landscape scale, how that works. And then do we also see that when we get on the ground and do some visual verification? Maybe the last thing I'll say on the ecological kind of landscape tracking is that we're going to go back to those subreaches and how we characterize them, and then update and kind of compare that description to see, again, better, worse, same. We're not going to do it for the entire shoreline of the city. We're going to pick a few areas to just kind of test the method and see how it works, and then share those results with the city. And our report will be made available to the public. Everything that we prepare for this project will ultimately be posted on the city's website for people to look at. The plan is to complete everything by the end of June. So we're well underway on a lot of the technical work on the permit tracking system and the ecological functions look. But yeah, all of this work wraps up by the end of June. The reports will probably be available like sometime in July on the city's website. And then we can go from there.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.